Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1: Using the Backdoor Slap, Slap, Slap. In the courtroom, two government officials wielded ebony-colored paddles, striking hard on the fair buttocks of the man lying on the ground. Since this punishment required undressing, it was clear to see the man's buttocks quickly reddening with each strike. Ah! The young man lying on the ground cried out in pain as he suddenly endured this harsh punishment. However, the officials seemed indifferent, showing no mercy despite his cries. To these officials, punishing such a licentious criminal who disgraced virtuous women was nothing but deserved. They did not ease their strength but instead used all their might, striking fiercely. Hence, the licentious criminal gritted his teeth and howled in agony. For a moment, his buttocks were a ruined mess, covered in wounds, his cries filling the air, and blood soaked his garments. However, the crowd outside the courtroom cheered each strike, with some men even rolling up their sleeves, eager to personally administer more punishment to show the strength of the men of Kun City. Two frequent visitors of the brothel shook their heads and sighed regretfully. They thought it was a pity to see such a well-rounded buttocks being beaten. In their opinion, the criminal should have been sent to the brothel for a different kind of punishment to truly receive a lesson from the deepest corners of his soul. Ken Feng stood silently among the crowd, watching the weeping criminal without a word. He did not care about the fate of this scourge. He was merely waiting for his father to finish the court session so they could go home together. His father, Ken Long, was the inspector of the Kun City Inspection Bureau, responsible for training armored soldiers, patrolling nearby towns, capturing thieves and maintaining local peace. Because he controlled Kun City's largest armed force, he held significant authority in the county government. After the officials finished the beating, the county magistrate ordered the near-dead criminal to be thrown into prison, then announced the end of the court session with a strike of the gavel. Ken Long, who had been sitting to the side, stood up, intending to return to the inspection bureau to handle some official business. He usually did not need to act as a judge, but since he had personally captured the criminal today, he stayed to hear the verdict. Father, father. Ken Feng stood on tiptoe, raising his hand and calling out. At only 14, he was in his adolescent voice-cracking stage. His loud call sounded like a duck's quack, quickly drawing Ken Long's attention. Ken Long looked up and smiled, then walked out of the courtroom to his son's side, saying with a laugh, "Fenger, why are you not practicing at home? What brings you here?" He was over 8 feet tall, with a burly and robust physique and a full beard, exuding an air of grandeur. "Father, I've opened my spiritual acupoint and can sense nature's spiritual energy." Ken Feng appeared very excited. After 14 years of reincarnation, he finally perfected his physical body, returning from the acquired to innate state, and comprehended the wonders of nature's spiritual energy. Ordinary people, unless they were extraordinarily talented or supported by a powerful family, struggled to open their spiritual acupoint, a hurdle that blocked over 90% of people. Truly? Ken Long was overjoyed upon hearing this. His eyes gleamed as he detected a faint resonance between his son and nature's spiritual energy, with threads of spiritual energy entering Ken Feng's body as he practiced his cultivation method. Ha ha ha. Ken Long was delighted and laughed heartily, patting his son's shoulder with his bear-like hands, almost knocking him over. Good, 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 my son, you have not disappointed me. Ken Long was pleased. Now that you've opened your spiritual acupoint, I'll ensure you get a spot in the sex selection at the end of the year. Thank you, father. Ken Feng grimaced and rubbed his sore shoulder, his heart filled with anticipation. If he could enter the sect, he might someday attain immortality. Ken Long was very happy. Let's go home. The family head has some spiritual elixirs. I'll ask for a few for you. The family's benefits cannot be missed. I'll also take you to the scripture pavilion to choose a suitable spell for cultivation. Over the years, I've accumulated a lot of merit, which I'll exchange for cultivation resources for you. Focus on cultivation for the next few months to advance a level before the year's end. If you reach the second level of the Chi refinement realm, you will not start from the lowest level even if you enter the sect. This will greatly help your future development and save you a lot of cultivation time. Rest assured, father. I'll work hard. Ken Feng nodded. The reason he sought his father after sensing spiritual energy was precisely to seek help. Although opening his spiritual acupoints allowed him to absorb nature's spiritual energy, his cultivation would be slow without the right techniques. The previous techniques he practiced were for strengthening the body and opening spiritual acupoints. They were no longer useful after opening the acupoints. Though he could go to the scripture pavilion to receive techniques himself, as a young and non-direct line descendant, it was better to go with his father, avoiding any subpar technique being handed to him by his third great-uncle, who did not favor their branch. Full of enthusiasm, Ken Long led his son quickly towards the family estate. His own cultivation path had reached its limit, so he placed all his hopes on his son, dreaming of him joining the sect and achieving greater heights. Kun City was small, with only tens of thousands of people and just a few miles in diameter. Father and son soon walked out of the city, heading toward the Ken family's residence 5 miles away. As one of the 3 families controlling Kun City's livelihood, though the Ken family's businesses were spread throughout the city, their residence situated on a spiritual vein outside the city. Even a small spiritual vein sufficed for a small family like the Ken clan. The Ken family had been established in Kun City for centuries. Over the years, their estate, covering dozens of acres, housed hundreds of direct and collateral descendants. Of course, the Ken descendants were more numerous. Most ordinary family members did not live in the ancestral house built on the spiritual vein but in Ken family town nearby. Greetings, 7th Master. The gate guards greeted Ken Long respectfully. Ken Long ranked 7th among his generation's cultivators. Though a collateral descendant, his high cultivation made him one of the family's top 3 cultivators, along with his position as an inspector. The guards dared not offend him. Ken Long responded indifferently, never stopping as he led Ken Feng directly to the family head's courtyard. Family head, Master Ken Long is here and requests an audience. A pretty maid, around 15 or 16, reported softly to an elder playing with a leopard. This elder was Ken Guanbao, the Ken family's family head. The family head, Ken Guanbao, was 167 years old, with a 6th-stage foundation establishment cultivation, making him one of the top foundation establishment cultivators in Kun City. Let him in. The old family head reclined in his chair, without intending to rise, his hand gently stroking the leopard's smooth fur, fully enjoying his time with the leopard. This was his life-bound spiritual beast, Shadow Leopard. It was also his greatest reliance in dominating the area within 100 miles of Kun City. Because the combat power of this Shadow Leopard was much stronger than his own. As a vassal family of the beast-taming sect, each generation of the family had members sent to the beast-taming sect for advanced training. Ken Guanbao was one such case back in the day. Otherwise, even as a vassal of the beast-taming sect, the Ken family could not dare to pass on the beast-taming sect's techniques to any clan member. However, he did not have the opportunity to enter the inner sect back then, so Ken Guanbao eventually chose to return to the family to branch out and extend the lineage. Well, in that respect, he did quite well. The saying goes that an old tree blooms, becoming increasingly vibrant with age. Ahem. In short, the old family master, Ken Guanbao, even now remained quite fond of certain technical activities, contributing great efforts to the proliferation of the family's bloodline. Nevertheless, despite his somewhat indulgent private life, he had not forsaken the skills learned at the beast-taming sect over the years, for they were the very foundation of a cultivator's livelihood. After many years of nurturing, the strength of his life-bound spiritual beast, the Shadow Leopard, had grown stronger and stronger. Yes, I will invite 7th Master in right away. The pretty maid responded, twisting her slender waist as she walked out. The old family master looked up and glanced at the maid's perky hips, couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling somewhat incapable of recent efforts. Perhaps he should consider getting some elixirs to replenish his essence and vitality. He was now less than 170 years old, with another 20 or 30 years to go before the life and death limit of the foundation establishment stage. Such a long time couldn't be wasted in idleness. Ken Guanbao felt he should find something more meaningful to do. He had heard that recently the Baiwa Pavilion in the commandery had bought a few women from the faraway western barbarians, their chests said to be as large as papayas. Whether it was true or not was unknown. To hear is to doubt, to see is to believe. Without seeing it with his own eyes, it wouldn't be wise to believe the rumor. Maybe it was just a gimmick released by Baiwa Pavilion to lure people in. Humphrey, the old man had traveled the world and seen much, how could he fall for their trick? But still, should he go and see it with his own eyes? The old family master hesitated. Recently, there didn't seem to be any excuse to go out. He was, after all, the family head, the highest cultivation presence in the family, who mostly had to stay in the family estate. Frequent outings were not a good thing. At this moment, footsteps sounded, awakening the old family master from his contemplation. Looking up, it was Ken Long bringing his son closer. Ninth uncle. Ken Long stopped a few steps away, respectfully saluting Ken Guanbao. Although Ken Guanbao was the family head, the Ken family was just a small clan in a remote area, without so many formalities. Usually, everyone addressed each other by seniority. And among his generation, Ken Guanbao was relatively young, ranked 9th, but because of his highest Dao cultivation and being a direct descendant, he naturally took over the position of family head after reaching foundation establishment. Greetings, 9th Grandpa. Ken Feng also obediently saluted. Since childhood, he was very well behaved, rarely causing trouble for adults, thus beloved by the elders of the family. However, ever since he learned about cultivation and the path to becoming an immortal, he devoted all his energy to cultivation, not fond of playing with other children of his age, making him seem quite solitary. Old 7, you're here, have a seat. Ken Guanbao's hand still rested on his beloved black leopard, he just pointed to the stone stool beside with his chin. Then he smiled and said, "What brings you here today, and you've brought your son with you too? What's the matter?" "Ninth uncle, it's like this." Ken Long had an uncontrollable smile on his face. "My son has opened his spiritual acupoints today and can start cultivating. So, I thought to come and ask you for some elixir pills to speed up Fenger's cultivation, so as not to delay the sex selection at the end of the year." "Oh?" Ken Guanbao was slightly taken aback, looking at Ken Feng, and soon nodded approvingly. "Not bad. This kid has indeed opened his spiritual acupoints. At the end of the year, 6 children in the family will be vying for 2 spots. It seems our Ken family will be lively this year." Haha. Ken Long chuckled softly, knowing the family master's implication. Initially, there were 5 suitable youths in the family at the Chi refinement realm, and now with his son, the total came to 6. But the family could only afford to send 2 people to the sect in each generation. One was because the sect had a quota restriction, and secondly, too many clan members sent would drain the family's resources. Although once entered into the outer sect of the beast-taming sect, all disciples were treated equally. It didn't mean that all outer sect disciples started at the same point. Larger families could provide more cultivation resources to help their children enter the inner sect, a privilege common disciples without backing couldn't compare to. However, the Ken family was just a small family. For the clan members to make a name in the outer sect of beast-taming sect, they couldn't rely on themselves alone, they needed family support. If some could luckily enter the inner sect, the family's future would become prosperous. Unfortunately, the beast-taming sect only admitted a limited number of disciples to the inner sect each year. With so many contenders, it was hard for a small family like the Ken family to have a chance. Even if unable to enter the inner sect, there were still chances to rise in the outer sect. Just like the old family master Qin Guanbao. In those days, he had succeeded in reaching the foundation establishment in the beast-taming sect's outer sect and even held the position of outer sect deacon for a time. But later, for the family's development, he had to return and take the position of clan leader. Since the spiritual field of the Ken family yielded limited resources, they couldn't support too many clan members in their sect cultivation, thus limiting the support to only 2 people per generation to join the beast-taming sect. Moreover, the family itself needed to develop. If all the clan members were sent to the sect, wouldn't that sever the family's lineage? Having Finger join the sect has been my long-cherished wish for years. Ken Long's tone was resolute. This time, I will not back down. Alas. The old family master sighed lightly. Very well, you've contributed much to the family over the years, I certainly won't hinder your aspiration. However, the other children in the family surely have similar desires. At that time, let them compete fairly. I understand. Ken Long said, I didn't come to the family master for backdoor favoritism. That's good. Hearing this, the old family master couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as long as there was no calling in a favor for an unfair advantage. Chapter 2 Eye-opening. Qin Guanbao also felt a bit helpless. He had been in charge of the family for nearly 100 years, and every time at this moment, some family members would come to him, trying to gain some support and guarantees, which greatly annoyed him. How could he give such guarantees? As the family head, even if he couldn't treat everyone exactly equally, he couldn't blatantly help a particular junior, or else he would lose his authority. Once the people's hearts were dispersed, it would be difficult to lead the team, which in the long run would not benefit the family's development. The Ken family sent their juniors to the beast-taming sect to use the sect's power to cultivate more outstanding disciples, rather than wasting resources. If a mediocre person was sent to the sect, not only would it waste a spot, but it would also consume a lot of the family's resources. A mediocre person could not bring much return to the family, so what was the point of sending them to the sect? If the juniors from each branch were indeed excellent, they could pass the assessment and stand out among many disciples without needing his help. Besides, when had it ever been someone else's turn to use his back door? And what were those people who wanted to use his back door offering? Just some ordinary spiritual wine and magic artifacts, or some ordinary spiritual materials containing spiritual energy. Did the family head of the Ken family lack such things? If they wanted to treat him to spiritual wine, they could go directly to the Beiwa Pavilion in the commandery. If it were at the Beiwa Pavilion, he might actually have agreed when he was in high spirits. But at home, such tricks were useless. Qin Guanbao looked at Qin Long, signaling for him to speak. After all, this guy had a stubborn personality, never visiting places of debauchery, let alone inviting such a senior to go along. I came to the family head to ask for some spirit pills to speed up my son's cultivation, hoping to advance further by the end of the year. Qin Long smiled. In this way, even if he joins the sect, he wouldn't be at the lowest level of cultivation, which would greatly benefit his future growth. Very well. The old family master smiled slightly. This was no big deal. He asked, what pills do you want? I remember there are a few bottles of chi gathering pills in the storeroom. Why not take them all? Maybe they will help your son break through to the second level of chi refining by the end of the year. That's not enough. Qin Long said, I also need 2 bottles of yellow bud pills, 1 breaking barrier pill, 1 essence yuan pill, 1 soul nourishing pill, marrow cleansing liquid, 1 bone strengthening pill, 1 enchanting fragrance, 1 middle grade sealing spirit talisman, 1 soul shaking talisman, and 1 spiritual beast bag. The old family master was stunned for a moment, then sat up straight, a bit surprised. Why do you need so many things at once? The chi gathering pills are fine, but the yellow bud pills are used only by those in the middle stage of chi refining. Your son doesn't need them yet. The breaking barrier pill is for the boy to advance to the middle stage of chi refining, which is understandable. But the essence yuan pill, soul nourishing pill, enchanting fragrance, sealing spirit talisman, you're thinking way ahead. He hasn't even been confirmed to enter the sect, And you're already considering helping him tame his life-bound beast. Those things are one thing, but the marrow-cleansing liquid and bone-strengthening pill are not cheap. Do you really want me to exchange them for you? He advised. It hasn't been easy for you to accumulate some merits over the years. Using so many at once, don't you want to heal your injuries? There's no way I can recover anyway. Qianlong smiled faintly. Rather than wasting it on me, it's better to pave the way for my son, so he can go further in the future, unlike me, who had to leave the sect in disgrace. The old family master sighed in his heart at these words but didn't persuade him further. Alright, in that case, I'll go to Teeling County for you later. Kun City was just a small, remote town. Besides the Ken family, there were only two other cultivator families, the Wang family in the west of the city and the Huang family in the north. In such a small town, there were just these three small families stationed, without many special products. Naturally, it was not worthy for cultivators to stop by, so if they wanted to buy things, they had to go to the cultivator market in the commandery. And for a family attached to the beast-taming sect like the Ken family, if they bought things from shops run by the beast-taming sect, they might not get much discount, but at least they wouldn't be scammed and could get a relatively fair price, which was already quite good. There were many cases of fake goods in the cultivation world. If they were deceived with fake items, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Qianlong nodded. Then I'll trouble you, ninth uncle. I'll go to the scripture pavilion to pick a spell for Feng first, and then I'll collect the pills from the storeroom. Go ahead. Qin Guanbao waved his hand, indicating the father and son to be at their own knees and then placed his palm on the Black Panther beside him. However, as soon as Qianlong and his son left, he felt a bit restless. He had been thinking about not finding an excuse to leave the family, and an opportunity had just presented itself. The pills and resources Qianlong requested were not all available in the family and had to be bought in the commandery. Sigh. The old family master let out a long sigh. It was fate. He had intended to stay quietly at home, but Qianlong had to come to him. Reaching down to touch the storage bag at his waist, it seemed that the spirit stones he had painstakingly saved up were going to leave him again. The Beiwa Pavilion, he hadn't been there for nearly a year. He wondered if Miss Fuxian still remembered him. Miss Fuxian, born from an alien race, had a natural fragrance that left a lasting impression. And there was Miss Xianglin, Miss Xiangjun, and Myra Oksu from the Plum Garden. As the saying went, a single red among the snowy plum blossoms. Her name matched her perfectly, a true beauty. He had missed them for quite some time. The family head couldn't sit still, got up, paced back and forth, and finally made up his mind to arrange the family's affairs in the next few days and then go to the commandery, taking the opportunity to visit his beloved ladies. He wondered how big the papayas from the western regions were. The old master had roamed widely throughout his life, seeing much of the world, but he had never been to the faraway western regions. This time, he planned to see it for himself, to broaden his horizons. The scripture pavilion was actually just a small attic for storing various books. The Ken family was just a small family, and the cultivation methods they collected were not particularly outstanding. So, although there were some prohibition techniques arranged on the second floor, the supervision was not strict. The first floor was visited daily by family members, coming and going, reading various books. However, since it was a place of family heritage, it was still guarded by an elder from the family, watching over the scripture pavilion's secret books. This elder was third uncle, as mentioned by Ken Feng, also a cultivator at the second level of Foundation establishment. But unlike family head Qin Guanbao, he didn't get the chance to go to the beast-taming sect back in the day, so he didn't cultivate the beast-taming sect's techniques and didn't have a spiritual beast accompanying him. His strength was far less than that of the family head, and even a bit inferior to Qianlong. This was the greatest regret of third uncle's life. Later, his son had not competed well against Qianlong and had to cultivate at home. Now, his grandson finally had a chance, but Qianlong's son had opened his spiritual acupoint too. By the end of the year, their families might have to compete once more. Third uncle's expression darkened. Although his grandson was a year older than Qin Feng, he had not opened his spiritual acupoint much earlier than Qin Feng, just a month ago. In such a short time, his grandson might not necessarily be able to surpass this youngster Qin Yang. However, since Qianlong had personally come, even if he felt a bit uncomfortable, he couldn't say anything. He directly opened the prohibition on the second floor, allowing the father and son to pick the cultivation methods. In fact, the family didn't hide anything about the junior's cultivation. They even hoped the junior's techniques were as strong as possible. It just depended on their choices. If they believed they had a chance to join the sect, they could choose an attribute-less technique to cultivate. After entering the beast-taming sect, switching to the sect's techniques would be more straightforward. If they didn't think they could compete with others, or didn't want to suffer as an outer disciple in the beast-taming sect and preferred to live a carefree life in the family, they could choose techniques that suited their desires. Among the family's collection, besides the 5 elements technique, there were a few other decent methods. Although not particularly rare in the cultivation world, they were much more powerful than attribute-less techniques. Qianlong took his son to the 2nd floor to pick a cultivation method, but third uncle didn't follow. They were family, and with Qianlong's status, he wouldn't secretly take a few methods. There was no need, as Qianlong practiced techniques taught to outer disciples by the beast-taming sect, which were far superior to those in the family's collection. On the 2nd floor, Qianfeng curiously looked around. It was his first time there. In fact, most family members never had the chance to visit because not everyone could open their spiritual acupoint. Those who did after adulthood were deemed of low talent, with limited future potential, even if they cultivated. Though the family didn't abandon such individuals and taught them cultivation techniques, they could only help manage the cultivation of various spiritual objects in the family's fields. Examining the 2nd floor carefully, Qianfeng was greatly disappointed. The place was almost empty, except for 2 bookshelves and a few chairs. Hey. Qianlong chuckled, our Qian family is weak, with few accumulated techniques over the years. We have a dozen or so, but they are quite ordinary, not precious. That's why I want to send you to the sect, so you don't waste your life here, managing a few fields like other family members. Qianfeng nodded. He understood his father's deep affection, so he had been diligent in cultivation and learning other knowledge over the years. Chapter 3 Evil Cultivator's Malice Scripture Pavilion. Qianfeng, under his father's explanation, quickly gained a general understanding of the family's collection of cultivation techniques. In the end, excluding those techniques that were incompatible with the beast-taming sex methods, there were 6 cultivation techniques laid out in front of him. They were respectively 5 Spirit Nourishing God Technique, Mirror Flower Water Moon Illusion Heart Technique, Mistaken Cloud Smoke, Jiqingfeng Minxin Spell, Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin Skill, and 9 Revolutions Mixed Element Technique. The 5 Spirit Nourishing God Technique nurtures the divine soul through the origin of the 5 internal organs. This is a cultivation technique for divine sense, which can extend your divine sense range to twice that of ordinary techniques. The divine sense has many uses and infinite benefits. The simplest advantage is that if your divine sense is strong, you can avoid many dangers in advance. However, this technique doesn't cultivate powerful true yuan, particularly since a large part of the practice is used to nurture the divine soul through the origin of the 5 internal organs, so its combat capabilities are weak. Qianlong elaborated, as for this Mirror Flower Water Moon Illusion Heart Technique, it is a technique for illusion training, focusing mainly on illusionary transformations. When spells are cast, they resemble flowers in a mirror or the moon in water, appearing real yet illusionary, and varied in form. The Mistaken Cloud Smoke cultivates true yuan that resembles cloud smoke, light and nimble, elusive, with spells that are flexible and versatile. The Jiqingfeng Minxin spell is the easiest technique to cultivate. By fully investing your spirit in the spell and reciting it once, it's equivalent to completing one circulation. This spell clears the mind, making it difficult for heart demons to form. If one is fearless, it can drive away all evil aura. The Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill involves visualizing dragons and tigers returning to their origin, allowing you to condense dragon and tiger illusions to protect against enemies. This spell is quite powerful, and its power can increase with your cultivation. Qianlong cheerfully indicated the last cultivation technique and said, the 9 Revolutions Mixed Element Technique was passed down from a great sect, the Primordial Chaos Sect, 10,000 years ago. It is well known among loose cultivators. However, this technique requires repeatedly refining the absorbed spiritual energy 9 times before finally condensing it into pure primordial chaos true chi. This foundation is the most solid. This cultivation technique is only suitable for those with a calm temperament and great perseverance. Ordinary people struggle to persist to the end and often give up halfway due to slow cultivation speed. Finally, Qianlong looked at his son and said, I have explained these techniques clearly for you. Which one you choose to cultivate is entirely up to you. Remember, these are only for laying your foundation. Once you join the beast-taming sect, the sect will naturally teach you more advanced techniques. Even if you don't manage to join the sect eventually, these techniques will have to be abandoned, except for the Mirror Flower Water Moon Illusion Heart Technique, as the rest do not have cultivation methods beyond the foundation establishment stage. Qianfeng nodded in understanding. He understood that although these techniques seemed quite good, it was clear his father didn't think much of them. It made sense, considering that the techniques collected by the Qian family wouldn't be all that profound. In the Qi refinement stage, the most powerful among them was probably the 9 Revolutions Mixed Element Technique, since it came from a great sect. He observed a few techniques carefully before finally choosing the Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate the 9 Revolutions Mixed Element technique. Although this technique could help him lay a firmer foundation, it consumed too much spiritual energy, and there were only a little more than 6 months left until the family's assessment at the end of the year. By then, he needed to compete with other family disciples for a spot in the sect. Cultivating the 9 Revolutions Mixed Element technique meant he might fall behind in cultivation and fail the selection. Good. Qinlong, seeing him choose the Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill, nodded in satisfaction. After all, his son knew how to make choices, which was commendable. If he had chosen the 9 Revolutions Mixed Element technique, it would have required a significantly higher consumption of spiritual energy. Although it would lay a thick foundation, gaining entrance into the sect was the priority now. After joining the sect, he would change techniques anyway, so there was no need to be overly concerned. Qinlong then went into detailed explanations of the Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill for Ken Feng. He would repeat the explanations if his son had any confusion to ensure there would be no difficulties in cultivation. Subsequently, Qinlong went to the ancestral hall to have the family elder record Ken Feng's name in the family registry. This registry was different from that of the ordinary family members, specifically used to record the Ken family's cultivators. In Ken Feng's generation, he was the 11th to open his spiritual acupoint and begin cultivation, thus ranking as the 11th. Of course, if there were elder peers who opened their acupoints later than him, he would still need to address them as older brothers. For the subsequent period, Ken Feng diligently cultivated at home. Though the Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill wasn't an exceptional technique, its most powerful aspect upon reaching great success was its ability to manifest dragon and tiger illusions. Compared to the cultivation methods Ken Feng practiced before opening his spiritual acupoint, it was far superior. Once the technique was in motion, he could feel strands of spiritual energy flowing into his body through the spiritual acupoint, circulating through his meridians, and transforming into his true yuan. Additionally, with the qi gathering pill his father obtained from the family's storeroom, his cultivation speed increased significantly. Despite the limited time each day for cultivation and the restriction on consuming too many pills, ingesting a qi gathering pill every 3 days sped up his cultivation pace compared to without the elixir pills by 3-fold, meaning his overall cultivation speed was more than doubled. Of course, this was mainly because he was in the early stage of cultivation, thus his progress was so noticeable. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, it would be hard to maintain this speed of cultivation. Under the guidance of his father, Ken Feng had also gained a preliminary understanding of the 2 basic spells of the Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill. He could barely condense a cloud of dragon-shaped qi and a wind of tiger-shaped qi to attack enemies, which had some power. This day, Ken Feng finished his cultivation and sat in his room, deep in thought. He was not thinking about cultivation, but rather he sensed that his father seemed to be in an unusual mood these days. Qinlong's face had been gloomy these days. Every day after returning home from the county office, though he forced a smile, he often stayed alone in his study, preoccupied with something unknown. Later, Ken Feng heard from several servants in the residence that there had been a few murder cases in Kun City recently. If it were just ordinary murder cases, Kun City, though not large, experienced a few cases every year, so it wouldn't be a big deal. The key was that these recent murder cases were too brutal and malicious, with the perpetrators specifically targeting pregnant women, gruesomely extracting the fetuses from their wombs. The scenes were frightening and blood-curdling, sparking fear and fury among the people. One case might be a vengeance from enemies of a particular family, but there were murders every day for several days in a row, with each case involving different families with no connections between them. This indicated that someone was practicing an evil cultivation technique, deliberately harming pregnant women to seize premature fetuses. For a time, rumors spread within and outside Kun City, enveloping the entire city in a layer of fear. Families with pregnant women were particularly panicked, dreading to fall victim to the evil cultivator. As the inspector of Kun City, Qinlong inevitably got dragged into this major case as the county officials were incapable of solving it. Qinlong was troubled these days because of this case. The evil cultivator hiding in the shadows was extremely malicious, targeting women for some unknown cultivation technique. Because the case made no progress for several days, the county magistrate could no longer bear the pressure and immediately reported to the commandery, requesting the commandery to dispatch experts for assistance. The government also offered a substantial reward of spirit stones, seeking help from various cultivators to solve the case and capture the cruel evil cultivator, lest the entire populace of Kun City should flee. The efficiency of the commandery was commendable, and they dispatched a high-level Foundation establishment cultivator to assist in the investigation that very day. With the arrival of the expert from the commandery, the entire Kun City seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, and there had been no incidents involving women for the past 2 or 3 days. Moreover, many loose cultivators and disciples of small families came to the city recently for training or to gain some experience, or for the reward of spirit stones. Thus, Kun City became busier than usual. Even the citizens of Kun City gradually became more active again. Although the evil cultivator hadn't been caught, many believed that the malicious person must be hiding away, afraid to show himself, or perhaps had fled far away. After all, Kun City now gathered so many cultivators that any reckless move by the juvenile warrior would likely provoke a collective attack. This matter didn't require Ken Feng's help, as he was just a youngster with shallow cultivation. Besides, there had been no more murders after 3 days, so Ken Long's mood also improved. If there were further instances of unborn fetuses being taken by a killer, it would bring him enormous pressure. This day, Ken Feng got up and walked out of the house. After staying home for cultivation for such a long time, he felt somewhat bored and decided to stroll around the city. Although the evil cultivator caused commotion in Kun City, he didn't target men, so Ken Feng shouldn't be in much danger. Recently, many cultivators had come to Kun City, and the 3 major local families took this opportunity to sell their own spiritual objects at several city shops to exchange goods with those external cultivators. Ken Feng intended to take a look and see what was special about these outside cultivators. After all, he didn't plan to cause trouble. The 3 families including the Ken family knew that their strength was not formidable, so they naturally wouldn't act arrogantly to avoid offending the visiting cultivators, causing an irreparable situation. If trouble ensued, the outsiders would leave without a care, but the 3 families still needed to live in Kun City. The city had regained its usual bustling atmosphere, and with a few exceptions of occasional Suona sounds, it seemed little different from the past. However, one could often see groups of cultivators walking through the streets, some searching for the evil cultivator's traces, others wandering through the mountains and forests outside Kun City looking for signs of the evil cultivator. While these out-of-town cultivators searched for the evil cultivator, Ken Feng couldn't stop staring at them. The cultivators varied in appearance, cultivation techniques, and attire, with some wearing bizarre clothes, making him feel curious. At this moment, a commotion erupted ahead. Ken Feng looked up and saw a crowd gathered in front of a shop, engaged in some activity. He walked over, squeezed into the crowd, glanced inside, and was stunned. Chapter 4 Sloppy Taoist. At the entrance of the crowd-gathering store stood a sloppy Taoist in a black robe, being held back by the shopkeeper. This shop is a small business, no credit is extended. Taoist, please pay before you leave. The Taoist, with his grizzled hair and face full of wrinkles, looked at the shopkeeper and laughed. Why be so stingy, benefactor? It's just one meal. There's no need to be so petty. I didn't bring any money, why don't I give you this spirit talisman in exchange for the meal? As he spoke, the old Taoist took out a crumpled piece of talisman paper from his waist with his chicken claw-like hand. The paper was full of incomprehensible markings, resembling ghost scribbles. That won't do. The shopkeeper, upon hearing the Taoist's words and looking at the crumpled yellow talisman paper, shook his head immediately. Taoist, please keep that talisman for yourself. Our shop can't afford to offer such things as offerings. It's not that I am being petty. If you had eaten just some vegetarian dishes and noodles, I wouldn't have quibbled with you. But you ate several large fish and drank 2 jars of old wine. If every customer were like you, I couldn't keep the shop open. Forget it, forget it. The old Taoist glanced at the crowd, noticing that several young cultivators, who seemed curious and inexperienced, were also watching with interest. He sighed and said, I really don't have any silver taels on me. How about this, bring me a basin of water, and I will transform the fish I ate back for you. Nonsense, the fish is already eaten, how can you transform them back? The shopkeeper was incredulous. Let me tell you, we have cultivators in Kun City too. We have seen spells before. Don't try to fool me with an eye-blocking technique, or I will report to the authorities and have them break your evil technique. Hee, ignorant man, how can you understand the wonders of my spells? The old Taoist lightly laughed, not bothering to argue with the shopkeeper, but urged him to bring a basin of water. The shopkeeper, doubtful, signaled to the shop assistant. Soon, the assistant brought out a large wooden basin, filled more than halfway with clear water. The Taoist freed himself from the shopkeeper's grip, and with a swift motion drew out a treasured sword from his waist, startling both the shopkeeper and the assistant. You. What do you intend to do? The plump shopkeeper trembled, thinking that the Taoist might be intending to commit violence. He looked at the sword in the Taoist's hand, about 2 feet long, its azure blade like an autumn pond, radiating a chill that made the surrounding air drop several degrees, as if it were the depths of winter. Don't be afraid, watch me perform my spell. As the Taoist spoke, he waved his sword, and the fish bones and spines from a nearby table, clean to the bone, flew into the basin of water. Then he dipped the barely glowing green sword into the water and started stirring it in one direction. While the onlookers watched in puzzlement, a splash was heard, and water splashed from the basin. The crowd craned their necks to see that the bones, which were merely fish spines in the basin, had turned into live fish, each one lively and jumping. This. The shopkeeper wiped the water splashes from his face with his sleeve, and then cautiously poked at the fish in the basin. They felt real, indeed large grass carps, not an illusion by the Taoist. In the crowd, Ken Feng smiled faintly. Clearly, the old Taoist had used some transportation method to move the fish from another place. As for reviving cooked fish down to the bones, even if such a method existed, it wouldn't appear in a small place like Kun City. Even the method of reviving the dead requires some life in the bones. Fish bones that had been stewed soft and aromatic wouldn't possibly regrow flesh. Taoist, your spell is marvelous, I am impressed. Another group of young men came forward, bowing to the Taoist. Hee hee. The black-robed Taoist lightly smiled, sheathing his sword, and returned a salute. Pardon my display, I am indeed penniless and had to show off a bit. I am Sage Ling Yun, may I ask your names? We are from the Zhao family of Tiling County. I am Zhao Jinglai, and these are my clan brothers. As the leading youth introduced them, Ken Feng's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, this youth was from the Zhao family of Tiling County. The Zhao family was the foremost family in Tiling County, with immense power, and reputedly had an old clan leader at the Golden Core Peak. They weren't comparable to a small family like the Ken family of Kun City. These youths, bored in the county, wanted to venture out and heard of the case in Kun City. Numerous cultivators had came to investigate. New to the world and possessing some skills, they decided to visit Kun City to solve the case, hoping to prove to their elders that they weren't all playful heirs but had some ability. Ah, young Master Zhao. No wonder your group has an extraordinary aura, truly from a great family. Sage Ling Yun's flattering words made the inexperienced young men beam with pride. I've long heard of the Zhao family's old clan leader's profound cultivation. It is said he is nearing a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm, which is truly enviable. Ling Yun, your news is outdated. Zhao Jinglai, with a feigned modest expression, said, my ancestor started his seclusion months ago. Unless something unexpected happens, when he emerges in a few years, our family will have a Purple Mansion cultivator. Humphrey, then I'd like to see how that Fan family brat dares to compete with me. Ah. The old clan leader of the Zhao family has already started his retreat? Sage Ling Yun quickly bowed. It seems congratulations are in order for young Master Zhao. From now on, Tiling County's great families will undoubtedly be led by the Zhao family. I shall count on young Master Zhao when visiting Tiling County in the future. No problem, no problem. Zhao Jinglai said with satisfaction. Ling Yun, you must be here in Kun City to investigate the case too. Have you found any clues? We've been here for 2 days and haven't found anything. If we just go back like this, it would really be unsatisfying. Is that so? Sage Ling Yun looked around. Ken Feng saw his sneaky demeanor and quickly hid behind one of the men before he could be seen. Being young and not fully grown, he easily blended behind the man without leaving a trace. The old Taoist saw that besides these few young nobles, there were no other cultivators in the crowd and finally felt relieved. He then mysteriously approached the young men, lowered his voice, and said, speaking of clues, I do have one. Oh? The young men were overjoyed. Taoist, quickly tell us. If we do catch that evil cultivator, we won't be greedy for the reward. All the bounty will be yours, just let us take the credit for capturing him. In that case, I thank you. Sage Ling Yun smiled even wider. When I first arrived, I noticed something unusual 10 miles west of the city. However, I was worried about my own strength. What if that evil cultivator killed me? That would be terrible. So, I didn't act alone and wanted to find some like-minded Taoist fellows to help. Young Master Zhao, if you are willing to assist, catching that evil cultivator would be a piece of cake. Once you capture him, your name will surely be known throughout Commandery. Hearing this, young Master Zhao beamed with joy. No problem, no problem. Zhao Jinglai smiled as if he had already captured the evil cultivator. He was already planning how to boast about his skills to the girls at Beiwa Pavilion once he returned to the Commandery. As long as we catch that evil cultivator, I'll take Sage Ling Yun to tour the Commandery at my expense. Wow, young Master Zhao, how generous. Sage Ling Yun smiled flatteringly, gesturing for young Master Zhao and his companions to follow him. Ken Feng watched their backs, deep in thought. He felt that this old Taoist named Ling Yun was likely a swindler, trying to deceive these young nobles. Only these inexperienced young nobles could fall for such a trick. Although Ken Feng had little experience in the cultivation world, he had memories from a past life, making it unwise to treat him as an ordinary young man. He hadn't experienced contracts firsthand but had seen some clever schemes. There was no such thing as a free lunch. If something seemingly too good to be true appeared, it was likely a trap. Falling into such a trap could result in significant loss. But Sage Ling Yun was quite daring to scam the Zhao family youths from Teeling. Was he not afraid of Zhao family's retribution afterward? Or maybe he was a wanderer who, after tricking Zhao Jinglai and his party, would simply vanish. If that were the case, the Zhao family might not be able to catch him. Though powerful, the Zhao family's influence was mainly within Teeling County. Outside Teeling, they weren't considered a great force. Ken Feng let the matter go. Whether it was Sage Ling Yun or those young Zhao family members, their cultivation was above his. These matters were beyond what a beginner like him could handle. If he messed up Sage Ling Yun's plans, the old Taoist might retaliate. His small physique couldn't endure an attack from that sharp sword. Ken Feng mingled with the dispersing crowd, wandering around the city for half a day, encountering many cultivators but witnessing nothing remarkable. After all, most cultivators valued their status and didn't want to be laughed at by ordinary people. In the evening, Ken Long returned home with a stern face, which startled Ken Feng. There had been no new incidents, so Ken Long had resumed his normal demeanor. Why was he so grim today? Dad, didn't they say that evil cultivator was no longer daring to commit crimes? Besides, with a senior sent from the commandery aiding us, even if the evil cultivator escapes, it wouldn't be your responsibility. What are you worried about? You don't understand. Ken Long frowned. Though no more pregnant women were harmed these past days, some cultivators were killed. Cultivators? Indeed. Ken Long said solemnly, actually, since 2 days ago, cultivators started getting killed. But because the places were hidden and the bodies buried, we only discovered this due to the many roaming cultivators in Kun City. If these deaths were not noticed by these wandering cultivators, we wouldn't have known about this. This matter is spreading among a few cultivators and has not reached the common people yet, avoiding public unrest. At this point, Ken Long looked at his son and continued, until the evil cultivator is captured, you should not go out. Although you have no valuable magic artifacts or spirit stones, the evil cultivator might just want to kill for their sinister cultivation. Is it that serious? Ken Feng was shocked. It seemed staying home would indeed be safest. Humphrey. Ken Long's anger was evident. That evil cultivator hides among the recently arrived cultivators in Kun City. He's adept at disguise, changing his appearance and eluding us. Before those killed cultivators met their fate, they were deceived into going somewhere by sweet words. That's likely why they lost their lives. It's greedy and foolish. For the government bounty, they believed lies too easily. Hearing this, Ken Feng thought back to what he saw in the city earlier that day. Dad. He swallowed nervously. I might have found that evil cultivator. Chapter 5 Green-Eyed Spirit Snake. What did you say? Ken Long was startled. You discovered the whereabouts of that evil cultivator? His robust face showed a few traces of bewilderment. So many cultivators had searched Kun City inside and out without finding anything unusual, but his own son claimed to have discovered that evil cultivator. Yes, father. Ken Feng hurriedly recounted the scene he saw during the day in front of a shop. Ken Long's expression changed drastically. A Zhao family disciple? That evil cultivator is so bold, daring to target even the Zhao family? I've heard of Zhao Jinglai. He is a genius from the direct lineage of the Zhao family with exceptional talent. Despite his young age, he already possessed late-stage qi cultivation, highly regarded by the Zhao family, who intended to cultivate him diligently so he could enter the inner sect of the beast-taming sect. Why would he come to Kun City instead of focusing on cultivation within his clan? The Zhao family was also one of the affiliated families of the beast-taming sect, but they were hundreds of times more powerful than the Ken family. If Zhao Jinglai got into trouble in Kun City, even if it had nothing to do with their Ken family, it might still be used as a pretext to make things difficult for them in the future. Especially since his own son was to join the outer sect of the beast-taming sect this year. If he were intentionally targeted by the Zhao family, it would significantly impact his future within the sect. Ken Long cursed silently and pulled Ken Feng along as he walked out. Exiting the room, Ken Long wasted no time. He tapped his waist, summoning a green-eyed spirit snake several feet long. The snake was enormous, its coiled body larger than the rockery in the yard, its head raised above the roof, and its tongue flicked out several feet away. Its green, vertical pupils emitted a chilling, cold light, sending shivers down one's spine. This was Ken Long's spiritual beast, the green-eyed spirit snake. The snake was born with extraordinary vision, able to see through illusions and peer into the netherworld. Besides that, the green-eyed spirit snake itself was not weak, and its venom was equally potent. Ken Long had also joined the outer sect of the beast-taming sect in his early years, where he learned the beast-taming technique. The giant snake was one of the spiritual beasts he had meticulously cultivated, possessing early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Let's go. Long pulled his son, and the two stood on the back of the green-eyed spirit snake. At his command, a demonic wind rose around the snake, propelling it into the air, flying towards Kun City. I hope that Zhao family disciple is still alive, or we will be in big trouble. In midair, Long muttered to himself. Even if something happened, it has nothing to do with us, right? We weren't the ones who did it? Feng asked, puzzled. You don't understand. Long glanced back at his son. Some people won't reason with you. They only believe in strength. When they become powerful, they can do as they please. If Zhao Jinglai were to die in Kun City, even if the Zhao family disciples didn't specifically target you, their followers might misinterpret their intentions and oppress you to please them. Although our Qin family is not an affiliate of the Zhao family, Kun City is under the jurisdiction of Tiling County, so it's inevitable we'll have to deal with them. If you encounter Zhao family disciples in the sect in the future, remember never to provoke them lightly. I understand, father. Feng agreed verbally but frowned inwardly, surprising him that such phenomena existed in the cultivation world. But upon reflection, it made sense. Everyone has their own desires. Entering the cultivation path doesn't make one a saint devoid of self-interest. Conflicts are inevitable. Thinking of this, he silently prayed that Zhao Jinglai would be safe and sound. Unfortunately, he knew the chances were slim. After all, half a day had already passed. If that black-robed Taoist were indeed the hidden evil cultivator, Zhao Jinglai would likely have already met his end. The green-eyed spirit snake's speed was exceptionally fast, flying into Kun City in no time. Generally, cultivators were not allowed to fly within the city, but Long was an exception. With his status as the city inspector of Kun City, the gate guards recognized him and did not obstruct him, allowing him to head straight for the county government. Arriving outside the county government, Long dismounted from the green-eyed spirit snake, waved to retract it, and commanded, "Someone, gather all personnel from the inspection department immediately and follow me to capture the target. Also, go to the courier station and invite Lord Li from the commandery. Tell him I've discovered the whereabouts of the evil cultivator. Please come over to help catch him." Upon hearing Long's orders, the government officials on duty at the office did not dare delay. They promptly stood up and went off to deliver his message. These officials were not ordinary people but individuals who had diligently practiced martial arts and achieved some success, so their speed was not slow. The inspection department was close to the county government, so it didn't take long for hundreds of inspectors, armed with swords, spears, bows, and crossbows, to report to the county government. Although these men were not exceptionally strong, their numbers were significant. Using them to search certain areas was still feasible. Long did not set off immediately but waited for Lord Li, who was staying at the courier station, to join him. Lord Li was an accomplished sword cultivator sent by the government of Tiling County, possessing 9th-tier foundation establishment cultivation. He was not far from the Golden Core realm, making him invincible in a small place like Kun City. No one knew the evil cultivator's level of cultivation, so to be safe, it was better to wait for Lord Li to act together. While Long waited anxiously, a servant ran out from the office, approaching Long, saying the county magistrate requested his presence. Long frowned but could not refuse. Though he was a local powerhouse as the city inspector, the county magistrate was an appointed official of the court, a learned scholar who had cultivated vast energy. The magistrate was not only extraordinarily powerful but also had powerful officials backing him. Long did not dare to offend him lightly. Besides, the county magistrate had maintained good relations with the three families in Kun City over the years, so there was no need to offend him over a minor issue. The magistrate likely wanted to inquire into the matter, given the commotion Long had caused late at night. Thus, Long followed the servant into the office, planning to briefly explain and return promptly. As Long entered, a beam of sword light suddenly flew from the opposite street, swiftly approaching, circling in the air before landing to reveal a thin, stern-faced middle-aged man. This man was the sword cultivator Li Tanque from the commandery, a formidable 9th-tier foundation establishment expert. "Greetings, Lord Li." The officials and inspectors did not dare to slight him, hastily bowing in respect. Chapter 6 Cold Ice Talisman. Li Tanque's face was as cold as ice, his figure as sharp as a sword. His actions were swift and fierce. Upon landing, his gaze swept over, and not seeing Long's figure, he immediately frowned and asked, "Where is Lord Qin?" His voice was cold, like a chilling sword chi, making those who heard it tremble inwardly. A young man in his 20s stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, reporting to Lord Li, "My lord was just summoned to the government office by the county magistrate for questioning." This young man was also surnamed Qin, named Qin Yang, who was Long's deputy and a cultivator of the Qin family. Speaking of which, Qin Yang was of the same generation as Feng, and his cultivation talent was quite good. Although he was from a collateral branch, He was also considered one of the outstanding ones among Qin Feng's generation. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. As he grew older, he missed the opportunity to be selected by the family to be sent to a sect. The Qin family selected 2 disciples with outstanding aptitude to join the beast-taming sect every 20 years. Sending more than that would not only be detrimental to the family's development but also cause a great burden. So, despite Qin Ying's reputable cultivation talent, he could only cultivate within the family and serve it. Upon hearing Qin Ying's words, Li Tanqu's face darkened. He wasn't blaming Qin Long but felt that the county magistrate was somewhat meddlesome, wasting his time. However, he didn't vent his anger but asked in a deep voice, "What's the situation? Who discovered the tracks of that evil cultivator?" "Reporting to my lord, it was my cousin." As Qin Ying spoke, he pulled Qin Feng forward and said, "This is my cousin, Qin Feng, also my lord's son." He deliberately emphasized Qin Feng's identity to avoid trouble. Li Tanqu nodded slightly, looked at Qin Feng, and asked, "How did you discover that evil cultivator? Explain in detail." Qin Feng felt a chill rise in his heart from his glance. This man's gaze was like a sword, causing a slight stinging sensation on the exposed skin, which startled him greatly. He hadn't expected this sword cultivator from the commandery to be so formidable. Immediately, he dared not delay and recounted everything he saw during the day. After listening, Li Tanqu frowned deeply. "Zhao Jinglai, what is he doing here?" Although his face remained as cold as ever, he cursed inwardly. That dandy from the Zhao family wanted to court death elsewhere, but he had to come to Kun City right when he was here on a case. Couldn't it be that the girls of Beiwa Pavilion in the commandery no longer attracted young Master Zhao? It shouldn't be. He had heard that when the batch of girls from the western regions had just arrived at Beiwa Pavilion, young Master Zhao spent lavishly, generously claiming he wanted to bed all the alien races. How could he already be exhausted? He recalled some rumors about these dandies in the market, saying that a few young masters needed frequent nourishing elixirs at a tender age. Moreover, some even secretly sent people to purchase certain potent aphrodisiacs from the 100 Herbs Pavilion to prove their vigor, not knowing that the news of their impotence came from the girls in the brothel. He wondered if the elders of those families knew their descendants were already physically exhausted at such a young age. Would they be furious to death? Li Tanqu withdrew his thoughts, remembering Zhao Jinglai made him deeply frustrated. It wouldn't matter much if a few collateral members from the Zhao family had died, as they were just a few ordinary clan members with little potential. However, Zhao Jinglai was a direct lineage of the ancestor of the Zhao family, and if he died here, it would be troublesome for him too. It was easier with the Qin family, as they were in Kun City and didn't have much contact with the Zhao family. But it was different for Li Tanqu, who needed to make a living in the commandery, wanting to gain more cultivation resources and prepare for forming a golden core. If the Zhao family gave him a hard time because of Zhao Jinglai's death, he would be in trouble. As a loose cultivator from Tiling County, it wasn't easy to find a decent job that continuously provided cultivation resources. If the Zhao family suppressed him, he could lose his commandery job and become a truly wandering loose cultivator. However, Li Tanqu was also somewhat puzzled. Even though that evil cultivator is vicious, knowing Zhao Jinglai is from the Zhao family of Tiling, how dare he act against him? Did he lose his mind? Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, perhaps it's because he heard young Master Zhao say his family ancestor has gone into closed cultivation, so he decided to act. As soon as he said this, Li Tanqu's face couldn't hold back any longer, muttering a low curse. That idiot, even spreading the news of his family ancestors' closed cultivation and advancement. Isn't he seeking death? Wasn't he afraid that evil cultivator would find stronger demon path cultivators to ambush his family ancestor during the critical moment of advancement, completely dooming the Zhao family? Who knows when Lord Ken will be out? Leave someone to wait, the rest follow me. Anxious, Li Tanqu couldn't wait any longer, pointed to Qin Feng, and said, you lead the way. Me? Qin Feng was stunned, not expecting Li Tanqu to have him lead the way. What? You unwilling? Seeing him stunned and unmoving, Li Tanqu's eyebrows raised, showing a trace of sternness in his eyes. Yet, remembering that this was Ken Long's son and not a subordinate of the government office, he softened his tone a bit. Among everyone, only you have seen that evil cultivator, so you must come along. Otherwise, we might be deceived by the enemy. Indeed, he had this concern, as now many cultivators had come inside and outside Kun City. Even at night, some roamed around, searching for the evil cultivator. If the evil cultivator mingled among the loose cultivators, he could easily deceive them with a few words. Qin Feng cupped his hands, reporting to my lord, I am just a junior who has recently opened my spiritual acupoint, lacking the power to participate in such matters. It would be better to wait for my father to join you upon his return. Although he was somewhat intimidated by Li Tanqu's gaze, he didn't immediately agree. As he said, being just at the beginning of cultivation, he lacked any means of self-defense. If he got caught in the crossfire, he would be unfortunate. Li Tanku nodded slightly. You are cautious, but no need to worry. Since I let you follow, I can protect you completely. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, sending 2 streaks of light flying out, landing before Ken Feng. Ken Feng extended his hand, catching the streaks of light, finding it to be 2 spirit talismans. Unlike the spirit talismans seen earlier from the black-robed Taoist, the ones Li Tanku gave weren't drawn on yellow talisman paper but were made from an unknown beast skin, providing a solid feel, much more assuring than the flimsy yellow talisman paper. He examined them, noticing one spirit talisman had a heavy aura, while the other exuded a sharp, chilling aura. As his finger traced the runes on the spirit talisman, it felt like being pricked by needles, startling him enough to immediately withdraw his hand. These 2 spirit talismans, one is my personally crafted cold ice sword talisman. Once activated, it can unleash hundreds of cold ice sword chi, enough to overwhelm an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. The other talisman, exchanged from a master of talisman making in the commandery, is a Vajra talisman, sufficient to safeguard your life. Li Tanku snorted, consider yourself lucky. If it weren't for my urgency in rescuing young Master Zhao, I wouldn't give you these spirit talismans. Lord Li had his calculations too. If he managed to save Zhao Jinglai, the Zhao family would surely reward him tenfold. 2 mere spirit talismans were nothing significant. Ken Feng swallowed hard, suppressing the delighted expression. It wasn't surprising he was so shallow, as he was merely from a small rural family. Even the clan leader might not possess several foundation establishment stage spirit talismans. Suddenly gaining something precious was naturally exhilarating. Ken Feng promptly placed the 2 spirit talismans in his bosom and said, "Thank you, my lord, for the talismans. Since you guarantee my safety, I gratefully accept." Saying this, he also bowed respectfully. Li Tanku, being experienced, easily discerned the implications in his words. This kid was indeed quite timid. Despite receiving the 2 spirit talismans, he was still so afraid, implying that he fully depended on him for safety. But at this moment, he couldn't be bothered with the kid's concerns. Finding Zhao Jinglai quickly was more important. Enough talk, let's go. If something happens, I will naturally act. Li Tanku waved his hand, leading the inspection department personnel ahead, instructing the government officials to inform Qianlong upon his release. With Qianlong's cultivation, he would soon catch up with their group. Chapter 7 Cross Slope Head. Under the lead of Li Tanku, the group exited the West City Gate at an extremely fast pace and hurried forward. All the soldiers from the inspection department had trained in martial skills. Though they were not considered experts, if they ran with all their might, they were as fast as galloping horses. Martial arts cultivation, though not as diverse as immortal law, was the most widespread form of cultivation. In all the kingdoms and empires, all soldiers trained primarily in martial arts. Although few achieved significant accomplishments, countless ordinary humans benefited from it. After all, immortal Tao required root-bone destiny, Confucianism necessitated temperament, and Buddhist Tao demanded understanding. Only martial arts promised certain achievements through hard work. Unfortunately, many times, the simplest things were also the hardest. Despite martial arts cultivation having low thresholds and no requirements for aptitude, where even individuals with disabilities could train in certain specialized martial arts skills, advancing to higher martial arts realms became increasingly challenging. To reach a profound realm or even become immortal through martial arts was harder than ascending to the heavens. And without becoming an immortal, lifespan was limited, leaving little time to slowly polish martial arts cultivation. Therefore, the number of those who proved the Tao through martial arts in the cultivation world was the fewest. However, once they proved the Tao and achieved the realm of human immortal, their attack power was so formidable that it terrified their opponents. The group brandished guns and arrows, leaping as if flying. In just a moment, they had traveled several miles and gradually approached a hillock. Although Ken Feng hadn't delved much into martial arts, he had opened his spiritual acupoints, starting higher than ordinary martial artists, equivalent to an innate martial artist. This was because mundane martial artists could only sense and draw external spiritual energy to refine their bodies and cultivate innate Gangqi after reaching the innate level. Only martial artists possessing innate Gangqi could match cultivators in the Qi refinement realm. Without the ability to release Gangqi for protection and offense, cultivators could use spells from afar to wear down any martial artist. In terms of war power, Ken Feng certainly couldn't outmatch any innate martial artist now. Still, his recent cultivation wasn't in vain, as he had also learned a few common spells. At home, besides his father, Qianlong, teaching him cultivation knowledge, the family also arranged specialized elders to instruct relatives who had opened their spiritual acupoints. However, those ordinary relatives with low potential mostly learned spells like cloud summoning, rain making, and plant life vitalization, as they needed to help cultivate the family's 300 acres of spiritual field. Disciples like Ken Feng, who were likely to enter sects, learned a much broader range of spells. Though he still hadn't shaken off the novice label, he could indeed perform small spells like the light body skill, wind control skill, and divine movement technique. So, along the way, his speed was not slow at all. In fact, it was even faster than many soldiers, and unlike ordinary soldiers, he didn't experience blood surges or uneven breathing from running too fast. This was the advantage of cultivators. They started much stronger than ordinary martial artists. When they reached the hillock, Li Tanku suddenly frowned and signaled everyone to stop. He glanced around with a cold gaze. The hillock was permeated with yin qi, ghost energy was chilling, and a yin wind blew past, carrying a faint fishy stench to the nostrils. By the roadside ahead stood a hollow old locust tree, its trunk so thick that it would take 4 or 5 people to encircle it. Sparse branches bore sharp spikes 1 or 2 inches long, and the trunk was entwined with vine as thick as an arm, like pythons or snakes, twisted and sinister. Anyone timid who saw this in the dead of night would be frightened. A trace of unease crept into Li Tanku's heart, and he asked, "What place is this? Why is the yin qi so heavy?" Ken Yang took a step forward, clasped his hands, and said, "Lord Li, this is the chaotic burial mound outside the West City Gate. Because it is formed by the intersection of 2 small hills, it is also called Cross Slope." Chaotic burial mound? No wonder. Li Tanku felt relieved. As long as he knew the source of the surrounding yin qi, he could be mentally prepared. Although the chaotic burial mound was filled with yin qi, Kun City was just a small town and rarely experienced significant chaos. Unlike some frontier major cities with countless deaths, where the chaotic burial mound was more likely to breed powerful ghost items, this chaotic burial mound was not very large. Even if some wandering souls lingered here, it wasn't a major threat. Otherwise, the few cultivators in Kun City would have long joined forces to exterminate the ghosts here. He turned to Ken Feng and asked, "The place that Taoist mentioned 10 miles west of the city, should be here, right?" "Correct." Ken Feng nodded. "If they had indeed been here, we should still be able to find some traces." Li Tanku swept his divine sense around but unfortunately found no signs of fighting. However, he didn't get discouraged, as he was only a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, and his divine sense's reach was no more than 1,000 feet. Meanwhile, the chaotic burial mound and the nearby forest covered several tens of miles, densely vegetated and quite hidden. He had to rely on the inspection department soldiers to search everywhere. Otherwise, alone, if he tried to search all areas, it would consume most of his divine sense power, putting him at a disadvantage in the later fight with the evil cultivator. Li Tanku took out over 20 talisman papers and handed them to Ken Yang, instructing, "Distribute these talisman papers to your subordinates and have them spread out to search. Once any situation arises, activate the talismans immediately, and I'll come at once." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Be sure to find Zhao Jinglai and the others as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if the Zhao family from the commandery city holds you accountable, your Ken family will also suffer the consequences." Ken Yang nodded. Even though he knew that the evil cultivator would surely be difficult to deal with, and he felt somewhat reluctant in his heart, his subordinates might encounter dangers, this was the duty of the inspection department. They couldn't retreat when things arose but must move forward. Ken Yang immediately distributed the talisman papers given by Li Tanku to each squad of soldiers. These were merely simple warning talismans, not expensive but quite practical. Once triggered, they would cause a significant commotion. Li Tanku watched the soldiers, under Ken Yang's direction, disperse into the forest. Then, he stepped on his sword light and flew toward the chaotic burial mound. He needed to scout the area first and see if he could find any clues. Ken Yang glanced at Ken Feng and felt uneasy about leaving his cousin here alone. If anything happened, he wouldn't be able to face Ken long. "You come with me." Ken Yang pulled Ken Feng along. They led a squad of soldiers towards the opposite direction of the chaotic burial mound. He had some wit. The evil cultivator likely had taken Zhao Jinglai and the others into the chaotic burial mound. If an ambush awaited, it would be there. Going in the opposite direction was probably safer, right? Chapter 8 Eerie Laughter Caw. Caw. Deep in the mountains and forests, the hoarse, piercing cries of old crows echoed, seeming to mourn the souls of those nearing death. In the distance, faint sounds of night owls laughing strangely could be heard, like the wails of ghosts and wolves, terrifying and inexplicable. It made the few people walking through the forest shiver with fear. If it weren't for the fact that they were together to boost their courage, no one would dare to come to this place in the dead of night. This chaotic burial mound not only had heavy yin qi and ghostly presences but also occasionally had demon beasts emerging from the mountains. Because if you went further west past the chaotic burial mound, you would enter the outer regions of Kaifeng Mountain. Deep within Kaifeng Mountain, there were many demon beasts. Those that lost their turf wars and were driven from the mountains had no choice but to live on the outskirts. Every year, the three families of Kun City organized several hunting parties to kill demon beasts in the mountains, to prevent them from harming Kun City's residents. After all, their businesses made up most of the livelihoods in Kun City. If the residents suffered, their businesses would be affected. Besides them, only a few desperate individuals dared to brave the mountains to collect precious timber and minerals. If they could make it out alive, their gains were usually enough to buy a few acres of land, build 3 large tiled houses, and marry a beautiful girl. Unfortunately, the mortality rate for ordinary people entering the mountains was too high, deterring most. At other times, nobody would pass through here, fearing they might be snatched up by a demon beast. Ken Feng followed closely behind Qin Yang, walking carefully under the moonlight, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, cautious and vigilant. He tightly gripped the Vajra talisman given to him by Li Tanku. If he detected any danger, he would activate it immediately. Even though this talisman was very valuable, worth at least several dozen spirit stones, he would use it without hesitation if his life were in danger. After all, his life was worth infinitely more than the talisman. He could always find a way to get another talisman, but once his life was gone, everything would be truly lost. He didn't believe he could live a second life, nor did he dare to gamble on it. Only those who had truly faced death knew how deeply attached they were to life, willing to grasp any chance to survive at all costs. Cold Yin wind blew, making the already summer night feel chilled, sending shivers down their spines. The soldiers followed with trembling bodies. Damn this weather. A soldier from the inspection department named Chen who couldn't help but curse under his breath. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he stumbled over something, falling to the ground. His head hit the protruding tree root, stars dancing before his eyes as he nearly blacked out. Watch out. You okay, Hu? Several companions immediately inquired, carefully avoiding the spot where Chen Hu had tripped, wary of repeating his mishap. Damn it. Chen Hu cursed, gingerly touching the bump on his forehead, replying, I'm fine, just got a bump on my head. Saying this, he didn't rush to get up but instead groped for the fallen crossbow. Unexpectedly, he found something completely unforeseen. Smooth and round, somewhat slippery to the touch. Curious, Chen Hu picked it up and nearly had his soul scared out of him, shaking and almost collapsing on the ground. It turned out that what he grabbed was a pale, eerie skull. The skull's hollow eye sockets seemed like bottomless abysses, staring straight at him, with jagged teeth adding to its creepiness. Chen Hu, being a soldier from the inspection department, wasn't normally a coward. If he were, he wouldn't have made it through the gates of the inspection department. But coming to the chaotic burial mound at night to find an evil cultivator already had fear gnawing at them, worried they might lose their lives. Now, suddenly seeing himself holding a ghastly skull, being startled was only natural. Fortunately, he had some self-control and managed to suppress the urge to urinate, avoiding wetting his pants and becoming the butt of jokes among his peers. Otherwise, the incident would quickly spread throughout the inspection department. Qin Yang, helpless, barked, "What's so fascinating about a skull? There aren't as many bones here as across the way. If you like them, go and find more from the other side of the chaotic burial mound and take them home for a look. Hurry up, if we delay the task, watch out for Lord Li's temper. You can't take a hit from his flying sword." Yes, Chief Qin, don't be mad. I'm coming right now." Recovering, Chen Hu tossed the skull aside, quickly found his crossbow, and rejoined the group. However, with a large bump on his head, the pain was intense, so they no longer had him leading the way, leaving him at the back to watch their rear. The area around the chaotic burial mound was quite large. If they walked further, they could even venture deep into the mountains. The group circled the area within a few miles without any notable findings. Resigned, they headed deeper into the forest. Suddenly, an eerie laugh came from the forest on their left. Since they had entered the forest, they occasionally heard night owls laughing. But earlier, the sounds were distant, which they didn't mind much. This time, the laugh was so close that the suddenness made them jump, almost causing two of the nervous ones to wet themselves. Chen Hu, at the back, cursed silently, raised his crossbow, and fired an arrow toward the sound. Ah! A painful, elderly cry came from where the arrow landed, followed by an angry shout. "Who's hiding there shooting dark arrows? Come out if you dare. Let's see if this old Taoist doesn't scatter your soul." The group froze upon hearing this. Turning their heads, they saw an old Taoist by a tree 20 yards away, clutching his buttocks and cursing. The old Taoist held a black long banner, with faintly visible evil spirits and ghosts on its surface. In front of him, a dark mist covered an area of about 100 yards, obscuring the view. Chen Hu, feeling frustrated, realized that the eerie laughter wasn't from night owls but from this old Taoist. How bizarre, he thought, that a person's laugh could sound so spooky and terrifying. Ken Feng, recognizing the old Taoist, turned pale. Wasn't this the black-robed Taoist they had seen in the day? He couldn't help but step back quietly, pulling on Ken Yang's sleeve. Seeing Ken Feng's face, Ken Yang immediately understood that they had encountered the true antagonist. Spirit light flashed in his eyes as he discreetly activated the spiritual eye technique to glance at the area shrouded in dark mist. Although the dense mist obscured much, he could vaguely see several figures struggling within it. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the talisman in his hand. The talisman rose into the air, bursting into a brilliant flame. Ken Yang instantly grabbed Ken Feng, turning to run, while also calling out to the other soldiers, "Scatter and run, quick!" The others, seeing the old Taoist in the distance now airborne and flying towards them, fled in all directions without delay. "You think you can escape?" The black-robed Taoist's face darkened, feeling the throbbing pain from his buttocks. Enraged, he swung his long banner, sending several streams of dark mist surging towards them. Chapter 9 Hidden Depths. The black smoke emitted from the long banner in the old Taoist's hand was like a long snake, moving extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, it had entangled the soldiers around Chen Hu and penetrated their bodies. They were merely common acquired martial artists, not possessing innate strength, and naturally, they couldn't resist the spells of a cultivator. Moreover, this old Taoist was a high-level foundation establishment cultivator. His techniques were powerful, far beyond the resistance of mere mortal martial artists. So, almost as soon as the black smoke touched them, Chen Hu and his men fell to the ground. Only the black smoke pouncing towards Ken Feng and the other was struck down by Ken Yang using a spell. Ken Yang also had the cultivation level of the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. The technique he practiced was a family inheritance called the Fierce Sun Burning Sky technique, a pure fire element technique, one of the few techniques in the family that could be cultivated to the Golden Core realm. Of course, in the past 1,000 years, many descendants of the Qin family had cultivated this technique, but none had ever become a Golden Core sage. Seeing the black smoke attacking from behind, Ken Yang held on to Ken Feng with one hand, his divine movement technique performed to the extreme with his feet. Another hand pinched a spell, flicking two flames which collided with two masses of black smoke with a bang. Instantly, from the point of collision came a few eerie ghostly wails. It turned out to be two yin souls. However, these two yin souls were evidently not strong enough, so they were quickly burned to nothingness by the flames Ken Yang emitted. "Hee, you two juniors, indeed you have some skill." Behind them, the old Taoist in a black robe let out a few cold, eerie laughs. "Since you destroyed my two yin souls, you can pay with your own souls. The souls of cultivators are much purer and stronger than those of common ghost items." As he spoke, his body drew increasingly closer, seeming about to catch up with the two of them. Although Ken Yang was exerting his full effort with the divine movement technique, his body moving like the wind, swiftly escaping, how could his running speed compare with that of the flying old Taoist? Besides, he was carrying the burden of Ken Feng. So, in merely a few breaths, the old Taoist caught up, gently landing on the ground, blocking their way. Ken Yang sighed lightly, lamenting that small cultivators at the Qi refinement realm could not fly yet. If there weren't the hindrances of the ground grass and trees, their escape speed would definitely be faster. They might even stand a chance of reaching Li Tanku earlier. The old Taoist gave a few cold laughs from his mouth, stepping forward with pride to approach them. Just as he stepped forward, he felt a sharp pain in his buttocks. Feeling the painful area, the old Taoist immediately felt a surge of shame and anger. "You juniors, how dare you sneak attack your Taoist master? I'll take your lives." Although the sharp arrow Chen Hu had shot earlier was just a common iron wolf-toothed arrow, not a talisman arrow meant to deal with cultivators, the old Taoist had been close to capturing the young members of the Zhao family and was in a moment of triumph. He hadn't expected an attack from behind, and thus, got shot in the buttocks by Chen Hu's arrow. If not for the special material of his magic robe, which blocked most of the arrow's power, it might have pierced through and caused serious harm. The problem was that the arrow bore no mana, so his magic robe didn't activate any defensive spells. It was just its material that stopped the arrow from penetrating deeply, but the pain was still severe. More than that, it was the humiliation from the bottom of his heart, almost driving him mad. He had cultivated for nearly 200 years, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Earlier, because Zhao Jinglai possessed a few exceptionally strong protective treasures, he hadn't been able to subdue them early, having to rely on preceptories to slowly deplete their treasures. In the midst of focusing on dealing with those young members of the Zhao family, he hadn't been vigilant and got dangerously close to being severely injured by an arrow in the behind. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined. Feeling the intense pain between his legs, the old Taoist didn't dare to move recklessly anymore. He quickly circulated the true yuan within to alleviate the pain, yelling angrily, I'll extract your souls and torment you day and night." With that, he waved the long banner in his hand. Several strands of black smoke pounced towards Ken Feng and the other. This time, the black smoke was far more formidable. Before reaching them, piercing shrills were already making their ears ache. Ken Feng dared not let the black smoke hit him. He quickly channeled the thin spiritual power within his Danshin into the Vajra protection talisman in his hand. Instantly, a dazzling golden light enveloped him entirely. In a flash, Ken Feng felt as if he was covered in an indestructible Vajra defense, giving him an immense sense of security. With boosted confidence, Ken Feng stepped forward to shield Qin Yang. Since there was no way to escape, the only option was to buy some time, awaiting Li Tanku's arrival. Ken Feng's current defense was stronger than Qin Yang's, so he naturally had to help his cousin to avoid Qin Yang being killed by this evil cultivator before Li Tanku arrived. Bang, bang, bang. A few soft collisions, the strands of black smoke hit Ken Feng. The golden light outside Ken Feng's body instantly shone brightly, the dense golden light burning the black smoke. When the black smoke was a few feet away from leaving Ken Feng's body, it revealed its form as a few ghost items. However, their ghost bodies appeared faint, evidently burned by the golden light from Ken Feng. Although the Vajra protection talisman was merely a protective spell and didn't counterattack proactively, it would trigger the golden light to gather and counterattack passively when these sinister things attacked. Hence, the Yin souls were injured. Vajra protection talisman? The old Taoist looked surprised, then showed joy. Haha, using such a precious spirit talisman, it seems you're from a wealthy background. Once I capture you, all your valuable items shall be mine. Ken Feng smiled bitterly at the Taoist's words. This old Taoist was indeed merciless and greedy, wanting to kill him and take his belongings just because he utilized a spirit talisman. Little did the Taoist know, except for the talisman given by Li Tanku, Ken Feng had nothing of worth, not even a single spirit stone. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I come from a small family, I have nothing of value. I advise you not to target me, else you might regret it. As he spoke, he took out another cold ice sword talisman. This was a spirit talisman personally crafted by Li Tanku. Li Tanku, a 9-layer foundation establishment sword cultivator, his sword chi spirit talismans were not to be taken lightly. Otherwise, he wouldn't boast about handling common foundation establishment cultivators. However, the aura exuded by this black-robed old Taoist was obviously far above a common foundation establishment cultivator. After all, Ken Feng's family had several foundation establishment cultivators. Whether it was his father, the clan leader Qin Guanbao, or the third great uncle from the scripture pavilion, their collective auras weren't as strong as this evil cultivator's aura. Ken Feng estimated, this black-robed old Taoist had at least a later stage foundation establishment cultivation, otherwise, his aura wouldn't overshadow that of the 6th-level foundation establishment old family master, Qin Guanbao. Moreover, the most troublesome aspect of these evil cultivators was not their cultivation realm per se, but their bizarre and sinister cultivation techniques. Without exception, evil cultivators were unpredictable, possessing numerous vexing spells and many life-saving techniques. Even if a cultivator could defeat them, it would be quite challenging to keep them from fleeing. Of course, it was a different story for disciples from prominent sects. Ordinary cultivators and true disciples from eminent sects were worlds apart, even in the same realm. Their combat power differed immensely. Fearless heavenly cultivators, only disciples from major sects could effortlessly slay these evil cultivators. As thoughts of his father's teachings raced through his mind, Ken Feng cautiously placed the cold ice sword talisman before him, intently watching the black-robed old Taoist. He had only this one attacking spirit talisman. Once used, he would have no other attacking means left. Seeing this, the old Taoist's eyes lit up. Indeed, another spirit talisman. You, Junior, are really full of surprises, aren't you? Nonetheless, though greed glimmered in his eyes, his figure flickered, avoiding facing Ken Feng head-on. He sensed the talisman's formidable power and knew it was no easy one to fend off. Even with his cultivation, a slight misstep could result in injury. Especially now, already hurt, caution was paramount. Chapter 10 Protecting My Heirloom. Ken Feng held the cold ice sword talisman, but he didn't dare to use it easily. Because he couldn't be sure if this sword talisman could harm the other party. Even if it did injure this old Taoist, he would lose his means of attack and could only let the opponent strike. So, he thought it best to keep the sword talisman in his hand as a deterrent. Because now time was in his favor, the longer he dragged, the greater the hope of Li Tanku arriving. Just hope that guy Li Tanku wasn't too far from here, otherwise, after a long time, the two brothers might not be able to hold on. Esteemed elder, I have a question. Why did you earlier harm those ordinary women? With your level of Dao cultivation, why commit such evil deeds? Ken Feng had nothing to say, planning to use conversation to buy time. The black-robed Taoist, being experienced and sly, clearly saw through his intentions and let out a cold chuckle, still trying to buy time. Boy, you're still too green. But even if you delay until that sword cultivator arrives, so what? Do you really think I'm afraid of him? Ken Feng was startled upon hearing this, not knowing where this old Taoist got such confidence to deal with a 9th-layer foundation establishment sword cultivator. After all, sword cultivators specifically attack and kill, their combat power is strong. Generally, in fights of the same level, sword cultivators have a better chance of winning. This old Taoist seemed to be at foundation establishment too, yet he was confident he could defeat Li Tanku. Did he have some powerful means? Just as Ken Feng was pondering, the old Taoist hummed, "What's the harm in telling you? I was ambushed by an enemy while cultivating earlier, causing a mishap with my cultivation technique. I need the Purple River Carriage as an elixir to recover my origin. So I had my disciple capture some pregnant women. But that bastard couldn't get any and instead went around raping women, as if he was going to get them pregnant himself to honor me, his master. That's bad enough, but he got caught by the Kun City Inspection Department, and his cultivation was abolished. Truly useless, forcing me to capture some Purple River Carriage myself to refine the elixir." Ken Feng was stunned. "The rapist who harmed those women earlier was your disciple?" "Correct, that useless bastard. He got caught by the Kun City Inspection Department, fine by me. Anyway, the elixir is already made, and my injuries have mostly healed. What I didn't expect was so many low-level cultivators from Kun City coming here, one by one foolishly offering themselves for refining into spirit banners. A pleasant surprise." The black-robed Taoist walked casually, laughing a few times, "Especially those Zhao family brats from Teeling County, falling so easily into my trap. I didn't expect the leader to have so many treasures on him. What a rare find. Once his spiritual power is completely drained, all those treasures will be mine, he. Ken Feng wanted to keep delaying, so he asked, "Then why did you? Shut up with your nonsense." Just then, the black-robed Taoist suddenly bellowed, flicking his sleeve, and a white jade-like skull flew out of his sleeve. The skull enlarged in the wind, instantly becoming huge, its hollow eyes igniting with ghost fire, with jaws flashing cold light as if they could bite through iron. It flew towards Ken Feng's head. Ken Feng was taken aback by this sudden attack, dodging wildly to avoid the massive skull. But how could his speed compare to the flying skull? In an instant, it caught up, jaws snapping at him. Meanwhile, the black-robed Taoist waved his long banner, and more than 10 black shadows pounced on the two men. These were ghosts trapped in his banner. And they were no ordinary ghosts. The old Taoist captured and refined the spirits of slain cultivators into ghost items within the banner. Regardless of what they were in life, they had to obey him, fight for him, or suffer soul-burning pain, ultimately facing complete annihilation. In no time, Ken Feng and Qin Yang were besieged. However, Ken Feng's situation was better than Qin Yang's. Despite being the main target, Ken Feng had a Vedra body protection spirit talisman, providing some defense. Qin Yang, lacking such means, could only use his hard-earned spells to contend with the few ghosts. With a crunch, Ken Feng's vision went black. He was suddenly bitten into the giant skull's mouth, jaws closing to snap him in two. But the bite was slightly misplaced. So, Ken Feng was scared witless, hastily protecting his lower body to avoid the skull's sharp fangs. Although the Qin family didn't lack him as a successor, and Qin Guanbao alone could replace 20 or 30 ordinary clan members, he didn't want to be left unarmed in the future. Fortunately, the protective golden light was strong enough. With a crunch, it shattered 2 of the skull's teeth without injuring him. Only then did Ken Feng breathe a sigh of relief. He looked up at the skull, missing 2 front teeth, and thought, this thing doesn't seem too formidable after all. It's just a silver-plated gun, looks scary but not powerful. Glancing through the skull's jaw at the black-robed Taoist, he noticed the Taoist didn't care about the broken teeth. Ken Feng realized, this Taoist didn't value the skull much, otherwise, he'd have recalled it, not let it keep biting. It seemed, the opponent planned to use the skull to deplete his spirit talismans, eliminating danger, then capture him. With this understanding, Ken Feng dared not use the cold ice sword talisman rashly. At this point, the ghost items in black shadows had approached, and under the Taoist's command, lunged at them ruthlessly. Even the golden light from Ken Feng's Vedra body protection spirit talisman didn't stop them. Because the old Taoist was strongly commanding them. Even if they couldn't break through Ken Feng's light and got burned by it, they didn't retreat, becoming more frenzied, clawing and biting, relentlessly wearing down the golden light. The Vedra body protection spirit talisman's golden light had limited energy, weakening with each use. While the ghost's soul bodies weakened faster, becoming visibly thin and transparent, Ken Feng's light was also dimming. Ken Feng became anxious. Where on earth had Li Tanku gone? Why hadn't he arrived? Watching his talisman's light grow fainter, and seeing the Taoist's fierce eyes, Ken Feng felt a chill. What to do? At this rate, he was doomed. Chapter 11 White Bone Heart-Locking Hammer. Hey hey hey. The black-robed Taoist looked at Ken Yang, who was barely holding off a few ghost souls, then glanced at Ken Feng, whose protective golden light was gradually dimming. He let out a chilling laugh, reminiscent of a night owl, revealing a hint of cruel ruthlessness. Ken Feng did not want to use the cold ice sword talisman on the skull and a dozen yin souls in front of him. Because those things meant nothing to the black-robed Taoist. If he needed ghost souls, he could just kill a few cultivators and refine new ghost items. Even if Ken Feng used a sword talisman to slay these ghost souls, it would not cause any loss to the black-robed Taoist. Ken Feng formed a spell with his hands, mobilizing the still very thin spiritual power within him, and cast the strongest spell he currently knew. As his spell changed, he almost exhausted the spiritual power in his danshan, barely conjuring two illusions of a dragon and a tiger. This was the fundamental spell of the dragon and tiger profound returning origin skill he had cultivated, conjuring dragon and tiger illusions for protection and attack. Unfortunately, he had only started cultivating for a few days. Even with the help of the chi gathering pill, he had not accumulated much spiritual power and was still stuck in the first layer of chi refinement. Huff. A gust of wind blew, and the dragon and tiger illusions rushed towards the skull, colliding with it fiercely. Yet, the skull did not move at all. Although the tiger illusion raised a slight breeze, it could only blow dry leaves and small stones, far from enough to shake this skull, as hard as iron. Even though the skull had lost two large teeth when it bit into the protective golden light of the Vajra body protection spirit talisman, that did not mean it was easy to deal with. After all, it was an artifact refined by a Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator, not something that a small cultivator in the first layer of chi refinement could handle. The tiger illusion had no effect, and the dragon illusion was only slightly stronger. Because it was formed of water vapor, when the dragon illusion pounced on the skull, it left a layer of mist on the skull, making it look as if it had been washed, bright and shiny. Ha ha ha. The black-robed Taoist laughed heartily, his laughter full of mockery, ridiculing Ken Feng for overestimating himself by fighting his refined skull with the cultivation of the first layer of chi refinement. Ken Yang, behind him, was speechless. Was his cousin out of his mind? Knowing they were no match, why waste spiritual power here instead of saving it for an opportunity to escape? After laughing, the black-robed Taoist waved his long banner again, releasing a black mist that covered the area within a dozen feet around Ken Feng and Ken Yang. At first, they were startled, thinking the old Taoist had summoned a fierce ghost again, but soon realized the black mist was not formed by ghost souls but was pure yin evil. Pure yin evil could corrode their bodies, but as long as they protected themselves with spiritual power, it would not cause much harm in a short time. However, the ghost souls moved even faster in this yin evil. Even their originally somewhat illusory ghost bodies became more solid. Ken Feng gave the Taoist a strange look. According to reason, a Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator should have more than this in terms of means. Why did it seem like the old Taoist was deliberately holding back, not intending to kill them? Otherwise, even if the old Taoist was somewhat wary of his cold ice sword talisman, killing his cousin Ken Yang should not be difficult. Yet, both of them were still alive, and from beginning to end, the black-robed Taoist only released a dozen ghost souls against them. It seemed a bit strange. Moreover, looking at the long banner in the black-robed Taoist's hand, it should be an evil spiritual artifact, the 100 Ghosts banner. Even so, the Taoist preferred to consume the yin evil chi inside the banner rather than release more ghost souls against them. Was it deliberate, or was it because there were no other ghost souls left in the 100 Ghosts banner? Before Ken Feng could figure it out, the old Taoist's expression changed, and he shouted, "Two juniors, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? I'll send you to see King Yan." With that, the old Taoist waved his sleeve, and a white bone heart-locking hammer flew out, with immense force, landing on Ken Feng. With a bang, Ken Feng's body was sent flying several feet until he crashed into a large tree and fell to the ground. Just one blow shattered the already dim golden light protecting him, injuring his internal organs, and causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Ken Feng was horrified, realizing the power of a Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator. Although the power of his Vajra protection talisman had already diminished significantly, being injured so easily with just one hit meant even if the talisman was at full power, it wouldn't withstand many blows from the Taoist. Excruciating pain surged from his internal organs, nearly making Ken Feng faint, but he knew he could not collapse. Otherwise, he might never get up again. Enduring the pain, Ken Feng supported himself with trembling arms, planning to get up and avoid the next hit while also mobilizing the remaining spiritual power within him to activate the cold ice sword talisman. Even if the sword talisman might not harm the black-robed Taoist, it was better to hold on for a moment longer. On the other side, after sending Qin Feng flying, the black-robed Taoist directed the white bone heart-locking hammer at Qin Yang. Qin Yang had no spirit talisman for protection. If such a forceful hit landed on him, he would be killed instantly. Stop! Just as the white bone heart-locking hammer was about to hit Qin Yang, a furious shout came from afar. At the same time, a sword light flew like lightning, striking the white bone heart-locking hammer and knocking it away, saving Qin Yang. Both Qin Feng and Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Li Tanku had finally arrived. If he had been a moment later, they would have died at the hands of the old Taoist. Their souls might even be captured by the evil Taoist and refined into fierce ghosts for the 100 Ghosts banner. Li Tanku's figure flew over swiftly. He had been searching in another direction, farther away, so he was slightly delayed. Fortunately, Qin Feng and Qin Yang were still unharmed. Though he didn't care if Qin Long would get angry or if the small Qin family would trouble him, it would be somewhat embarrassing. Li Tanku glanced at Qin Feng and Qin Yang, seeing they were both okay, he was relieved. He turned to the old Taoist and coldly said, "Dare to harm someone in front of me? I will slay you." Li Tanku was clearly a pure sword cultivator. His words had barely left his mouth, and his sword had already been drawn. As his sword technique moved, the flying sword in midair shone brilliantly, transforming into a 10-foot-long sword light, fierce and terrifying, slashing towards the black-robed Taoist. The black-robed Taoist snorted coldly, "I'm not afraid of you." As he spoke, he tossed the white bone heart-locking hammer, making it collide with the flying sword. However, the power of Li Tanku's sword was far beyond his expectation. The white bone heart-locking hammer couldn't withstand it, and with a single slash, it was sent flying, falling back into the hand of the black-robed Taoist. Such a formidable sword cultivator. "I won't play with you anymore." The Taoist let out a strange cry, turned around, and rode a black wind, flying away. "Where do you think you're going? Leave your life behind." Li Tanku would not let the old Taoist escape. Calling back his flying sword, he stepped onto it and chased after the black-robed Taoist through the sky. Chapter 12 Dalio Magic Sword. "Hey, Lord Li." Qin Feng anxiously reached out to call. That black-robed Taoist clearly had a problem, seemingly using the two of them as bait to deliberately lure Li Tanku over. He wanted to warn Li Tanku, but unfortunately, due to the severe pain in his internal organs, he hadn't recovered until now. So his movements were a bit slow, and before his voice could be heard, Li Tanku had already chased the black-robed Taoist far away. "I hope nothing goes wrong." Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Li Tanku was a 9th-level Foundation Establishment sword cultivator. Generally, he shouldn't encounter any problems. But that black-robed Taoist had set up an array trap in this forest. Since he knew Li Tanku's reputation and still wanted to lure him over, he obviously had confidence in dealing with him. Once Li Tanku was killed by that black-robed Taoist, he and Qin Yang, and even everyone who came tonight, could possibly be killed by this Taoist. The black-robed Taoist rode the black wind with lightning speed. In just a few breaths, he returned to the array he had set up earlier, plunging into the black mist surrounding the array. Seeing this, Li Tanku was shocked and quickly stopped. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he looked towards the black mist. He saw the black-robed Taoist already flying onto an altar within the array, brandishing the 10,000 Ghosts banner, releasing strands of Yin evil chi, augmenting the array's power. At the same time, he saw Zhao Jinglai and others huddled together in fear, relying on the Nine Heavens Thunderlight Shield, a top-tier spiritual artifact on Zhao Jinglai, to fend off the ghost attacks in the Yin evil mist. The Nine Heavens Thunderlight Shield was a top-tier spiritual artifact personally crafted by the ancestor of the Zhao family for Zhao Jinglai's protection. Its offensive power was amazing, and when used defensively, it could transform into a barrier to protect the user. Unfortunately, even though Zhao Jinglai had consumed multiple elixir pills to restore his spiritual power, after such a long period of attrition, his spiritual power was almost exhausted. If not for the assistance of several other Zhao family members with their spiritual power, he would have been unable to hold on long ago. Even so, they had reached their limit, and at any moment, their spiritual power could be completely drained. Once the Thunderlight Shield could no longer hold, they would undoubtedly die, their souls refined into fierce ghosts by the black-robed Taoist. Seeing this, Li Tanku couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't care about the lives of Zhao Jinglai and the others, but he couldn't let them die in front of him. Thinking of this, Li Tanku could no longer concern himself with anything else. With a flash of his figure, he rushed directly into the array, heading to kill the black-robed Taoist. As long as he killed that evil cultivator and broke the array, Zhao Jinglai and the others' crisis would naturally be resolved. He. Seeing that Li Tanku had indeed entered his array as expected, the black-robed Taoist let out a sinister laugh of satisfaction. I was worried that the souls of these juniors were too weak, lacking a main soul. Now, a Foundation Establishment cultivator has delivered himself to me. Good, very good indeed. The black-robed Taoist's face was filled with excitement. Since you've entered my array, don't think of leaving. Obediently offer your soul to assist me in refining this magical treasure. As long as I successfully refine it this time, I guarantee Taoist longevity. Amidst his wild laughter, the black-robed Taoist waved his long banner, sending a vast and chilling wave of yin evil chi towards Li Tanku. In the yin chi, countless ghostly silhouettes emerged, clawing and baring their fangs, charging towards Li Tanku. Humphrey, petty tricks dare to show off. Li Tanku sneered, Daluo sword technique, Daluo magic sword, ghost slaying and demon suppressing, go. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying sword behind him suddenly expanded, transforming into a 10-foot-long sword chi, sweeping horizontally, cutting through the yin chi and killing the fierce ghosts. Following his sword technique, the 10-foot sword chi divided into hundreds and thousands, like a vast net covering the area. However, these fierce ghosts were refined from the evil cultivator's 10,000 ghosts banner. As long as the banner remained intact, it could continuously consume yin chi to produce these fierce ghosts. Moreover, among these ghostly entities, 8 fierce ghosts had Foundation Establishment cultivation, although they seemed to be in the early to mid-Foundation Establishment stage. Without ghost path magical artifacts, they could only condense ghost Dao techniques with their own ghostly energy to confront the enemy. But dealing with so many Foundation Establishment fierce ghosts at once was challenging even for someone as powerful as Li Tanku. Furthermore, the ghosts were assisted by the yin evil formation, making them even stronger and more agile within the yin evil chi, to the point that Li Tanku knit his brows tightly. And the black-robed Taoist didn't remain idle either. He repeatedly launched the white bone heart locking hammer while secretly releasing 3 white bone heart execution needles. This treasure, once released, was silent and stealthy, perfect for sneak attacks. Li Tanku, already struggling to fend off the ghostly assaults and the powerful strikes of the white bone heart locking hammer, was caught off guard by the white bone heart execution needle, which injured his left leg. Miles per hour. A muffled grunt sounded as Li Tanku gritted his teeth against the pain, using true yuan to seal the wound to prevent excessive blood loss. He was startled, realizing that this old Taoist was quite difficult to deal with. He no longer held him in contempt and decided to go all out. Although he wanted to kill the black-robed Taoist and save Zhao Jinglai and the others, he didn't foresee that Zhao Jinglai, upon seeing Li Tanku coming to their rescue, would feel relieved, thinking that with Li Tanku's help, their lives would no longer be in danger. As a result, the spiritual power that Zhao Jinglai had been struggling to maintain suddenly dissipated, leaving him feeling utterly empty inside. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Without his control, the 9 heavens thunderlight shield spirit light dimmed and fell to the ground. Ah! Several Zhao family members exclaimed in shock. Someone even shouted loudly, Li Tanku, Lord Li, please come and save us. Li Tanku turned his head, almost spitting blood in frustration. These useless people, can't they hold on a bit longer? I haven't killed that evil cultivator yet, and they are already putting away the spiritual artifact. But even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. With so many fierce ghosts surrounding him and the evil cultivator's occasional sneak attacks, if he turned to save them, he wouldn't be able to protect them and would risk his own life. Hold on yourselves. He angrily shouted at them, then focused back on his enemies. After all, most of the ghostly entities were already attracted to him. Even if Zhao Jinglai and the others were invaded by yin evil chi or possessed by a few little ghosts, they wouldn't die immediately. At most, some of their yang chi would be absorbed. Although it would harm their vitality, there was no other way. They could take it as a lesson to prevent future careless outings. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. If it were just the old Taoist alone, he wouldn't be afraid. But now trapped in the array and surrounded by numerous fierce ghosts, he couldn't even harm the old Taoist. Under these circumstances, breaking the array and saving people seemed impossible, even escaping himself was uncertain. In the distance, Ken Feng, holding onto a nearby tree, stood up straight and looked far ahead. Unfortunately, his cultivation was shallow. Even channeling his spiritual power to his eyes, he couldn't see through the distant darkness and naturally didn't know Li Tanku's situation. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from behind them. "Seventh uncle, we're here." Qin Yang, with sharp eyes, spotted Qin Long, who was riding the green-eyed spirit snake, and quickly called out. Hearing the voice, Qin Long lightly tapped his foot. The green-eyed spirit snake gracefully turned its body and flew towards them. "How are you? Are you alright?" Before the green-eyed spirit snake landed, Qin Long had already leaped off, landing in front of them. Seeing his son's pale face devoid of blood, his expression changed, and he asked nervously, "Are you hurt?" It's nothing serious, Dad. Ken Feng felt a wave of warmth in his heart and quickly said, I just got bumped earlier, causing some internal blood disruption. With a few days of rest, I'll be fine. Ken Long grabbed his wrist, probing his son's body with true yuan. Discovering it was only a minor injury, he sighed in relief and then angrily said, that Li Tanku has such audacity, making my son be a scout for him. Humphrey, if anything happened to Feng, did he think I couldn't deal with him? Forget it, Dad, now is not the time to be angry. Ken Feng quickly persuaded, Lord Li was lured into a trap by that evil cultivator and got caught. Can you see if you can rescue him? If not. He didn't finish, but Ken Long understood the unspoken meaning. If Li Tanku couldn't be rescued, Ken Long alone wouldn't stand a chance against the evil cultivator, so it was best to take his son and Ken Ying and leave quickly to avoid a massacre. I understand. You two stay here and don't run around. Ken Long instructed, ensuring they stayed put to avoid being lost if they had to escape. Then Ken Long leapt onto the green-eyed spirit snake's back, heading towards the mist ahead. When he reached the mist, Ken Long did not recklessly enter the array like Li Tanku. Instead, he carefully observed, quickly recognizing the origins of the Yin Evil formation. Then, he patted the snake's body beneath him. Feeling his intention, the green-eyed spirit snake's emerald eyes shot out two thick green beams, piercing through the Yin Evil chi, extending from Li Tanku's position to the altar at the array's center. Chapter 13 Found Treasure. The green-eyed spirit snake's eyes could see through illusions and penetrate the netherworld. This Yin Evil formation was not too advanced, so it saw through it easily. Under Ken Long's command, its eyes shot out two beams of green light, directly targeting the critical point on the altar within the formation. Both Li Tanku and the black-robed Taoist were startled, not expecting such a sudden turn of events. While the two in the formation were still in doubt, Ken Long's voice transmitted in, Lord Li, where the green light points is the node of the Yin Evil formation. If you don't break the formation now, when will you? Hearing Ken Long's voice, Li Tanku was immediately overjoyed. He hadn't expected this Foundation Establishment early-stage Qin family cultivator to have such means. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly, Daluo magic sword, 10,000 swords return to the sect. As he formed the sword technique with his fingers, the scattered sword chi instantly united, transforming into a Tenjong sword chi, breaking through the ghost item's obstruction in front of him and slashing towards the spot illuminated by the green light. The black-robed Taoist also heard Ken Long's words. Naturally, he wouldn't let Li Tanku break his formation's node and destroy his Yin Evil formation. Otherwise, without the array's support, in his current unhealed state, he would not be Li Tanku's match. However, when a sword cultivator burst out with all their strength, their combat power was terrifyingly strong. Hence, Li Tanku soon slashed away the black-robed Taoist's white bone heart-locking hammer, extinguished several intercepting Foundation Establishment ghosts, and with a fierce strike, hit the formation's node. Boom! The altar immediately collapsed halfway. The array shattered, and the Yin Evil chi spilled out. The ghost items within the formation suddenly weakened, no longer as rampant as before. Ha ha ha! Li Tanku rarely laughed out loud a few times, then his face turned cold. Demon Path Devil, you dare set an ambush here, intending to refine my soul into a ghost item. Humphrey, today, I will slay you, so you can even become a ghost. Saying this, Li Tanku's sword momentum surged, and he struck at the opponent. The black-robed Taoist's face was as dark as water, his eyes full of sinister and venomous hatred. You deserve to die. You dare ruin my big plans. I will flay you and extract your tendons, making you endure the 72 types of torture of my white bone sect. He dodged Li Tanku's sword strike, then fiercely glared at Ken Long in the distance, raising his hand to summon 6 white bone skeletons, intending to have them withstand Li Tanku's flying sword. At the same time, he sent 3 white bone heart execution needles towards Ken Long. The old Taoist harbored deep hatred for both, especially Ken Long, who had directed Li Tanku to break his formation, gnashing his teeth in fury. However, even if Li Tanku alone was already enough trouble for him, he still wanted to spare some effort to deal with Ken Long, which was a bit beyond his capability. Snap! 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 With 3 crisp sounds, the green-eyed spirit snake's long tail lashed out, directly knocking away the white bone heart execution needles. Then, under Ken Long's command, its body twisted and sprang forward, reaching the black-robed Taoist in an instant. The snake's body coiled and wrapped around 2 of the white bone skeletons, squeezing them into a twisted shape, breaking their tough bones into pieces. Of course, the green-eyed spirit snake also suffered a few scratches from the white bone skeletons. Although this spiritual snake had some divine skills, it was only at the Foundation Establishment early stage, with strength equivalent to the white bone skeletons. Its victory mainly relied on Ken Long's command. The white bone skeletons were merely undead spirit puppets crafted by the black-robed Taoist, lacking spiritual intelligence, attacking recklessly, hence easily falling prey to the green-eyed spirit snake. Meanwhile, the remaining white bone skeletons were mostly slain by Li Tanku's few sword strikes. Though those that survived were reduced to mere skulls still trying to bite. Li Tanku wielded his sword towards the black-robed Taoist, while the green-eyed spirit snake turned its gaze towards the ghost items. Being born a spiritual beast, it possessed innate intelligence superior to ordinary beasts, comparable to 5 or 6-year-old children. The green-eyed spirit snake's race had a unique talent, being able to devour yin evil ghost objects to convert into its demon energy. Thus, it didn't assist Li Tanku but pounced towards the ghost items. While Li Tanku's flying sword was sharp and his sword light radiating, the black-robed Taoist, being a Foundation Establishment peak demon cultivator, was too formidable for the green-eyed spirit snake. Qianlong dared not risk it being severely injured by the duel. The instinct to avoid harm took precedence, and Qianlong didn't command his spiritual beast to assist either. In such a battle, a Foundation Establishment early-stage spiritual snake would be of little help. As for Qianlong himself, he stayed in the background, occasionally casting spells to either ambush the black-robed Taoist or assist the green-eyed spirit snake in fighting the ghost items to help his spiritual beast devour their souls. He would certainly not fight enemies on the front lines. As a Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivator, it was wiser not to interfere with battles involving Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators. Being already injured, there was no need to further aggravate it. Besides, he was from the beast-taming sect. The greatest feature of the beast-taming sect's disciples in battle was to let their spiritual beasts fight first. If they could win, they fought; if they couldn't, it was best to stay far away. Qianlong felt that his own spiritual beast was far from being a match for that black-robed evil cultivator, so it was best not to approach. Li Tanku and that Taoist fought fiercely, and their spells shattered the altar. In the end, the black-robed Taoist couldn't prevail and forcefully cast a few powerful spells to repel Li Tanku, then turned to escape. But how could Li Tanku let him leave alive? He gave chase, and the two fought continuously in the mountain forest, startling the birds and causing the beasts to flee in all directions. Ken Feng and his companions saw that the black-robed Taoist and Li Tanku were fighting farther and farther away, only then did they relax and walk towards the array. On the way, they saw Chen Hu and the others. At first, they thought Chen Hu and his group had perished, but after Qin Yang checked, he found that they were not dead, just unconscious due to the yin evil qi entering their bodies. Upon careful thought, it seemed reasonable. After all, Chen Hu and his companions were merely acquired martial artists; in the eyes of cultivators, they were mere mortals. There was no need to use powerful spells against them. Perhaps the black-robed Taoist had intended to send these men into the yin evil formation and refine their souls into ghost items. Qin Yang tried. With his cultivation near the late stage of Foundation Establishment, he could barely help these men expel the evil qi from their bodies, but it would also deplete his own spiritual power completely. After some thought, he decided not to act directly. After all, the battle was not yet over. What if the black-robed Taoist returned to kill them? It was better to preserve his strength for now. After all, Chen Hu and the others were not going to die anytime soon. They could attend to their rescue once news from Li Tanku's side arrived. Ken Feng and his companion arrived at the remnants of the yin evil formation and immediately felt that the atmosphere here was several times colder than other places. This was because most of the yin evil qi had already dispersed. If the array had not been broken, it would surely be even colder. The white frost on the plants and leaves, formed by condensed moisture, was evidence of this. "Father, what about these people?" Ken Feng saw his father beside Zhao Jinglai and the others and quickly asked. "Yin evil qi has entered their bodies, and ghost items have possessed them." Qianlong shook his head and sighed. "As a disciple from the outer sect of the beast-taming sect, I know how to deal with demon beasts. But these ghost items are not my forte. I cast a spell to temporarily suppress the fierce ghosts in their bodies so that the yin evil ghost qi wouldn't take their lives. But as for the specific ghost expelling methods, we'll have to wait for Lord Li to return." Ken Feng nodded understandingly and glanced at Zhao Jinglai. He noticed that the Zhao family disciples' attire and accessories were all extremely exquisite and valuable. Not to mention, the small item beside him glowed with spirit light, appearing extraordinary. Unfortunately, their Ken family was just a small clan. Even with Zhao Jinglai unconscious, they wouldn't dare to covet his treasures. Bored, Ken Feng wandered around the group, catching sight of the destroyed altar in the distance. He walked over to take a look and suddenly his eyes lit up as he picked up a few jet-black stones from the rubble. From behind, Qianlong walked over, glanced at them, and said, "These are netherworld stones used by the evil cultivator to set up the yin evil formation. Aside from demon cultivators, only a few other cultivators would use these things. If you want them, Keep them. You might find use for them if you join a sect in the future. Some disciples of the beast-taming sect have spiritual beasts of the yin-evil type. You could trade these for spirit stones if you encounter them. Hearing that these black stones could be exchanged for spirit stones, Ken Feng instantly felt delighted and couldn't help but continue searching the ruins for more netherworld stones. Ken Long shook his head without concern and handed him a palm-sized pouch, saying, "This is a storage bag. The space isn't large, but you can use it for now. I'll get you a better one later." "Thank you, Dad." Ken Feng happily took the palm-sized bag, feeling its soft texture, apparently made from some kind of beast skin. He poured a bit of his spiritual power into the storage bag, performed a simple ritual to refine it, and then extended his newly cultivated divine sense inside, leaving a trace of divine sense imprint. At the same time, he discovered that the storage bag really was as his father had said, with only about 10 feet of space inside. This was considered the lowest level among storage bags. However, for Ken Feng, who possessed such a magical artifact for the first time, it was already beyond surprising. He placed the netherworld stones into the storage bag, then took them out again to feel them. It was alright, the spiritual power consumed when taking out or putting in items was not too much. Ken Long saw his son's excitement and just smiled indulgently, then turned his gaze towards the direction where the fighting still emanated. He wondered if Li Tanku could kill that evil cultivator. If not, there might be more trouble in the future. Ken Feng was still immersed in the joy of treasure hunting, searching through the ruins of the altar. Indeed, he found several materials containing yin-evil chi used for arranging arrays, which he collected. Just as he was about to search another area, he suddenly felt something underfoot. Clearing away 2 broken stones, he found an ancient copper pot. Chapter 14, Ghost Locust blocking the way, huh? Ken Feng was somewhat surprised, not expecting to find such an item. Could it be some sort of magical artifact? His heart began to beat faster. As a novice who had just stepped into cultivation, he was very curious about everything in the cultivation world. Moments ago, his father had given him a low-level storage bag, and he was already overjoyed. If he could get his hands on a magic artifact, he would be even more thrilled. Of course, if this copper pot were a spiritual artifact, that would be a great fortune. After all, the entire Ken family didn't have many spiritual artifacts. Although there were several Foundation establishment cultivators in the family, being vassals of the beast-taming sect meant that from the old family master to his father, they all considered spiritual beasts as their main strength. Therefore, having or not having spiritual artifacts wasn't a big concern. Because they focused most of their efforts and finances on nurturing spiritual beasts, they certainly didn't have extra resources to exchange for spiritual artifacts. As a result, the Ken family, through generations, had only a few spiritual artifacts passed down. With an excited heart, Ken Feng reached out and picked up the ancient-looking copper pot, examined it closely, and immediately felt a bit disappointed. Although the copper pot had an unusual shape and was engraved with many fantastical demon beast patterns, the whole pot lacked any spirit light and was even a bit damaged. There were several fine cracks on the pot. Even if it was once a spiritual artifact, it probably couldn't be used now. Still, he held on to a sliver of hope and tentatively poured his internal spiritual power into the pot, thinking that perhaps it retained some power. Yet as he infused it with his bit of spiritual power, it was like sinking a bull into the sea, with no reaction whatsoever. Ken Feng was somewhat unwilling and injected his divine sense into the pot, only to find an endless darkness, unable to see anything. However, this made him realize that the copper pot was unusual. If it were an ordinary item, his divine sense would have penetrated it instantly, not giving him such a feeling. But now, as his divine sense entered, it felt like an endless dark and dead space, elusive and ungraspable. Never mind, better put it away for now and deal with it later. Ken Feng flipped his hand, placing the copper pot into his storage bag, and continued happily rummaging through the chaotic altar ruins, finding a dozen pieces of various spiritual materials containing yin-evil. This made him quite pleased, as all of these could be exchanged for spirit stones. At this moment, the sounds of battle in the distance ceased. Ken Feng and Kim Yang grew a bit nervous. Although Li Tanku had the upper hand, fiercely chasing down the black-robed evil cultivator, battles were perilous, prone to sudden reversals. Who knew if that evil cultivator had some life-saving method? If he turned the tables and killed Li Tanku, they would be in great danger. Fortunately, Ken Long soon said, "Don't worry, Li Tanku won." After all, he was a Foundation establishment cultivator and had more than just the green-eyed spirit's make. Although his other spiritual beasts hadn't reached the Foundation establishment stage and weren't unleashed in the fight. Earlier, as Li Tanku and the evil cultivator fought farther away, Ken Long released another spiritual beast, the Skylark, to monitor their battle, fearing an unexpected situation and to ensure they could escape in time. Although the Skylark only had early chi refining strength, its flying speed was very fast, ideal for scouting the battle's progress. Ken Feng and Qin Yang breathed sighs of relief. Sure enough, in no time, Li Tanqu's figure flew over from the distance. However, he was not unscathed, his face pale as snow, and he had 2 wounds, showing that the evil cultivator's desperate counterattack had not been easy to deal with. Despite this, his eyes didn't show any anxiety, instead, they held a trace of joy. Because after killing the evil cultivator, he not only obtained the treasures on the enemy but also saved Zhao Jinglai and others. After returning to the commandery, he surely would receive additional benefits. Congratulations, Lord Li, for slaying the malevolent evil cultivator. Ken Long cupped his hands towards Li Tanku. On behalf of the women of Kun City who were harmed by the evil cultivator, thank you, Lord Li. No need to be so polite, Brother Qin. Li Tanku coughed lightly twice, indicating his internal organs and meridians were also severely injured, or he wouldn't be in this state. All evil beings deserve to be exterminated by everyone. Besides, killing that villain was originally my task here in Kun City. He walked forward, crouched down to examine Zhao Jinglai, and frowned, looking at Ken Long. Ken Long shook his head, saying, if injured by demon beasts, I could treat it, but I am not proficient in dealing with such yin ghost objects. Li Tanku felt helpless. As a sword cultivator, killing was no problem for him, but saving lives was beyond his expertise. Moreover, although the yin evil ghost object within Zhao Jinglai and others' bodies was temporarily suppressed by Ken Long's spell, this was not a long-term solution. If the yin evil chi was not expelled, the fierce ghosts entrenched within them would continuously sap their primordial chi and erode their vitality. Prolonged exposure would cause severe damage to their health. The current issue was how to take these Zhao family members away. Thinking for a while, Li Tanku hesitated before turning to Ken Long. Brother Qin, could you help by using your spiritual beast to take these youngsters back to the commandery with me? Alright. Ken Long nodded without rejecting. There was no reason to refuse. Although traveling to the commandery would take some time, having saved Zhao Jinglai and others, the Zhao family should show some gratitude. Otherwise, if Zhao family members found themselves in trouble in the future, who would care to help? In fact, if Li Tanku had a large flying escape magical artifact, he wouldn't have wanted Ken Long to accompany him to the Zhao family to share in the rewards. But no matter how fast his sword-controlling speed was, he could only take one person with him at most. He couldn't just leave the rest of the Zhao family disciples behind. Reluctantly, he had to ask Ken Long to go along. The yin evil chi and fierce ghosts in Zhao Jinglai must be quickly dealt with, as the fierce ghost being merely at the early foundation establishment stage gave no room to delay. This urgency prevented Li Tanku from considering alternative, slower means of return. Not lingering, Ken Long released the green-eyed spirit snake, placing Zhao Jinglai and the others on its back, using mana to secure them in place. After preparing, Ken Long instructed Ken Feng and Qin Yang, gather everyone and leave immediately. It's late at night. The previous battle's noise might attract other demon beasts. If I'm not here, you might not be able to fend them off. Qin Yang quickly responded, don't worry, Uncle Seven, I will gather everyone and return to the city now. Even without Ken Long's orders, he wouldn't dare to stay much longer. After all, with only peak chi refining 6-layer strength, and of the inspection department's soldiers, only 3 team leaders were innate martial artists. The rest were acquired martial artists, who would easily suffer against powerful demon beasts. Seeing their compliance, Ken Long nodded without further words, ascended to the spirit snake's back, and, controlling it, flew toward the commandery with Li Tanku. Watching their figures fade into the night sky, Qin Yang wasted no time, drawing a bamboo whistle from his robe and blowing it sharply. The whistle was to gather all the soldiers of the inspection department here. Amplified by his spiritual power, the sound traveled far. Soon, there were hurried footsteps, and scattered groups converged. Qin Yang counted them, ensuring everyone was present, then sighed in relief. Brother Yang, what happened to Chen Hu and the others? One close team leader, seeing Chen Hu and others on the ground, was alarmed. Those were his subordinates, so he was most concerned about their safety. It's fine, just some yin evil entering their bodies, clouding their minds. Qin Yang instructed, some of you help carry them back. I will drive out the yin evil when we return. Hearing this, the others relaxed. As long as they were fine. A few soldiers cut branches to make simple stretchers and carried Chen Hu and the others. By the way, where did Lord Qin go? Earlier, I saw Lord Qin's spirit snake flying overhead. Another large, robust middle-aged man asked. He was Zhao Meng, the strongest of the 3 innate martial artists in the inspection department. Uncle Seven and Lord Li are heading to the commandery. Qin Yang briefly explained the situation, then said, now that the evil cultivator is dead, Kun City will soon be peaceful. This forest is not safe, let's leave quickly. Right, let's go. Zhao Meng and the others realized staying was unwise. The battle's spiritual energy waves could attract demon beasts, leading to another arduous fight. They hurried back along the way they came. Upon exiting the forest and reaching the chaotic burial mound road, they felt relieved. The forest was uneven and without proper paths, filled with lurking poison insects and serpents, risky to traverse. Using the chaotic burial mound's path, they moved ahead. Once past it, the way would be smooth. At that moment, soldiers at the front suddenly exclaimed, "Why has the big locust tree guarding the chaotic burial mound fallen?" Ken Feng looked ahead and saw the hollow ghost locust, which several people had to embrace, fallen on the road, blocking their way. Chapter 15, Opportunity to Upgrade. What? The ghost locust has fallen? The crowd behind heard the news and was stunned. The brothers, Ken Feng and Qin Yang, exchanged glances, their expressions changing slightly. Others might not know, but the disciples of these cultivator families were well aware of the ghost locust. The enormous ghost locust had been cultivated by the three families of Kun City for 600 to 700 years. It was specifically used to guard the chaotic burial mound, to prevent the emergence of powerful ghost items that could harm the populace. Since the two of them were at the back of the team, they hadn't seen the state of the ghost locust with their own eyes. They didn't know if the ghost locust had become sentient and left its encampment, or if some powerful demon monster had arrived. Qin Yang said solemnly, "Be on guard and beware of ambushes." The soldiers obeyed the command, instantly gathering together to form a combat formation. Long swords were drawn, long spears stood upright, and crossbows were loaded. Their eyes warily scanned the surroundings. They often followed Ken Long in hunting down bandits and chasing after villains. They had even participated in slaying demon beasts before. Thus, they were very experienced in combat. After hearing Qin Yang's command, they immediately entered combat mode. Qin Yang's eyes flickered with spirit light as he performed a few detection spells but found no demon beasts. Only then did he cautiously walk to the front of the team and approach the ghost locust. After a closer look, he instantly discovered the reason the ghost locust was blocking their path. It wasn't that the ghost locust had a death wish, ignoring the ban of the three cultivator families of Kun City. Nor was it that some powerful demon monster had pushed it down. The reason the ghost locust was lying on the ground blocking their path was that this 600-year-old tree had been cut down at the roots. Qin Yang examined the smooth, neat cut at the tree's roots, reaching out to touch it. He suddenly felt a sting in his palm. It was the sword she left at the cut. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. This ghost locust was cut down by Lord Li Tanku. The soldiers of the inspection department also relaxed upon hearing this. As long as it wasn't the work of a demon beast, that was good. Everyone gathered around the ghost locust, feeling amazed. However, team leader Zhao Meng and other team leaders who knew the true purpose of the ghost locust whispered to Qin Yang, "Why did Lord Li cut down this ghost locust? Without it, ghost items might emerge from the chaotic burial mound and cause trouble in the future. Perhaps Lord Li accidentally cut it down while fighting that evil cultivator, or maybe he noticed something unusual about the ghost locust after killing the evil cultivator and then cut it down in one stroke." Qin Yang speculated on two possibilities and then said, "I will report this matter to the family head. Don't worry about the ghost items. At most, each family will send people to sweep through the area briefly. Anyway, no extremely powerful ghost items have ever emerged from this chaotic burial mound. As for the future, we can cultivate another spiritual tree to deter ghost items. Otherwise, there's no way to assign cultivators here permanently. No cultivator from the three families would be willing to live here." The team leaders, being martial artists, had limited knowledge of the methods of cultivators. They couldn't intervene in such matters. Since Qin Yang said he would report it to the family head, they believed the cultivator families would handle it. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, like the other soldiers, curiously observed the ghost locust, spending extra time looking at the hollow tree heart. The tree was so tall that even lying on the ground, it was as high as an ordinary house. Feeling reflective, he patted the tree trunk, then suddenly felt a tremor in his mind. It wasn't from the ghost locust. Although the ghost locust had developed spiritual intelligence before being cut down, it was just an ordinary tree demon. Besides attracting ghost items into its hold to devour, it had no other significant abilities. Even if it did, it wouldn't dare use them against humans. Otherwise, it would have been killed by the cultivators of Kun City long ago. The obscure tremor was transmitted from the ancient bronze pot in his storage bag. The copper pot wasn't a life form. It couldn't fully express its meaning, only conveying a vague intent, but Qin Feng understood that it wanted to eat the ghost locust, or rather, devour it. This startled Qin Feng. It seemed he indeed had found a treasure. A treasure capable of transmitting intent was no ordinary item. Ordinary magical treasures couldn't do it. At least, They had to be spiritual treasures with spiritual nature. For ordinary cultivators at the Chi refinement realm, magic artifacts were the main weapon of choice. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage could use spiritual artifacts. But whether it was magic artifacts or spiritual artifacts, they were only simplified prototypes of magical treasures. Only after forming the golden core did a cultivator have the energy and ability to refine and use a magical treasure. As for spiritual treasures with spiritual nature, which could protect themselves automatically, they had to be refined by cultivators at the nascent soul stage or higher. With this discovery, Ken Feng felt both excited and worried. If someone discovered the level of this copper pot, it would definitely lead to killing and treasure seizing. In the worst case, they might even annihilate his entire Ken family for the sake of leaving no witnesses. Ken Feng thought it would be best to discuss this with his father when he returned. If things didn't work out, he would offer this spiritual treasure to the sect after he joined. It should earn him considerable benefits. However, was he really willing to do so? There was no need to think much, he knew he definitely wasn't willing. Whoever got hold of such a treasure would be reluctant to give it up easily. Ken Feng hesitated for a moment. However, he had more immediate concerns. Letting the copper pot devour the ghost locust in front of so many people wasn't feasible. Otherwise, word would spread. But he wanted to try. He wanted to see what reaction the ancient bronze pot would have after devouring the ghost locust. How could he avoid all these people, though? Just as he was pondering, Qin Ying had already gathered everyone to leave quickly. They were still on the outskirts of Kaifeng Mountain, near the chaotic burial mound. It was best not to linger. The group resumed their journey, but after a few steps, Ken Feng stopped. What is it? Qin Ying asked from the side. I need to relieve myself. Ken Feng said as he stepped behind a tree. Don't go into the woods. Just stay by the roadside. It's late at night, no one will see you. Qin Ying joked, besides, you haven't fully grown yet. Why be shy? I'm not afraid of being seen, just worried you'll be jealous. Ken Feng retorted. The team leaders around Qin Ying burst into laughter. You brat, jealous of you? Qin Ying nearly blew his nose in anger. But he could only swallow his frustration. He couldn't possibly take it out and compare sizes with his cousin here. They weren't kids anymore, doing such childish things. Even if they did, who would they find to be the judge? Glancing at the burly Zhao Meng, Qin Ying shivered and quickly dismissed the thought. Ken Feng walked a few more steps to the front of the ghost locust. The ghost locust was huge, with dense branches and leaves, covering a large area as it lay on the ground. He turned back and saw no one was watching. He quickly took out the ancient bronze pot and inserted a section of the ghost locust branch into the pot. Ken Feng, given his low cultivation, couldn't lift the entire ghost locust. He also didn't know how the pot planned to devour it, so he could only try this way. As soon as he inserted the ghost locust branch, the ancient bronze pot trembled slightly, and a massive suction force emerged, pulling the entire ghost locust into the pot. Ken Feng curiously looked at the pot's opening, puzzled about how such a large ghost locust fit inside. Suddenly, the copper pot flew out of his hand and headed toward his forehead. With a booming sound, the copper pot entered Ken Feng's sea of consciousness, hovering steadily in the center. What? Ken Feng was stunned. What was happening? How did the copper pot enter his sea of consciousness? Before he could react, pure spiritual power surged from the copper pot, flowing through his brow and circulating throughout his body. Ken Feng quickly ran his cultivation technique, refining this spiritual power and sending it into his danshan. The spiritual power, though not much, was extremely pure. With just a few circulations, he could turn it into his own spiritual power. After he fully absorbed the spiritual power, he noticed his cultivation had reached the peak of the first layer of the Qi refinement realm, ready to break through to the second layer at any moment. Chapter 16, Demon Refining Pot. Ken Feng felt immense joy in his heart as he sensed the abundant spiritual power within himself. What a stroke of fortune. He never expected that this copper pot could also feed back spiritual power to aid his cultivation. The source of this spiritual power must be the spiritual energy returned after the copper pot devoured the ghost locust. Although this spiritual energy was likely not even a tenth of the ghost locust's original spiritual power, it was exceptionally pure and could be directly absorbed and converted. This was unlike the spiritual energy from nature, which had to be repeatedly refined before it could be utilized. This was an incredible surprise for Ken Feng. Originally, given his cultivation speed, it would be commendable if he could advance to the second level of Qi refinement within 6 months, and this was with the various elixir pills and spiritual objects his father prepared for him. Without those elixir pills and spiritual objects, given his aptitude, it would take him at least 1 to 2 years to advance from the first to the second level of Qi refinement. But now, with the copper pot's feedback, he was already at the stage where he could advance at any time. Ken Feng thought that now he should set his sights farther. If he could reach the third or even fourth level of chi refinement before entering the sect, he would undoubtedly gain more benefits upon arriving at the sect. As for the idea of turning in this copper pot to the sect, he had completely abandoned it. He wasn't foolish. How could he bear to give away such a treasure that could assist in cultivation? Cultivators endure arduous cultivation for the sake of advancing in their cultivation, gaining more longevity and stronger divine skills. This copper pot was his greatest opportunity. How could he let it go to others for nothing? As it is said, what heaven bestows is not to be refused, or misfortune will follow. Since this treasure had fallen into his hands, if he did not make good use of it, it might bring bad luck and disaster instead. As his thoughts were swirling around, he heard Qin Yang's voice calling from 100 steps away, "Fengdi, are you done? Hurry up and catch up, or you'll be entangled by a female ghost and lose your virginity." Hearing the call, Ken Feng immediately put his thoughts aside, answered quickly, and turned around to catch up with the group. It was fortunate that it was late at night with the forest trees providing cover, so Qin Yang and the others couldn't see the situation here. If he didn't return to the group quickly and Qin Yang came looking for him, he would undoubtedly discover the disappearance of the ghost locust. Following the group, they returned to Kun City without any surprises or dangers. After returning to the inspection department's residence, since it was late at night and Qin Yang still had to expel the yin evil from Chen Hu and others, he was not comfortable letting Qin Feng return alone. Therefore, he let Qin Feng rest in his father's room for the night and returned to the family at dawn. Since Qin Feng's cultivation was still low, he couldn't help with expelling the yin evil and thus used fatigue as an excuse to rest in his family's room at the inspection department. Of course, the joy of acquiring such a treasure left him sleepless. Previously, because he was in front of others, he couldn't show his emotions. Now alone, he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He carefully locked the doors and windows of the room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and tried to summon the ancient copper pot with his divine sense to study it. However, as soon as his divine sense entered the copper pot, a sudden change occurred. A vast consciousness surged into his spirit through his divine sense. This sudden change nearly blew up Qin Feng's sea of consciousness. He cursed internally, "This is completely different from last time." Last time when his divine sense entered, it was completely dark with nothing to see and no response. This time, it was so aggressive, not giving him any chance to resist, forcing a torrent of consciousness into his sea of consciousness. Qin Feng dared not think further, immediately focused his mind, and guarded his heart to prevent his spirit from being overwhelmed by this consciousness. If this wild consciousness knocked him out, he would have no defense and might awaken with his will completely crushed, becoming an idiot. After a long while, he finally exhaled slowly. After merging with that consciousness, he understood the origin of the copper pot in his sea of consciousness. It was an immortal artifact, a very powerful ancient immortal artifact. Only, it had been destroyed long ago. But this was good news for Qin Feng. If this treasure wasn't damaged, how could it have fallen into his hands? This immortal artifact was called the Demon Refining Pot. According to the consciousness conveyed by the Demon Refining Pot, Qin Feng discovered this pot was not the true Demon Refining Pot. It was a replica made by a powerful demon king from the heavenly demon great world, based on the innate spiritual treasure, the Demon Refining Pot, of a supreme existence. Even though it was a replica, it was still extremely powerful. This Demon Refining Pot wasn't a magical treasure used for combat but a treasure used to suppress demon beasts. Any demon beast accepted into the Demon Refining Pot would be branded and turned into the pot's Tao soldier. The demon king from the heavenly demon great world used this pot to suppress all enemy demon clans, turning them into his own demon soldiers and ordering them to fight for him. That demon king earned a notorious reputation in the ancient battles, until the final decisive battle where he provoked a more formidable existence and was slain. Even the Demon Refining Pot was struck by a mighty hand, severely damaged, and fell into a corner of the ancient battlefield. It was unknown where that black-robed evil cultivator unearthed it. That evil cultivator evidently did not know the full origin of the Demon Refining Pot. He only sensed that it was extraordinary and wanted to refine it into a ghost Tao magical treasure, thus harming cultivators and seizing their souls. He even targeted Li Tanku, intending to seize his soul to refine into an artifact spirit. Unfortunately, the evil cultivator didn't foresee that Ken Long had the green-eyed spirit's make. Collaborating with Li Tanku, they broke his yin evil formation, and in his attempt to steal, he ultimately lost his own life. Qin Feng, feeling the intermittent consciousness from the Demon Refining Pot in his mind, roughly analyzed the situation. Although the consciousness was incomplete, he glimpsed some incredible formidable existences. Like the countless demon clans covering the sky and earth, a vast battlefield spanning tens of thousands of miles, the ferocious battles between humans and demons, colossal demon beasts thousands of meters tall, divine weapons breaking through the heavens. Although these scenes flashed by quickly, they left him in awe. After the initial shock, All that remained was endless joy and longing. Joy at obtaining such a treasure, and longing to one day reach such powerful levels, splitting the heavens with one sword, suppressing powerful demon immortals with one palm. Of course, these were just fantasies. He was still a rookie in cultivation and couldn't imagine himself conquering the world based on a fleeting shadow. What was more important now was how to improve his strength and join a sect. With this demon refining pot, his future path would undoubtedly become smoother. The only pity was that the demon refining pot was seriously damaged. Its original 9-layer grotto heaven had turned to dust, leaving only a desolate land of about 100 square feet on the bottom layer. The rest of the 9-layer grotto heaven had crumbled, leaving only the core Tao principle. To restore the demon refining pot to its former state, he would need to integrate 9 grotto heaven worlds into it and use various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to repair the pot's damage. Ken Feng shook his head, dismissing the idea. This was not something he could accomplish now. For now, he should think about how to use the demon refining pot to enhance his cultivation. To the powerful demon king who crafted it, the demon refining pot was merely a cave heaven treasure for carrying Tao soldiers. As for its lesser functions to enhance Tao soldiers' strength, those were inconsequential. But what a demon king saw as insignificant, Ken Feng valued greatly. Because this demon refining pot was a replica, it differed significantly from the original innate spiritual treasure. The demon refining pot in Ken Feng's sea of consciousness emphasized the word refine. It could not only refine demons into controlled demon soldiers but also refine all deceased demon bodies into the purest spiritual energy to aid cultivation. Of course, the demon king's intention was likely to use this spiritual energy for the demon beasts subdued by the demon refining pot. But Ken Feng had no subordinates of demon beasts and no desire to share the spiritual energy with any beasts. He himself was short on spiritual energy, so how could he spare any for demon beasts? However, aside from nurturing demon soldiers and refining spiritual energy, what Ken Feng valued most was the demon refining pot's ability to refine a demon beast's bloodline divine power and merge it into itself. This was incredibly powerful. Because demon beasts greatly valued their bloodline. In the early stage of cultivation, they particularly relied on their bloodline to birth divine skills to fight against other beings. Even after reaching deep cultivation levels, they still depended heavily on bloodline suppression to make other demon clans submit. The function of merging other demon beasts' bloodlines and gaining their bloodline divine powers was astonishingly powerful. Although Ken Feng had read simple descriptions of cultivation realms in the family's scripture pavilion, knowing that after becoming an immortal, all races gradually placed less importance on divine skills and more on Taoist skills. Because Taoist skills were derived from Tao principles, possessing infinite power far greater than divine skills. But Ken Feng couldn't see that far yet. He only knew he had obtained a great opportunity, one that was perfect for him. When he joined the beast taming sect, with his demon refining pot, he could use its abilities to help his spiritual beasts gain more divine skills. By then, leveraging powerful spiritual beasts to win a spot as an inner sect disciple should be no problem, right? Chapter 17, Washing the Marrow and Cleansing the Bones. The only thing Ken Feng regretted was that the original 9 levels of the demon refining pot now only had a tiny space left at the bottom, which meant he could only focus on cultivating a single spiritual beast at present. To cultivate other spiritual beasts, he would have to fill up the other 8 levels first. Ken Feng sighed lightly, but he quickly collected his thoughts. People should not be too greedy. The benefits he gained now were already a blessing from the heavens. If he were too greedy and focused on repairing the demon refining pot, it would only bring trouble with his current abilities. He had not yet entered the beast taming sect, so the matter of taming spiritual beasts could be dealt with later. The most important thing now was to use the demon refining pot to enhance his cultivation. After all, the demon refining pot could refine the flesh of demon beasts, reverting it to its original essence and transforming it into pure spiritual energy to assist in cultivation. If he could refine a few more demon beasts, his cultivation would increase rapidly. But the question was, where could he get demon beasts? Even if he advanced to the 2nd level of chi refinement, he would still be a low-level small cultivator without the qualifications to hunt demon beasts for training. Ken Feng summoned the demon refining pot to play with it for a while but quickly sent it back to his sea of consciousness, deciding that he would not take this precious item out unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if someone saw a small cultivator in the early stage of chi refinement controlling such a treasure, it would definitely arouse suspicion. At this moment, voices came from a room not far away. It was Qin Yang helping Chen Hu and others expel the yin evil from their bodies. They were expressing their gratitude to Qin Yang after regaining consciousness. Qin Yang would likely come to the adjacent room to rest soon. Ken Feng did not want to attract Qin Yang's attention, as he had used the excuse of being tired to come to his room early. He reached out and fanned at a few steps away from the candlestick, producing a breeze that extinguished the candle with a puff. The spiritual energy feedback from the demon refining pot had improved him significantly, making it easier to use spells. The room plunged into darkness. Ken Feng wanted to sit cross-legged and cultivate, but the excitement of suddenly obtaining such a precious item left him unable to calm his mind, making cultivation impossible. Since he couldn't cultivate, he might as well get a good night's sleep and think about it tomorrow. Ken Feng lay on the bed, his mind racing with thoughts. At one moment, he felt his future was bright, at another, he felt anxious, fearing his sea of consciousness's demon refining pot would be discovered. He tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep in a daze. 3 days later. Ken Family Mansion. Ken Feng had finished his cultivation and was reading a travelogue of a cultivator to broaden his knowledge. At that moment, he suddenly heard his father's call from the courtyard, "Fenger, father is back." The voice carried a hint of joy. Ken Feng got up to greet him. He had just taken 2 steps when he saw his father stride in. "Ha, Fenger, come and see what good things I brought for you." Ken Long smiled broadly and took out a pile of bottles and jars from the storage bag at his waist, laughing as he spoke. "This time, I met the family head in the commandery. The family head helped me buy back yellow bud pills, breaking barrier pills, and other elixirs. There are also these few items for you to use when you tame spiritual beasts. Additionally, these 2 bottles contain marrow cleansing liquid and bone strengthening pills, which are good for enhancing your aptitude. I have already prepared a medicinal bath for you. Use it tonight to avoid attracting attention. These things work best when used at a young age and low cultivation level. It will be much harder to improve your aptitude when your cultivation is higher." "Thank you, father." Ken Feng was also happy upon hearing this. Although he already had the demon refining pot to assist in cultivation, it was still an external object with its own limits. When his cultivation reached a certain realm, relying solely on the demon refining pot to enhance it would not be realistic. Enhancing one's aptitude was fundamental. Those with excellent root bones not only saved more time in cultivation but also faced fewer obstacles when advancing. However, the marrow cleansing liquid and bone strengthening pills, while enhancing aptitude, did not have outstanding effects. Otherwise, a small family like the Ken family would not have obtained them. These things are just as agreed with the family head before. Ken Long cheerfully took out a piece of inner armor from the storage bag. This time, while escorting Zhao Jinglai and others to the commandery's Zhao family with Li Danku, we established a good relationship. The Zhao family was generous and gave many things. However, those things were not useful to you, so I exchanged them for spirit stones and bought you this piece of spiritual armor. He handed the inner armor to Ken Feng and smiled. This is a basic level spiritual inner armor made from the beast skin of the rhino armor beast. When in danger, it will activate the defensive magic within, forming a layer of earth element spirit light outside your body, enough to protect you from most dangers. It's not that I don't want to get you stronger armor, but your current strength is insufficient. Even if given to you, you wouldn't be able to utilize its full power, and it would only attract unwanted attention. I specifically chose this inner armor for you. Although it's at the basic spiritual artifact level, it can form a defense as long as you can activate the magic within it. Such inner armor, usable at the early stage of chi refinement, is rare and expensive. If the Zhao family hadn't given so many good things, I wouldn't have been able to afford it. Now, try it on. Ken Feng was touched but said nothing, taking the inner armor and putting it on. As his spiritual power surged into the inner armor, it shrank to fit him perfectly snug. Not bad. Ken Long looked at his son wearing the inner armor and couldn't help but praise, "You have some of my style from when I was young." Ken Feng found this both funny and exasperating. His appearance was quite different from his father's, except for his eyes. He had not inherited his father's square face and beard, looking much more handsome in contrast. It was said he inherited more of his mother's looks. Unfortunately, his mother passed away early, and Ken Feng could hardly remember her face, having only seen her when he was 1 or 2 years old, over a decade ago. At night, Ken Feng soaked his entire body in a wooden tub filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. Ken Long had prepared this medicinal bath to cleanse his marrow and tendons, ensuring the marrow cleansing liquid was used early, so the other branches of the family wouldn't covet it. Though Ken Long would not part with the marrow cleansing liquid, letting it be known would cause unnecessary trouble, so using it early would not only enhance his son's aptitude but also end any undue interest. If they wanted marrow cleansing liquid, they should exchange for it themselves. Ken Long would not spoil certain members of the family. The marrow cleansing liquid was not easy to come by, only with years of contributions to the family did the family head agree to purchase it. In the wooden tub, Ken Feng felt like a frog being slowly boiled, his skin reddening from the heat. He dared not come out, for that would render the medicinal bath useless, so he repeatedly circulated his cultivation technique, absorbing the medicinal power while dissipating some heat. Steam continually rose from his head. As the water temperature rose, the medicinal properties and spiritual energy in the bath liquid, driven by his cultivation technique, flowed into his body, causing waves of soreness. "Open your mouth," Qianlong suddenly said, placing a bone-strengthening pill into his mouth. As the pill entered his stomach, a cool sensation spread through his 5 internal organs, limbs, and bones, bringing immense relief. The previous soreness was unbearable. Unfortunately, this relief was short-lived. The coolness quickly turned into potent medicinal power, sticking to his bones and seeping inside, causing a sensation akin to being bitten by countless ants, extremely painful. The bone-strengthening pill enhanced his bone strength and refined away impurities, improving his root bones. However, the side effects were significant. Had he not pretended to be strong to avoid worrying his father, Qianfeng would have cried out in pain. Chapter 18, Hide and Bide. Qianfeng tightly bit his teeth, enduring the bone-eroding pain. He made no sound and continued to exercise his cultivation technique, absorbing the medicinal power to cleanse his meridian channels and improve his aptitude. As he repeatedly operated the cultivation technique Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill, his spiritual power quietly increased each time he absorbed the medicinal power. He had initially planned to break through to the second level of chi refinement after cleansing his meridians and improving his aptitude. By then, he could attribute his rapid advancement to the effect of the medicinal bath his father had prepared. But at this moment, he focused on absorbing the medicinal power, forgetting to suppress the spiritual power in his danshan. As he circulated the cultivation technique, he unintentionally expanded the veins and acupoints in his body. His spiritual power hit an extreme, and naturally, he advanced. When Qianlong discovered his son had broken through to the second level of chi refinement, he was dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Hadn't his son been cultivating for just a short time and was currently improving his aptitude through the medicinal bath? How did he break through so suddenly? Could it be that my son is the legendary cultivation prodigy encountered once in a millennium? It must be. Otherwise, how could this happen? Qianlong's heart pounded. He was somewhat excited. With such talent, there would be no worry for his son's future advancement. Perhaps, his son could become the second golden core cultivator in the family after the founder of their clan. The first-generation ancestor who founded the Qin clan was an inner sect disciple of the beast-taming sect. Unfortunately, this ancestor passed away young and could not protect the family for long. This left the Qin family to develop slowly in a small place like Kun City without further progress. Qianlong thought that his son was now the family's hope. Whether he could enter the inner sect and lead the family to prosperity would depend on his future achievements. In the bathtub, Qianfeng did not know about his father's high expectations. He continued to grit his teeth and endure the sensations of soreness, numbness, pain, and itchiness within his body. He also had no time to think about his breakthrough to the second level of chi refinement. He relied solely on his strong willpower to persist. He had never thought that the combination of marrow-cleansing liquid and bone-strengthening pill would be so painful. However, improving one's aptitude and maximizing potential is never easy. One must endure all kinds of suffering to make progress. Who knows how much time passed before the pain began to diminish and the medicinal effects started to wane. Qianfeng felt a sense of relief, experiencing a sudden sensation of clarity and lightness, an illusion of being as light as a swallow. This was because the impurities in his body had been cleansed. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately saw his father grinning broadly, laughing silently without noticing that he had awakened. Surprised and puzzled by the situation, Qianfeng hesitated and waved his hand in front of his father's face. Only then did Qianlong come to his senses, exclaiming, "Oh, it's over so soon. My son is indeed a natural prodigy." Qianfeng smirked. Was it really that fast? It felt like a long time to me. After enduring such intense pain, his body was still weary. With his father's help, he stepped out of the bathtub. Qianlong then cast a spell, summoning a stream of clear water to rinse him off again. Otherwise, the thick scent of medicine on his body would be uncomfortable. Fenger. After Qianfeng changed his clothes, Qianlong spoke with a face full of joy. "I didn't expect your aptitude to be so good. Just using these auxiliary spiritual objects to cleanse your body, you've managed to advance to the second level of chi refinement. Haha, the Qin family's prosperity is in sight. When you enter the inner sect of the beast-taming sect, you will definitely lead our family out of Kun City and secure a better spirit vein. By then, what weight can the Zhao family in Teeling carry?" Qianfeng was speechless. He hadn't expected that a minor breakthrough could make his father so excited, to the point of belittling the Zhao family. But it was understandable. Such rapid cultivation progress was usually seen only in exceptionally talented individuals or the offspring of great families with abundant resources, allowing them to advance swiftly. Yet, cultivation built on resources alone could never compare to true talent. More than 90% of cultivators in the cultivation world faced ever-slowing progress in the later stages. Only true geniuses could continue to break through realms. Ken Feng wanted to tell his father that he was not a genuine prodigy. But ultimately, he didn't mention the demon refining pot. It wasn't that he doubted his father's ability to keep secrets, but knowing would only add to his father's worries, fearing for his safety if someone coveted the treasure. Moreover, the formidable being who had broken the demon refining pot was likely still alive. If the pot was frequently mentioned, it might draw that being's attention, and who knew whether it would bring fortune or disaster. For mysterious entities he knew little about, it was better to maintain reverence and caution. Thus, Ken Feng decided not to add to his father's worries unless he became powerful enough to protect the treasure. The cultivation world was filled with countless mystical techniques. Someone might detect his treasure from subtle clues. Hence, he had to be extremely cautious. Ken Long excitedly talked to his son for a long time, discussing historical events and imagining the future, sharing tips about joining the outer sect of the beast-taming sect, whom to avoid, and how to gain benefits. Despite having heard many things before, Ken Feng listened intently, knowing his father repeated these reminders out of concern for his safety and to advise him on securing more cultivation resources within the sect. Talking far into the night, with the moon high in the sky, Ken Long finally stopped his advice reluctantly. He instructed, "Don't go out during this time. Stay in the courtyard and cultivate. After 10 days or so, then go out. By then, even if people notice you've advanced to the second level of chi refinement, it won't cause such a stir. After all, I brought back a lot of elixir pills from the commandery this time. If anyone asks why you advanced so quickly, just say it's because you took a lot of elixir pills." Ken Feng nodded. "I understand. I won't go out for these few days." He was well aware of the principle of standing out too much. Although other elders in the family wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics for a spot, they might increase their focus on cultivating him, considering him the family's hope for revival. But the news of his rapid advancement could spell trouble if it spread beyond the family. The Ken family was, after all, just a small family and might not protect him from harm. Not to mention that some rivals of the beast-taming sect wouldn't hesitate to kill a promising enemy before he matured. Even in the small Kun city, things were not entirely stable. Kun city housed 3 cultivator families, each aligned with different powers, sharing cooperation and rivalry. The Wang family in the west was relatively minor, being vassals of the Fog-Hidden sect, with no feud with the beast-taming sect. But the Huang family in the north was associated with one of the beast-taming sect's rival sects, the sword cultivation sect of Taiyi Mountain Golden Light Cave, renowned for their Golden Light Cave Heaven, a thriving sect possibly even stronger than the beast-taming sect. Ken Long wanted his son to reclusively cultivate at home for a while to avoid the Huang family. Should they discover Ken Feng's progress, they could either harm him secretly or report to their sect, leading to a potential fatal threat to Ken Feng. Ken Feng was even more patient than Ken Long anticipated. He secluded himself for over half a month, only then stepping out to relieve his mind by walking in the family's forest. He encountered some clan cultivators during his walk, but they were mostly ordinary members focused on tending the family's spiritual fields and didn't bother probing his cultivation level. It wasn't until over a month later that a clan member noticed Ken Feng had advanced to the second level of chi refinement. The news caused quite a stir among the younger generations of Kun City's 3 major families. Ken Feng managed to advance to the second level within 2 months, making him a minor prodigy among the ordinary talent pool of his peers. If he survived, he might achieve foundation establishment and become a pillar of the Ken family's future. However, Ken Feng attributed his rapid progress to the numerous spiritual elixirs his father, Ken Long, provided. This explanation eased concerns about him attracting undue attention from elders of the rival families, who themselves had children enjoying plentiful resources. Nevertheless, young family members competing with Ken Feng for sect admission were disheartened. His performance nearly guaranteed one spot, intensifying competitions for the remaining slots. A few of those youths often lamented, wishing their fathers were like Ken Long, having accomplished enough for the family to earn resources. With similar supports, they might have progressed faster than Ken Feng. Third uncle, who watched the book collection pavilion, was particularly anxious about his grandson's chances now that Ken Feng claimed a spot. Even if third uncle wanted elixir pills for his grandson, years of stable service in the family's scripture pavilion meant fewer adventures and fewer accumulated resources compared to Ken Long. Ken Feng often visited the pavilion for cultivation travel notes and various cultivation books, causing his presence to unsettle third uncle, who sighed inwardly each time. His grandson's average aptitude previously allowed fair competition, but now competing against Ken Long's resource-backed efforts seemed insurmountable. Chapter 19 Spiritual Toad. The Ken family had 300 acres of spiritual farmland, which was the foundation of their establishment in Kun City, as well as their main source of income. However, due to the distribution of spirit veins, the spiritual farmland of the Ken family was scattered in many parts behind their family estate, within a vast mountain forest. Over the years, generation after generation of cultivators from the Ken family managed these 300 acres of spiritual farmland in an orderly fashion, each plot of land being clearly allocated for the cultivation of specific spiritual objects. Although 30% of the annual yield from the spiritual farmland had to be handed over to the beast taming sect, in return, the Ken family gained the sex protection, allowing their family to thrive safely in Kun City. Without the shelter provided by the beast taming sect, during times when the Ken family had no foundation establishment cultivator to hold the fort, it would be hard to defend so much spiritual farmland, and they might even risk being raided for their spirit veins. This was the plight of small families and weak forces. Without strong backing, they could be wiped out at any moment. At noon, Ken Feng and his father were having a meal together. Today, his father was on leave and did not have to report to the inspection department. Just as the father and son were almost done eating, the fifth elder, Qin Guanshan, who managed the family's spiritual farmland, arrived. He came to find Qinlong. Although the fifth elder was in charge of all the spiritual farmland's cultivation matters, his cultivation wasn't high, only at the late stage of qi cultivation. The reason he became the family elder was due to his advanced age and because he had the most experience among all the spirit plant cultivators in the family. All the cultivators tending to the spiritual farmland had been guided by him. Uncle Fifth, why have you come? Qinlong and his son quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks and stood up to greet the fifth elder. Although foundation establishment cultivators could fast to some extent, it was not necessary. Apart from when they were in seclusion, they would habitually eat some food during other times. Especially food imbued with spiritual energy, which was beneficial to their cultivation. Given that the Ken family had 300 acres of spiritual farmland, Qinlong never lacked for food. Go ahead and finish your meal first, the fifth elder waved his hand, we can talk after you are done. Although he was a generation senior to Qinlong, his strength was far inferior, so he didn't put on the airs of an elder before Qinlong. It's okay, we're almost done. Qinlong invited the fifth elder to sit and said with a smile, Uncle Fifth, feel free to speak your mind. You usually don't come unless there's something important. Do you need my help with something this time? Indeed, the fifth elder did not exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. Lately, the family's spirit fruit garden has been frequently pilfered. At first, I thought someone inside was being dishonest, but after careful investigation, I discovered it was a spiritual toad causing trouble. A spiritual toad? Qinlong's expression changed slightly, and he asked quickly, what kind of spiritual toad? Is it poisonous? As someone from the beast taming sect, he had always been very interested in spiritual beasts. So, upon hearing there was a spiritual beast in their spiritual farmland, he immediately became intrigued. If possible, he wouldn't mind having another spiritual beast. I couldn't recognize it. The family's scripture pavilion doesn't have such a spiritual toad in the spiritual beast record. The fifth elder shook his head. I organized people to catch that spiritual toad, but it turned out to be quite strong, leaping nimbly, and quickly jumping into the spiritual well. I also sent people down to search for it, but they couldn't find it. If it never appeared again, that would be fine, but the guards in the spirit fruit garden reported that whenever they let their guard down, the spiritual toad would leap out of the well and continue to devour spirit fruits. The little thing might not look very big, but its appetite is astonishing. If we let it continue like this, the spirit fruits to be offered to the beast taming sect this year may fall short. At this point, a trace of worry appeared on the fifth elder's face. I approached the clan leader, who said his shadow leopard is not good at fighting in water and suggested I come to you for help. I see. Qinlong nodded. Alright, I'll get ready and go with you to take a look. Ken Feng, who was listening nearby, also became interested. As a prospective disciple about to join the beast taming sect, he, too, had a keen interest in demon beasts. In fact, all the young members of the Ken family shared the same attitude towards spiritual beasts. Being an affiliated family of the beast taming sect, they were influenced from a young age to desire a spiritual beast of their own, riding high above the land and the skies, for it must be a dashing sight. Dad, let me go with you. I've never seen a demon beast of the toad species before. Qinlong looked at his son's eager face and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, then come along. We can check out the type of spiritual toad it is. If it's suitable, we might catch it for you to keep as a spiritual beast, though you might not like it. The reason he said this was because the first spiritual beast captured by a beast taming sect disciple usually became their life-bound spiritual beast. The cultivation technique of the beast taming sect was very unique. After reaching the foundation establishment realm, they could merge with their life-bound spiritual beast to fight as one. Hence, choosing the first spiritual beast was extremely important for all the disciples of the beast taming sect, as it affected not only their appearance after merging but also their combat effectiveness and future potential. Ken Feng had heard from his father that one of the 9 major affiliated families of the beast-taming sect, the Long family, kept some Zhao dragons. If a promising junior emerged from their family, they would directly provide a young Zhao dragon as their life-bound spiritual beast, offering immense potential and leaving over 90% of ordinary disciples far behind. Ken Feng, though he didn't aspire to compare with those from such prominent families, still didn't like the idea of having a toad as his life-bound spiritual beast. Otherwise, if he merged with his life-bound spiritual beast in battle, he might end up becoming the Toad Prince. As the most handsome young man in the Ken family, he thought it was better to maintain his image. Compared to a toad, he preferred a more formidable spiritual beast. This matter wasn't urgent. After joining the beast-taming sect, he would have plenty of opportunities to find his ideal spiritual beast. Besides, he hadn't even joined the sect yet. Even if given a spiritual beast, he wouldn't know the technique to refine it into his life-bound spiritual beast. Ken Feng shrugged, not minding his father's jesting. Although he didn't plan to have the spiritual toad as his life-bound spiritual beast, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. After all, he hadn't seen many demon beasts. Apart from the few spiritual beasts his father owned, he had only seen the shadow leopard owned by the clan leader and a few earth-splitting barbaric bulls kept by the family. The earth-splitting barbaric bull was an ordinary spiritual beast with great strength and a relatively gentle nature, possessing the earth-splitting divine power. They were reared by the family to help plow the spiritual farmland. Ken Long and his son followed the 5th elder directly to the family's spirit fruit garden. The spirit fruit garden had walls around it, with many prohibitions set up within to prevent birds and beasts from entering and stealing the spirit fruits. Logically, with these prohibitions in place, no demon beast should have been able to intrude. Yet, the spiritual toad had done just that, leaving everyone puzzled as to where this little creature had come from. Chapter 20 Ambush in the dark. Ken family's spirit fruit garden was not very large, covering more than a dozen acres and planted with 7 or 8 kinds of spirit fruit trees. Although most of the spirit fruits had not yet matured, Ken Feng still caught a whiff of enticing fruit fragrance as he entered. However, apart from the 30% of the spirit fruits that needed to be handed over to the sect, most of the remaining fruits would be sold by the family to exchange for other spiritual objects to supplement household expenses. Therefore, the number of spirit fruits that the Ken family cultivators could receive each year was not much. This year, however, it might be even less. Because a spiritual toad, which appeared from nowhere, devoured a large quantity of spirit fruits. If it was not dealt with soon, there might not be any harvest of spirit fruits this year. If it had been a common spiritual toad, that would be fine. Even a few more demon beasts would not have mattered. But this spiritual toad had an astonishing appetite. Though it did not look large, it could easily devour food more than 100 times its own weight. As Ken Long and the others arrived, the 5 or 6 family cultivators who were carefully guarding the garden came forward one after another. They were the spirit plant cultivators responsible for this orchard. Spirit fruit trees were relatively more difficult to manage than ordinary spirit grains and other objects. Therefore, the income of a few cultivators in the spirit fruit garden was higher compared to other ordinary family members. However, this year's spirit fruits had encountered a problem, undoubtedly causing their income to decrease. Thus, these cultivators were also anxious. When they saw the 5th elder bringing Ken Long, they immediately gathered to ask about the situation. Look at those few spirit fruit trees that matured earlier. Within less than 2 days, they were entirely devoured by that spiritual toad. The 5th elder led Ken Long and his son to the depths of the garden, pointing angrily at several spirit fruit trees. Following the direction pointed out by the 5th elder, Ken Feng saw several spirit fruit trees that should have been full of ripe fruits. Now, only a few green fruits hung on the branches, and his heart ached instantly. In just 2 days, that foul toad devoured so many spirit fruits. Was it trying to cut off the Ken family's source of income? After passing the family evaluation at the end of the year, he would be sent to the beast-taming sect. At that time, he would need the family's support to provide some cultivation resources. If this year's spirit fruits failed, and they could not exchange them for enough spirit stones, he probably would not receive much support from the family upon entering the beast-taming sect. So, this toad was not only robbing the family's spirit fruits but also essentially robbing his cultivation resources. It was intolerable. Initially, he had considered taking a look at the spiritual beast to broaden his horizons. But now, those thoughts vanished, and he only wanted to deal with the spiritual beast as soon as possible. Most people were like this, indifferent when it did not concern them, holding a mentality of watching the excitement without being affected. But when it involved their own interests, it was a different matter altogether. Undoubtedly, the theft of spirit fruits by the spiritual toad had infringed upon Ken Feng's interests. So, with anger in his eyes, he surveyed the orchard's surroundings, but found no unusual signs. Ken Long frowned at those spirit fruit trees that had been completely devoured. So many have been stolen? Indeed. If this continues, the family might have to save some resources from elsewhere to meet the spirit objects required for the tribute to the beast taming sect. The fifth elder said helplessly, besides, I don't know where the beast broke through the prohibition. I personally checked it once but found no sign of the prohibition being damaged. Oh? Ken Long was a bit surprised. It could actually sneak in without damaging the prohibition. Could it be some special spiritual beast? Although the prohibition in this spirit fruit garden was not too sophisticated, it was enough to ward off ordinary demon beasts. He did not expect any demon beast to sneak in without a sound. It likely had some unique bloodline divine power, otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to achieve this. With this thought, Ken Long's interest grew. He cast a spell, from which his eyes emitted a flash of spirit light as he investigated for a moment, finding no trace of the demon beast. Then he stretched out his hand, grabbed the air, and sniffed. Yes, there is indeed demon energy here. Seeing his son looking at him curiously, Ken Long smiled and said, this is the smell wind skill, a spell researched by a predecessor in the beast taming sect specifically for detecting demon energy. Sect spells cannot be passed outside, so I can't teach you. However, this spell is one of the most common spells in the beast taming sect. Once you become an outer disciple of the beast taming sect, you will naturally learn it. Ken Feng nodded upon hearing this, feeling more eager to join the beast taming sect. Ken Long's nose sniffed lightly from time to time, following the direction of the demon energy, gradually reaching the spirit well within the spirit fruit garden. Peering into the well, he found no trace of the spiritual toad. He was about to release the green-eyed spirit snake from the spiritual beast bag to explore the well. The green-eyed spirit snake also excelled in water environments, moving freely. This was why the old clan chief had sent the fifth elder to seek Ken Long's help. However, Ken Long soon stopped his actions and did not summon the green-eyed spirit snake. If the spiritual toad sensed the aura of the green-eyed spirit snake and hid, it might be difficult to find. If the issue wasn't resolved in one go and the spiritual toad became wary, capturing it later would be even harder. He couldn't guard the spirit fruit garden every day. What if the spiritual toad came back to steal the spirit fruits again? Ken Long turned to the fifth elder and asked, Uncle Wu, does the spiritual toad steal the spirit fruits regularly? The fifth elder thought for a moment and said, the spiritual toad usually comes out to steal and eat in the afternoon when people are fewer at night when no one is around. I see. Ken Long looked at the sun, which had just begun to set, and said, in that case, could you please ask everyone to leave the spirit fruit garden for now? I will stay hidden and see what abilities that demon beast has, which dares to linger in our Ken family's spirit fruit garden. Be careful, try not to damage the spirit fruit trees during the fight. These have been cultivated by the family for many years to grow to this stage. The fifth elder pointed to a few particularly tall spirit fruit trees with some concern and reminded, especially these few, which are several hundred years old, bear fruit once every 10 years. You must protect them. Don't worry, Uncle Wu. I know. Ken Long nodded, comforting him with a smile. Seeing this, the fifth elder said no more and led the few family members out of the orchard. Ken Feng did not leave. He came specifically to broaden his horizons with his father, naturally unwilling to leave without even seeing the demon beast. Besides, with his low strength, as long as he kept his distance, he need not worry about alarming the spiritual toad. As for Ken Long, with his level of Dao cultivation, casting the chi concealing technique should pose no problem in deceiving the spiritual toad. After all, the spiritual toad was not strong, otherwise, it wouldn't have been wary of the spirit plant cultivators in the orchard. Chapter 21. The frog in the well wants to swallow the sky. Dozens of feet away from the spiritual well, behind a spirit fruit tree that was 600 or 700 years old, the father and son duo hid quietly. Ken Long used the concealing breath technique, not a trace of aura leaking from his body. Demon beasts were mostly highly perceptive. If that spiritual toad detected the aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator, it wouldn't dare show itself easily. However, Ken Long was from the beast taming sect and had learned many techniques to deal with demon beasts, so concealing his own aura was relatively easier for him. Of course, this was also because his Dao cultivation was much higher than that of the spiritual beast. If it were a demon beast of the same level, it would require a more advanced technique to hide one's aura at such a close distance. Ken Feng, on the other hand, didn't mind. As a mere small chi refinement realm cultivator at the second level, his aura became even weaker after Ken Long cast a spell on him, making him seem like an ordinary mortal who didn't understand cultivation. The father and son hid behind the tree, secretly watching the spiritual well, waiting for the appearance of the spiritual toad. Time passed slowly, bit by bit. The air was still, and the scorching sun made the sand on the ground hot. The branches and leaves of the spirit fruit tree wilted listlessly. If it weren't for Ken Feng having already stepped onto the path of cultivation and being able to use his cultivation technique to resist the heat, he would have been complaining loudly by now. Just as he was getting a bit impatient, his father gently pulled him. Ken Feng was startled and quickly followed his father's gaze. From the spiritual well dozens of feet away, a faint sound of water suddenly came. Then, they saw a completely green spiritual toad, only the size of a child's fist, leap from the bottom of the well, crouching on the sun-heated edge of the well, seemingly unconcerned about the temperature. Its snow-white belly puffed up and down, and its lively eyes scanned around. After finding no signs of human presence, it let out a few soft croaks and jumped down from the edge of the well. Just as the fifth elder described, this spiritual toad jumped as if it were flying. With a slight hop, it landed several feet away. In just a few hops, it arrived under a spirit fruit tree not far from Ken Feng and his father. Its mouth opened, a flash of light appeared, and the spiritual toad extended its long tongue to roll up a bright red spirit fruit and swallowed it. The spirit fruit was quite large, even bigger than the spiritual toad itself, but as the toad's tongue retracted into its mouth, it swallowed the spirit fruit effortlessly. Huh? Ken Long was surprised. It's actually a swallowing sky toad. No wonder it's so voracious. Swallowing sky toad. Ken Feng looked at his father in confusion. He had not seen any records of the swallowing sky toad in the spiritual beast atlas of the family's scripture pavilion. Ken Long didn't answer him. Because, just as he spoke, the swallowing sky toad had already sensed his presence. The toad's body suddenly turned. Its round, beady eyes looked toward the two hiding behind the tree with a mix of doubt and caution. Ken Long chuckled lightly, no longer hiding. He stood up and walked toward the swallowing sky toad, speaking as he went. The swallowing sky toad is a very special type of toad demon beast, known to devour the sky. It's not simple, its belly forms its own space. This type of spiritual toad is rare in number. After refining its cultivation to great success, it's extremely powerful. If swallowed into the space within its belly, one's life and death would be entirely at its mercy. But unfortunately, this demon beast is too difficult to nurture. The swallowing sky toad requires a tremendous amount of spiritual objects to grow its internal space and advance in cultivation. As its cultivation progresses, the resources it needs will increase. The cultivation resources that could nurture thousands of disciples in a sect might not even be enough to raise a single swallowing sky toad. He sighed regretfully. He had hoped to catch a spiritual beast that, even if he couldn't use, could be sold to provide cultivation resources for his son. But this swallowing sky toad was too expensive to keep, leaving him feeling helpless. It seemed the family's spirit fruit garden losses this year were inevitable. After all, no one would buy such a massive eater to raise. If the swallowing sky toad had advanced to a second-rank demon beast, it would be better. It could be sold to artifact refiners to make space artifacts using its internal space. But judging by its current state, it was only in the late stage of the first rank. Its internal space was too small to be useful. Demon beasts were classified from the lowest first rank to the highest ninth rank. A first-rank demon beast was equivalent to a cultivator in the chi refinement realm, while a second rank was akin to a foundation establishment cultivation, and so on. Above the ninth rank was the realm of demon immortals. Ken Long sighed regretfully, forming hand seals and preparing to cast a spell. Since he couldn't recover the family's losses, he would avoid causing more damage. He cast a spell, Draw a Prison, intending to trap the swallowing sky toad and then kill it. Unexpectedly, the swallowing sky toad was incredibly agile. Just as Ken Long's spell fell, it leaped out of the spell's range. With a few more hops, it jumped back to the spiritual well and dove in. Ken Long was a moment too slow to catch the toad, his face darkening. As a foundation establishment cultivator, even though beast-taming sect cultivators relied heavily on their spiritual beasts, making their battle power relatively weak, it was shameful to fail to catch a first-rank late-stage demon beast. Angered, Ken Long summoned his green-eyed spirit snake. The snake quickly understood its mission, slithering down the well wall. It moved as if the smooth well wall were flat ground, with no risk of falling. The green-eyed spirit snake slipped into the well water, tracking the swallowing sky toad's scent. Ken Feng closed his eyes, sending a wisp of divine sense into the snake, keeping a close watch on the toad fleeing underwater. Let's see where you can run in this underground stream. The green-eyed spirit snake's vertical pupils glowed with a green light, locking onto the swallowing sky toad. Even in the total darkness of the underground stream, it could see the toad clearly. Nearby, Ken Long waited with a smile for the green-eyed spirit snake to bring the toad back. But soon, his brow furrowed. The swallowing sky toad swam almost as fast as the green-eyed spirit snake, fleeing in a straight line and quickly covering miles without stopping. The special beast taming technique allowed Ken Long to attach his divine sense to the snake. Otherwise, even a Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense couldn't reach so far. In the underground stream, the green-eyed spirit snake chased the swallowing sky toad. Suddenly, light appeared ahead, an exit to the surface. The toad leapt out of the water and slipped into nearby vegetation. For the snake, this was no problem. It locked onto the toad's scent and continued the chase. However, when it emerged and saw the surroundings, the snake quickly retreated and returned the way it came. Chapter 22, Beside the Spiritual Well, Ken Feng walked over and leaned in to take a few glances into the well. However, apart from seeing his own reflection of a handsome youth in the clear well water, he saw nothing else. Straightening his collar in the water's reflection, Ken Feng withdrew his gaze and looked towards his father, preparing to ask about the swallowing sky toad again. As a novice cultivator, he was very interested in all the knowledge about the cultivation world. However, when he looked at his father, he suddenly paused. Because he noticed his father's face was a bit ashen. "What's wrong, father? Did that swallowing sky toad escape?" Ken Feng asked. In his mind, it was possible that the swallowing sky toad had depended on its small size to squeeze into a tight tunnel under the spiritual well to evade the green-eyed spirit snake's pursuit. The green-eyed spirit snake was so large that many small tunnels couldn't accommodate it. Ken Long's face was grim. He took a deep breath and whispered, "That little thing did escape, but it wasn't because the green-eyed spirit snake couldn't catch it. We just can't pursue it any further." "Why?" Ken Feng asked in surprise. "Because the swallowing sky toad fled to the surface, and that area is the Huang family's stronghold in the northern part of the city." Ken Long smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that the underground stream from the spiritual well would connect to the Huang family's sword-washing pond." "Ah." Ken Feng was stunned. "The Huang family's sword-washing pond?" He looked puzzled, not expecting such an outcome. The Huang family in the northern part of Kun City was a vassal of Taiyi Mountain Golden Light Cave. Although Taiyi Mountain Golden Light Cave was a sword cultivation sect, the Huang family did not establish their foothold in Kun City through sword Dao. The Huang family truly relied on their sword forging skills to survive. Of course, their sword forging inheritance was quite ordinary, with few masterpieces. It was said that the Huang family's most powerful elder once forged a flying sword of spiritual artifact leveled 20 years ago. After offering it to Taiyi Mountain Golden Light Cave, they received a reward. The truth of this matter was uncertain. According to Ken Feng's father, Taiyi Mountain Golden Light Cave wouldn't regard the Huang family highly just because of a single spiritual artifact level flying sword. Moreover, since then, that great elder of the Huang family had never forged another spiritual artifact flying sword, leading many to speculate in private that the elder might have been exceptionally lucky that time. The entire Ken family believed this, and hearing it often, Ken Feng thought the same. The Huang family controlled a small refined iron mine in a mountain in the northern part of the city. Each year, they could forge dozens of magic swords and other magic artifacts, selling them in their shop in Teeling County to exchange for cultivation resources, which was completely different from the Ken family's focus on farming the spiritual fields. Usually, the two families mocked each other. The Ken family called them blacksmiths, while the Huang family ridiculed them as farmers. Both families could hardly see eye to eye and rarely avoided verbal sparring when they met. However, the conflicts between the Ken and Huang families were limited to verbal disputes and rarely escalated to physical fights. It was not that they didn't want to, but their strength was similar. Fighting recklessly would only result in casualties, which was not worth it. Yet, fierce battles were not absent. About 120 years ago, several promising young members of the Ken family died in succession, leaving only one Foundation establishment cultivator to hold the fort. The Huang family seized the opportunity to attack, nearly exterminating them. It wasn't until Ken Guanbao, who had advanced to Foundation establishment in his sect and had the formidable Shadow Leopard spiritual beast, returned with a few sectmates, that the Ken family managed to withstand the Huang family's offensive. If not for Ken Guanbao's timely return upon receiving the news, the Ken family might have been annihilated, and their 300 acres of spiritual fields would have become the foundation of the Huang family's rise. The Ken family, too, did not miss opportunities to hit the Huang family when they were down. After all, not only the Huang family coveted the Ken family's 300 acres of spiritual fields, but the Ken family also eyed the refined iron vein occupied by the Huang family. In Kun City, with limited resources, development necessitated suppressing the other side. But when the strengths were comparable, both families exercised restraint, as they both had hidden trump cards beyond the Foundation establishment cultivators on the surface. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. Thus, usually, they only exchanged words and rarely engaged in combat. Unless the stakes were high, there was no need for a deadly fight that would leave both sides weakened and others benefiting. This others referred to the Wang family in the western part of Kun City. The Wang family, vassals of the small sect Fog Hidden Sect, could not afford to offend either side. They usually played the mediator, smoothing things over between the two families. Of course, secretly, they hoped the two families would fight until both were dead, leaving Kun City to their domination. The sword washing pond was located within the Huang family's most important sword-casting valley, which was considered their fundamental territory, with many Huang family cultivators residing and forging magic swords there. Qianlong dared not let anyone find traces of the green-eyed spirit snake because everyone in the Huang family knew it was his spiritual beast. If someone saw it, they would undoubtedly think he had intentionally infiltrated the Huang family's stronghold and spied on their secrets, which could lead to significant trouble. So, as soon as he saw the scenery outside the pond, he immediately let the green-eyed spirit snake dive back into the water and return the way it came. Watching the several Zhonglong snake agilely emerge from the spiritual well and coil beside Qianlong, Qianfeng couldn't help but ask, "Father, if we didn't catch the swallowing sky toad this time, what if it comes back to steal spirit fruits again?" "No problem." Qianlong gathered true yuan in his hand, pointed like a sword, and inscribed several runes on the well's edge. Then he took a scale from the green-eyed spirit snake. He cast a spell, embedding the scale among the runes, immediately emitting a faintly vicious aura. Qianlong smiled. The swallowing sky toad is also a sensitive demon beast. This scale, activated by my spell, will emit the green-eyed spirit snake's aura. As long as this scale is here, that swallowing sky toad won't dare appear. That's good. Qianfeng watched his father casting spells with great interest and felt an itch to try it himself. Unfortunately, with his current G refinement level, apart from summoning the dragon and tiger illusion, he could only perform the simplest small spells like wind control, fire manipulation, divine movement, and light body. Reaching his father's level was still a distant goal. After embedding the green-eyed spirit snake's scale on the well's edge, Qianlong took out an ointment with a pleasant aroma and gently applied it to the spot where he had removed the scale from the snake's neck. This was a blood-activating and muscle-growing spiritual medicine passed down from the beast-taming sect. With this ointment and a green-eyed spirit snake's strong recovery power, new scales would grow in a few days. Waving his hand to collect the green-eyed spirit snake into the spiritual beast bag, Qianlong led his son out of the spirit fruit garden. "How did it go? How did it go? Did you catch that spiritual toad?" The moment they appeared, they were surrounded by the fifth elder and others, who asked repeatedly. "No." Qianlong shook his head. "It ran away." "Ah." The fifth elder looked disappointed. "With your cultivation, you couldn't catch it? How much more spirit fruit will it ruin in the future?" "Uncle, don't worry. I have already cast a spell on the spiritual well and left the scale of the green-eyed spirit snake. As long as its aura lingers, the spiritual toad won't dare come out." Seeing the fifth elder's dismay, Qianlong quickly comforted him. "Moreover, I have already discovered the toad's whereabouts, and the green-eyed spirit snake remembers its aura. We can find it the next time. Uncle, rest assured, whether we catch it or not, I can guarantee that the spiritual toad won't dare enter the spirit fruit garden again." "Oh, that's good." Hearing this, the fifth elder and others finally felt relieved. Amidst their gratitude, Qianlong and Qianfeng bid farewell to the fifth elder and returned to their family residence. "Fenger, you go back by yourself. I'm going to speak to the clan leader about this." Qianlong instructed. "Remember, do not disclose the underground stream connecting to the Huang family's sword-washing pond, or we will surely face trouble in the future." "Don't worry, father, I understand." Qianfeng nodded, indicating his understanding. If the Huang family knew, they would certainly be suspicious. They relied on artifact refining and sword forging, lacking stealth methods, but the Qian family could raise spiritual beasts. If a water element spiritual beast infiltrated sword-casting valley through the underground stream to attack, they couldn't bear such losses. Qianfeng believed his father was reporting this to the old family master to reserve a trump card. If disputes arose with the Huang family later, they could take the initiative through the underground stream and catch the Huang family off guard. Chapter 23 Tiger Demon Early autumn, morning chill, coolness slightly thickened. Qianfeng followed his father, alongside 20 or 30 clansmen, walking towards the entrance of Kaifeng Mountain. Each autumn, the three cultivator families of Kun City organized groups to enter the mountain and hunt down the demon beasts at the perimeter. Firstly, to prevent these demon beasts from rushing out of the forest and harming the citizens of Kun City, and secondly, by killing these demon beasts, they could obtain some cultivation resources. After all, many parts of the demon beasts were very valuable. Whether it was the fur, scale armor, sharp claws, or teeth, horns, bones, and even flesh, all were goods that could be exchanged for spirit stones. Kun City lacked resources, and the three families couldn't just rely on their own small estates. If they wanted their families to develop better, they needed to find other sources of income, so they organized their clansmen to enter the mountain every year. They had no choice. If the demon beasts increased in number around Kaifeng Mountain, it would surely cause great losses to the citizens of Kun City and affect the industries of the three cultivator families. After all, the spirit veins of the three families were connected to Kaifeng Mountain, making it as if the three families resided at the perimeter of Kaifeng Mountain. If the demon beasts increased in number, the Ken family's spiritual fields or the clansmen from the Huang family sent to mine the refined iron veins in the mountains would be threatened. At the mountain entrance, cultivators from the three families gathered. The Ken family was on the left, the Huang family on the right, and the Wang family from the west of the city was in between, maintaining good relations with both sides. Unless they encountered particularly difficult demon beasts, the three families rarely joined forces to hunt them. Instead, they pre-demarcated areas, each clearing their own territory. Ha ha ha, everyone arrived early. Ken Long laughed heartily, cupping his hands toward the other two families, who had arrived earlier. Looking towards the Huang family from the north of the city, he teased, "Family head Huang actually came in person, isn't his too grand? I remember your Huang family has an elder in the foundation establishment stage. Why not let the elder handle this and make family head Huang go through the trouble?" Humphrey. Family head Huang Tinyuan, coldly snorted, with an unfriendly expression. He was a sword cultivator, his voice cold. "This family head wants to stretch his muscles, is that not allowed? Besides, the Huang family's business, why should it be pointed out by Qin Long?" Qin Long was not angry, laughing as he said, "Brother Huang, why be like this? We've known each other since childhood. I'm just worried about your safety. The demon beasts of Kaifeng Mountain are fierce, your status as family head is extraordinary. If something happens, what will happen to the Huang family? Sigh, the family has elders, yet you don't use them, insisting on coming in person. Why bother?" Clansman behind Qin Long chuckled lightly, immediately drawing angry glares from the Huang family. The Huang family also did not want the family head to lead the entry into the mountains to hunt demon beasts. But now the Huang family only had two cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Although that elder had higher cultivation, he had spent his life forging swords and was not very adept at fighting. Besides, the elder was older than the Ken family head, Qin Guanbao, and was the family's best artifact refiner. The Huang family could not bear to let that elder take risks. If something happened, the loss would be too great for the current Huang family to bear. After all, the Huang family was different from the Ken family. The Ken family mainly relied on the cultivation of spiritual fields with stable income, whereas the Huang family depended on artifact refining. Though sometimes they earned more spirit stones than the Ken family, if they lost their best artifact refiner, their income would plummet. Therefore, Huang Tinyuan would rather lead the team into the mountain himself than let the elder take risks. The Wang family in the middle was accustomed to the rivalry between the two families. The elder leading the Wang family team came out to mediate. After a little discussion on the exploration and clearing areas, the three families split up and headed into the mountain. Among the Ken family's team, besides Qin Feng, the other boys and girls aiming to compete for a sect position at the end of the year were also present. Among these, apart from a boy named Qin Jun who had the same Qi refinement stage 2 cultivation as Qin Feng, the rest were at Qi refinement stage 1. The family didn't expect them to contribute much in this action but wanted them to face bloodshed early and adapt to the fight. After all, once they entered a sect, the challenges they faced would be much more brutal than what they saw now. If they couldn't even handle demon beasts, they might as well stay with the family and not dream of joining a sect, as they likely wouldn't live long. Now, with the family leading and elders protecting them, once they set foot in a sect and the cultivation world, nobody would protect them anymore. The group headed deeper into the mountain. The mountain roads were rugged and extremely hard to traverse. In many places, there were no roads, and they had to force their way through. Fortunately, they were all cultivators and could use spells like the light body skill and divine movement technique to aid their journey. If they were ordinary people, they would have been exhausted in no time. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they often heard dreadful howls or the mournful cries of dying beasts. Often, they saw fierce beast sightings, but these were mostly ordinary beasts, not evolved into demon beasts, posing no threat to the cultivators. Ordinary beasts, seeing so many people, whether feeling their powerful aura or not, would rather steer clear than provoke them. Only the demon beasts, intelligent and capable of cultivation, would greedily desire the spiritual energy in the cultivator's flesh. Soon, a clansman walking at the front gestured to those behind to slow their pace. "Did you find anything?" Qin Yang, who followed the team to hunt the demon beasts, took a few steps forward and asked softly. "There are a series of plum-shaped footprints here. Judging from the shape, a fierce tiger had recently passed by. However, these footprints are very large, so it is obviously not an ordinary tiger, it is very likely already a spirit beast." The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 40s, an experienced hunter of the family. He was often active around Kaifeng Mountain and was very familiar with all kinds of fierce beasts and low-level demon beasts. Let everyone be extra careful. While tiger-type demon beasts are ferocious, they are also very adept at ambushing. Tell everyone to stay vigilant so we are not caught off guard. Ken Yang nodded, turned around, and relayed the message to those behind him. However, it seemed his words were passed a bit too late. Before he reached the end of the team, a thunderous tiger roar echoed through the forest, causing a few cultivators of the Ken family at the rear to tremble with fear, slowing down their movements. Amid the deafening roar, a shadow more than 10 feet long suddenly leaped from the bushes behind them, pouncing towards the members at the end of the team. Not good. Quick, dodge. Defend, armor protection technique. Some clan members dodged, and others cast spells to protect themselves. However, the hastily cast defensive spells were not very strong, whereas the tiger demon's power was exceptional. Barely had the tiger roared when it already swung its sharp front claws, shredding the defense spell of one clan member and biting towards him. You vile beast, bold. Suddenly, a loud shout came, followed by a burst of firelight. With a bang, the firelight exploded, blasting the tiger demon 2 or 3 feet away. This tiger demon, with its formidable life force, immediately attempted to flee despite the blood pouring from its wounds. Still think you can escape? The one who had just repelled the tiger demon, Qin Long, sneered. Although most of his combat power relied on spiritual beasts, he was, after all, a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. His personal strength was more than enough to deal with this tiger demon. Therefore, he did not summon his spiritual beast but instead swung out a beam of golden light. The golden light flashed by, slicing off the tiger demon's head with a puff, spraying a large amount of blood from its neck. Such a bloody and brutal scene instantly terrified a few young members of the team. After all, they were only 14 or 15 years old, not long into their cultivation journey. Never before had they witnessed such a fierce battle. Moreover, they had been placed at the end of the team earlier for protection. The sudden pounce of the tiger demon had already scared them. Now, seeing this horrific scene, and smelling the thick scent of blood, they couldn't help but take a few steps back, distancing themselves from the tiger demon's corpse. Qin Long was very dissatisfied seeing this and snorted coldly, "What, you're scared? It's just a demon beast being killed in front of you. If this frightens you, then you better stay in the family and abandon any thought of joining a sect." The young members felt ashamed upon hearing his words. Qin Long continued, "This tiger demon is yours to handle, Qin Yang, show them how it's done." "Yes, seventh uncle." Qin Yang complied and stepped forward to instruct the youngsters on how to handle the tiger demon's body, from collecting essence blood to skinning, deboning, and preserving the meat, teaching them in detail. However, these youths were dealing with such matters for the first time, so despite having all kinds of knives, they still managed to cover themselves in blood, and the tiger skin they cut ended up in a mess. Qin Long took the opportunity to scold them again. In truth, he had already spotted the tiger demon's whereabouts long ago. He had orchestrated this bloody scene deliberately to give the family's children a significant lesson. Ken Feng, however, was not as helpless as the others and even seemed eager to give it a try. When he had approached the tiger demon earlier, the demon refining pot in his sea of consciousness had stirred, eager to refine the tiger demon for energy. However, with everyone watching, Ken Feng didn't dare to simply take the tiger demon's body. Fortunately, the demon refining pot was obedient and wouldn't actively collect the demon clan's corpses, so nothing went amiss. Nevertheless, Ken Feng couldn't help but think, it's rare to hunt demon beasts with the family. Missing the chance to refine some demon beasts to assist his cultivation would be a waste. But how could he secretly collect the demon beasts' corpses without anyone noticing? Chapter 24 Bargain Hurry and chase it, don't let it get away. In the mountains and forests, two figures pursued an injured green wolf relentlessly. Ken Feng followed beside Qin Yang, panting heavily. Earlier, they had encountered a wolf pack, led by a wolf demon with Foundation Establishment cultivation. The other, smaller wolf demons numbered over a dozen. If it weren't for the Ken family being a vassal to the beast-taming sect, having learned many methods to deal with demon beasts, they wouldn't have been able to handle so many wolf demons. However, even though they lured the wolf pack into a trap, several demon wolves still managed to break free and escape, injured. Ken Long had to deal with a wolf demon with Foundation Establishment cultivation, so he sent his clansmen to hunt down those escaping green wolves. To train his son, he let Ken Feng follow behind Qin Yang for some tempering. As a result, they chased for 2 or 3 mountain peaks but still hadn't caught up. Ken Feng cursed silently and looked at the limping green wolf ahead. He turned to Qin Yang and asked, "Isn't his guy injured already? How can it still run so fast on 3 legs?" Wolf demons are known for their resilience and endurance. Running this far isn't too surprising. But don't worry, after running this far, It must be nearly exhausted. It won't escape our grasp. Ken Yang said and quickened his pace, his hands forming a spell. A flame flew out and landed on the green wolf, the size of a calf. The wolf demon howled in pain, rolling on the ground, trying to get up and run again. But after such a long chase, with the wound on its broken leg not healing and losing too much blood, it was too weak. This time, it couldn't get up. Haha, can't escape now, can it? Ken Feng was overjoyed, raising his hand to cast a fire spell at the wolf demon. However, his fire spell was pitiful compared to Ken Yang's, barely the size of a fist. Worse, it missed its mark, only stirring up dust without injuring the wolf demon. Haha. A mocking laugh echoed. At the same time, a magic sword flew through the air, piercing the wolf demon's heart, pinning it to the ground. Ken Feng was stunned. The laughter didn't come from Ken Yang beside him, nor did the magic sword belong to Ken Yang. Looking toward the sound, he saw several figures emerging from the forest in the distance. They were Huang family disciples. The leader was family head Huang's eldest son, Huang Yulang. Of course, people often called him Weasel behind his back. Huang Yulang, what are you doing here? Ken Feng asked curiously. Humphrey, I should be asking you that. Huang Yulang smugly replied, you've crossed the border. Didn't you see this forest is within our Huang family's designated clearing area? The two were stunned and looked around carefully, realizing they had pursued the wolf demon across the border without noticing. However, it wasn't a big deal. Alright, we'll take this wolf demon and leave immediately. Ken Yang said, stepping forward to take the green wolf for processing back home. Wait. Huang Yulang shouted, this wolf demon is within our Huang family's area and was killed by my cousin. It's our prey, you have no right to interfere. Nonsense. Ken Yang angrily retorted, can't you see this wolf demon is already crippled by us? Are you trying to take advantage of us now? Yes, I am. What can you do about it? Huang Yulang sneered, since you stepped into our territory, it's ours. If I don't let you take it, you can't take it. I'm following the rules. Ken Yang, do you dare to break them? You. Ken Yang was furious, stepping forward with a hint of flames in his hands. Huang Yulang remained calm, but the few clansmen behind him stepped forward simultaneously, drawing cold, gleaming magic swords, glaring at Ken Yang. Let it go, brother Yang. It's just a wolf demon. No need to argue with scum. Ken Feng pulled Ken Yang back from his anger. Being outnumbered by the Huang family, they were not opponents. Besides, Huang Yulang had a point. They had entered the Huang family's territory. If they refused to hand over the wolf demon, there was nothing they could do. Humphrey. Ken Yang snorted coldly, dare to steal my prey? This isn't over. Just you wait. I'm not afraid. Huang Yulang didn't care. The small frictions between the two families were frequent, with old grudges aplenty, and it never amounted to much. Yulang, isn't this a bit much? Watching Ken Yang and Ken Feng leave, a tall young man beside Huang Yulang said, our families have had their disputes, but it's usually a war of words. Rarely do we steal each other's prey. No matter. Huang Yulang waved dismissively, the wolf demon ran into our clearing area by itself. What do I have to be afraid of? However, he was secretly pleased. He was about to join the Tei Mountain Golden Light Cave to cultivate. Once within the sect, he would be on his own, so he must accumulate as many resources as possible now. This wolf demon could be exchanged for some spirit stones. Why not take advantage when given? On the other side, Ken Yang walked in a rage, sulking. Ken Feng didn't try to console him, there was no point. They could seek revenge later. They turned a corner, preparing to cross a stream to head to the Ken family's base when Ken Feng glimpsed a familiar silhouette from the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he saw it was the swallowing sky toad that once appeared in the family's spirit fruit garden. Although there were other frogs and toads near the stream, this swallowing sky toad was different. Once seen, it was unforgettable. He gently tugged Ken Yang, hiding behind a large green rock. Ken Yang followed his gaze and initially dismissed the small fist-sized toad but soon was amazed. The little toad leapt dozens of feet to the bank, its tongue shooting out, wrapping a 5-foot-long, fiery red chain snake, devouring it like noodles. Soon, after eating the red chain snake, the swallowing sky toad hopped away. Ken Feng excitedly said, let's follow it and see if we can find its lair. He was very interested in the swallowing sky toad. The swallowing sky toad's innate divine ability to form a space within its body and devour everything was exceedingly rare. This ability was nothing in the early stages, but once cultivated to a high level, it was formidable. Though his father had said such a spiritual beast was hard to raise, requiring vast resources, and very few cultivators could afford it. Ken Feng was different, he had the demon refining pot. Each level of the pot's grotto heaven could help a spiritual beast merge with the bloodline of other demon beasts. The swallowing sky toad's progression was difficult because it needed massive resources to sustain its inner space. But if it acquired the bloodline divine abilities of other toad demons, advancing through other cultivation techniques to a higher realm, then nourishing its inner space would be easier. Thus, Ken Feng was tempted. He wanted to try. If successful, it would be a great gain. Chapter 25, Monkey Stealing Peach's skin flew through the air for several zhang, leaping like it was flying, moving extremely quickly. Even with Ken Feng and the others' full effort in using divine movement technique, it was still very easy to lose track of it. Fortunately, they had the demon-seeking talisman with them. This was a spirit talisman from the secret teachings of the beast taming sect. Only Ken Long and the old family master would occasionally create some for the Ken family. While the level of this spirit talisman wasn't high, it was still very convenient to use for tracking the scent of low-level demon beasts. Ken Feng and the others gathered a bit of demon energy that the swallowing sky toad left behind at the spot where it had previously devoured the red chain snake, and simply followed the talisman's guiding. However, because this swallowing sky toad was small and fast, it wandered in some secluded areas. Ken Feng and the others didn't dare to follow too closely, fearing it would notice and flee into the depths of Kaifeng Mountain. If that happened, they wouldn't dare to follow further. After all, there were formidable great demons in the depths of Kaifeng Mountain. Even Ken Long wouldn't dare to enter easily, let alone the two of them. Following the swallowing sky toad, the two of them circuitously arrived at the area where the Huang family was responsible for clearing out demonic beasts. Ken Yang frowned, and whispered, "Is that spiritual toad very precious? If it's just an average type, we better stop pursuing it. We risk another dispute if we encounter the Huang family. This spiritual toad is the beast that sneaked into our spirit fruit garden to steal spirit fruits. I want to catch it." Ken Feng replied, "As for the Huang family, there's no need to worry. The peripheral area of Kaifeng Mountain spans hundreds of li. It's unlikely we'll run into them. Even if we do, they won't dare do anything to us. Besides, even if they really want to make a move, we aren't afraid. Have you forgotten, Brother Yang, that Master Li Tanku gave me 2 spirit talismans that last time? I haven't yet used a cold ice sword talisman." Ken Yang gave him a glance but didn't say anything further. He wasn't sure what his younger cousin was planning. Was it just to catch this spiritual toad? However, considering the formidable swordsmanship that Master Li Tanku had demonstrated that night, he couldn't be underestimated. Furthermore, Li Tanku said that his sword talisman could deal with Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. If its power was truly as great as claimed, even if they encountered family head Huang, there'd be no need to worry. After all, Huang Tinyuan was only at the early Foundation Establishment stage. If he had any ill intentions towards them, they could use the cold ice sword talisman on him to test its might. Would the Huang family still dare to be so arrogant without their family head? Thinking about it, Ken Yang felt more relieved, stopped thinking much, and focused on tracking the swallowing sky toad with the demon-seeking talisman. Just then, a sudden commotion of fighting was heard ahead. The two were slightly startled. Unexpectedly, they had indeed encountered the Huang family members. Upon closer inspection, 7 or 8 Huang family cultivators were fighting a group of monkey demons in the forest ahead. The group of monkey demons numbered a dozen or more, each with agile bodies and swift as the wind. Their sharp claws occasionally aimed at the cultivators' eyes, throats, hearts, and other vital spots. However, what really attracted Ken Feng and Ken Yang's attention wasn't the monkey demons but the spiritual tree behind them. It was a flat peach tree, bearing over 100 flat peaches. Although the peaches were still somewhat unripe, they weren't far from maturing. It seemed these dozen monkey demons were guarding this flat peach tree. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fighting these cultivators. Ken Feng took a look and then started searching for the swallowing sky toad carefully. After a while, he finally spotted it hiding in the grass under a large tree. Its green body almost blended with the grass, remaining motionless. If not looked closely, it would be hard to discern it from the surroundings. Moreover, with the fierce battle ongoing, neither side noticed an extra faint trace of demon energy in the field. Seeing the demon-seeking talisman still hovering towards the swallowing sky toad's trail, Ken Feng hurriedly reached out to grab the talisman, extinguishing the spirit light on it. Instantly, the entire talisman turned to ash. Ken Feng looked around, grabbed Ken Yang, and stealthily moved under a lush tree. They leaped up to observe the battle through the gaps in the branches and leaves. In the battlefield, the clash continued. However, demon beasts remained demon beasts. Though they understood cultivation, their cultivation levels were weaker, and their spiritual intelligence wasn't high enough to compete with human clan cultivators. These cultivators from the Huang family didn't come unprepared. Among them, one carried a spiritual net. When the cultivator cast it, the originally palm-sized net expanded several zhang across, capturing several monkey demons at once, allowing other cultivators to take the opportunity to kill them. This reduced the monkey group by a third in one go. However, this simultaneously enraged the remaining monkey demons. Seeing their companions slain, the monkey demons' eyes reddened, screeching furiously and attacking wildly. But the monkeys could only rely on their innate spells for attacks, unlike the cultivators who could use various magic artifacts. The Huang family cultivators were divided into two categories. Those with artifact refining talent learned the art of artifact refining and sword crafting, while those without practiced sword Dao. Those swordsmen didn't contribute much income to the family, they could protect the family with their relatively strong combat strength. Among the 8 cultivators, 5 were sword cultivators, while the other 3 wielded large iron hammers, working as artifact refiners. Although their level couldn't yet qualify them as true artifact refiners, their hammers were magic artifacts with great power. Any demon monkey struck by them would have their bones broken and sinews snapped, dying instantly. About a quarter of an hour later, the Huang family cultivators, using various methods, had killed most of the monkey demons. Only 2 particularly cunning monkey demons escaped amid the chaos, quickly vanishing into the mountains. Though victorious, the Huang family cultivators didn't win easily. Several of them were deeply wounded by the monkey demons' sharp claws. When the 2 monkey demons fled, the wounded cultivators grimaced in pain and sat heavily on the ground, asking for help in treating their injuries. Others, though better off, weren't unscathed. 2 had their faces clawed, and 1 suffered worse, with his thigh badly mangled. If he hadn't dodged in time, the monkey demon's special technique, stealing the peach, might have actually been used on him. But these people were cultivators, and their injuries were mere flesh wounds. With spiritual power sealing the cuts and applying healing spiritual medicine, their wounds would heal in a few days, leaving no scars. As the Huang family cultivators bandaged their wounds and proudly discussed how to transplant the flat peach tree, a shadow flashed before them, and suddenly, one of the slain spiritual monkeys disappeared. Chapter 26 Ambush Robbery Huh? Seeing this scene, several cultivators were suddenly shocked, and hurriedly turned their heads to look in the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Then, they saw a green-skinned toad no more than 2 inches long, with its mouth wide open, its long tongue rolling a 2-foot-tall demon monkey into its mouth. This. Everyone was startled. This scene was too bizarre. A little toad not even as big as a fist swallowed a demon monkey nearly 100 times its size, making everyone's scalp tingle. However, strange things happened often in the cultivation world. These people were cultivators, after all, and wouldn't be scared by such a sight. The leading man, with high cultivation and at the peak of the chi refinement realm, swept his divine sense over the toad and found that the demon energy on it was thin, not even as strong as his own. He immediately relaxed and shouted, "Bold evil, how dare you steal our prey? Seeking death." As he spoke, he threw out his flying sword, which turned into a streak of light, slashing through the air toward the spiritual toad. These cultivators did not recognize the swallowing sky toad. Even the disciples of the beast-taming sect couldn't recognize every demon beast in the world, let alone cultivators from small families like the Huang family. But they didn't care if the spiritual toad was precious. They were not refining beasts, and it was unnecessary to capture the toad alive. It was better to kill it quickly. Maybe they could cut open its belly and retrieve the demon monkey it had just swallowed. After all, every demon beast could be sold for spirit stones. If they killed this spiritual toad, they could get 2 demon beast corpses. Unexpectedly, the little spiritual toad was incredibly agile. With a light leap, it avoided the flying sword, and its long tongue shot out again, wrapping around another demon monkey's corpse. Impudent! How dare you! The several cultivators from the Huang family were furious. Apart from the 2 severely injured cultivators who were still sitting on the ground, the others attacked collectively, either using flying swords to slash at the toad or swinging heavy hammers to send shadowy hammer strikes at the toad. Ribbit! With a croak, the swallowing sky toad quickly retracted its tongue, giving up even the demon monkey it had caught. Otherwise, its tongue would likely be severed by the leading sword cultivator. Its limbs pressed against the ground and it leaped back a few jong, evading the attacks. Knowing that these people were tough opponents, it intended to abandon the food. Just as it was about to turn and leave, one of the hammer-wielding cultivators suddenly flashed forward, raising his heavy hammer to smash down. Ribbit! Under the hammer, the swallowing sky toad sensed danger. It knew that if this hammer hit, it would surely die. In desperation, it suddenly leaped into the cultivator's arms, its long tongue like a spear, sharp as a sword, suddenly thrusting out, piercing the cultivator's chest. Then, it kicked with all its strength, sending the cultivator flying while using the force to propel itself several jong away, attempting to escape. Fourth brother. The other cultivators saw the one kicked back by the swallowing sky toad with blood gushing from his chest, twitching a few times before falling silent, and their anger surged. They had fought the demon monkeys with no deaths, and now a toad had killed one of their family members. Kill it, avenge fourth brother. The cultivator's flying sword slashed and heavy hammers smashed as they chased after the spiritual toad. In the trees, Ken Feng and Qin Yang watched in shock. The sudden turn of events was too abrupt. But Ken Feng quickly came to his senses. He looked at the scene. 3 cultivators remained. 2 were severely injured, grieving their kin's death, but could only sit on the ground and recover, watching the others chase the spiritual toad. The other cultivator stood guard nearby with a sword. Although he was angry, he kept his wits. This was Kaifeng Mountain, where demon beasts could appear at any time. He couldn't leave 2 injured kin unguarded. Even if there were no more demon beasts nearby except the demon monkeys they had slain, the bloody scent could attract other beasts soon. In the trees, Ken Feng nudged Qin Yang with his elbow, then pointed at the sword-wielding guard. Qin Yang frowned, hesitating. He knew Ken Feng's intention, to take down the sword cultivator. If he acted, unless he killed to silence, the Qin and Huang families would be in a big conflict. Ken Feng grinned, taking the robe from his storage bag, then his fingertip gathered spiritual power, silently cutting a piece of the robe, signaling Qin Yang to mask his face. Although cultivators at the Qi refinement realm could extend divine sense, it wasn't strong enough. As long as Qin Yang covered his face and used spells to conceal his aura, the opponent's divine sense wouldn't identify him. Qin Yang sighed, reluctantly taking the cloth to cover his face. Thinking for a moment, he reversed his robe, ensuring there were no flaws to expose his identity. Then he slid down the tree, circled swiftly through the forest, and suddenly appeared, hurling a flame. The Huang family guard anxiously watched the others leave, sensing an ambush. He angrily slashed the fire with his sword and charged at the hidden Qin Yang. Qin Yang's strength matched the guard's, but he dared not reveal his full power to avoid recognition, using only basic spells, making him no match for the sword cultivator. Helpless, he fought defensively, retreating to lure the guard away. In a moment, only the 2 injured Huang family cultivators were left. They were puzzled, surprised by the sudden change. Before they could react, one of them widened his eyes in horror, shouting, "Watch out for an ambush." But he was slightly late. Before he finished, the other cultivator felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, his vision blackened, and he fainted. The shouting cultivators struggled to rise. But his severe injuries hindered him, with a broken chest bone from a demon monkey's claw. His arms and legs wounded, he couldn't get up. Then he saw the figure who knocked out his companion swinging a big club at his head. Thud. The club struck, and he fell swiftly. Ken Feng discarded the large wooden stick he had picked up, wasting no time. He quickly grabbed the demon monkey corpses the Huang family cultivators had collected. Connected to the demon refining pot, he touched the corpses, and they were absorbed instantly. In moments, over a dozen demon monkey corpses were absorbed by the demon refining pot. As Ken Feng was leaving, he paused, turned to the 2 fallen cultivators, picked up their magic artifacts, and placed them in his storage bag. He also took their storage bags. Searching them, he found a treasure. It was a piece of heart-clearing jade. Though it had no offensive or defensive properties, it helped calm the mind and aided cultivation. A good item, he kept it. Chapter 27 Refining the Spiritual Net. After pocketing the treasures from the 2 cultivators' bodies, Ken Feng dared not linger. After all, the rest of the Huang family's cultivators could return at any moment. Moreover, the cultivator Qin Yang drew away was not far from here, merely 100 or 200 feet away. It was only because of the trees separating them that he did not see what happened here. But earlier, the noise Ken Feng made when he knocked out the 2 severely injured cultivators had already alerted the opponent. If Qin Yang hadn't struggled to entangle him, the opponent would have returned by now, and Ken Feng needed to leave immediately. Moving swiftly, Ken Feng activated the divine movement technique. With a light tap of his feet, he leapt a few yards, quick as a startled swan, running like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was sprinting madly in another direction. Sure enough, just a dozen breaths after he left, the cultivator Qin Yang had drawn away returned. Seeing his 2 clan members lying on the ground and thinking they had fallen victim again, he was both shocked and furious. He couldn't help but let out a roar of rage, sending a spell straight up dozens of feet into the sky. With a boom, the spell exploded like fireworks, drawing the attention of the cultivators who were chasing the swallowing sky toad in the distance. This is bad. Old Six and the others are in trouble. They immediately abandoned the nearly dead swallowing sky toad and rushed back towards their clan members. Ken Feng circled around and headed towards the agreed meeting place with Qin Yang. At this moment, the spiritual energy within him surged as he ran, operating his cultivation technique to convert the spiritual energy into his own spiritual power. This time, he had collected a total of 13 monkey demon bodies. Although most of the monkey demons were not very strong, a few were at the late stage of Qi refinement. Therefore, The spiritual energy he obtained this time was 10 times greater than what he had received from that ghost locust previously. Although advancing from the second to the third layer of chi refinement required much more spiritual energy than the last advancement, the corpse of the demon beast refined by the demon refining pot provided incredibly pure spiritual energy. So, in no time, with the continuous flow of spiritual energy from the demon refining pot, he was on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of chi refinement. According to his senses, even after consuming half of the spiritual energy refined by the demon refining pot, if he absorbed and refined all of it, he could advance a small step further in the third layer of chi refinement. However, now was not a good time to break through. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself when he returned. He and Qin Yang had set out to hunt a green wolf demon. If he returned having broken through to the third layer of chi refinement, it would definitely attract attention and questioning. He quickly stopped refining the spiritual energy, mentally communicating with the demon refining pot to store the spiritual energy temporarily for future use. Nonetheless, he was in an extremely good mood. Without the demon refining pot, advancing to the third layer of chi refinement purely through self-cultivation would have taken at least 1 to 2 years. Now, however, refining a few ordinary monkey demons allowed him to break through in cultivation. This feeling was truly exhilarating. He used the divine movement technique to rush towards the meeting point while examining the magic artifacts in his hands. The 2 storage bags had the divine sense imprint of Huang family cultivators, which he couldn't open for now, so he set them aside for later. Nevertheless, the magic artifacts in his hands brought him considerable delight. Among them was a top-grade flying sword, a middle-grade casting hammer, and the spiritual net that had earlier bound several monkey demons in one go. Ken Feng found the spiritual net quite intriguing. After careful inspection, he discovered it was a middle-grade binding spirit net, likely woven from the silk of some kind of spiritual silkworm. Though it looked no larger than a palm and its spirit light was faint, it was incredibly tenacious. Once cast, it could cover an area of several yards. Whether human or demon, anyone bound within it would be imprisoned, unable to use their spiritual power unless they broke free. Ken Feng felt an itch to test it out on something to see how effective it was. However, considering this binding spirit net had been refined by a Huang family cultivator, it would be very inconvenient to use unless the divine power imprint left by the Huang family cultivator was removed. Ken Feng pondered for a moment and then mobilized the spiritual energy within the demon refining pot, aggressively attacking the divine power imprint within the binding spirit net. The Huang family cultivator had only recently entered the late stage of chi refinement, so the divine power imprint left in the magic artifact was not very strong. It was quickly erased by the fierce spiritual energy of the demon refining pot. Ken Feng immediately placed his own spiritual power imprint into it, refining the artifact into his own treasure. The classification of magic artifacts was simple. Each set of 9 prohibitions constituted a grade. From 1 to 9 prohibitions, it was a basic level magic artifact, from 9 to 18, a middle grade magic artifact, and so on. Anything with over 36 prohibitions was considered to have reached the level of a spiritual artifact. The binding spirit net was merely a middle grade magic artifact with 18 prohibitions. Ken Feng quickly subjected it to a simple refining process using his spiritual power. Although it would require more frequent refining to seamlessly operate it in the future, it was already usable now. Having refined it successfully, he joyfully toyed with the binding spirit net. Apart from the demon refining pot, this was the first magic artifact he had obtained. After examining it for a while, he could tell that this was not a magic artifact crafted by the Huang family. Although the Huang family specialized in artifact refining as their heritage, they only focused on casting swords and other metal and iron magic artifacts. They weren't skilled in refining binding and prohibition-type magic artifacts. Half an hour later, Qin Yang saw Ken Feng's approaching figure and breathed a sigh of relief. "How is it, you weren't recognized by the Huang family cultivators, were you?" he asked worriedly. "Rest assured," Ken Feng reassured with a smile. He then took out the 2 storage bags, the heart-clearing jade, and the 3 magic artifacts, and said with a grin, "The harvest wasn't bad, but these things shouldn't be shown off, otherwise it might attract the Huang family's attention. Later, I'll ask my dad to sell these items at a market, exchange them for spirit stones or other cultivation resources, and then split them with Brother Yang." Good, haha. The Huang Yuling's attempt to snatch our green wolf demon this time ended up quite the opposite. Qin Yang rejoiced, not expecting Ken Feng to have acquired so many good items. If all these things were exchanged for cultivation spirit stones, he would receive quite a share. Additionally, being at the peak of the 6th layer of chi refinement, he needed resources for cultivation and advancement. If he received those items, he was confident he could charge straight into the 7th layer of chi refinement. "Little Feng, you will soon be entering the sect and need spirit stones more than I do. I won't take much from this haul." Later, Tell your 7th uncle to get me a few elixir pills that will help break through the 6th layer of chi refinement." Ken Yang beamed but remained modest. Although the value of these items far exceeded that of a few spirit pills, he preferred that Ken Feng receive more spirit stones. This way, when Ken Feng made a name for himself in the beast taming sect, he would be able to better take care of the family, benefiting Ken Yang as well. This was the practice of most small families. If they had connections to send their children into sects, they would provide as many resources and help as possible. The future return from successful family disciples would far exceed all the resources invested. Ken Feng chuckled. "Alright, I'll take the advantage then." He didn't offer any words of thanks. They were family, and such politeness was unnecessary. "Let's get going. If we're too late, everyone will worry," Ken Yang urged, glancing at the sky. "Alright." They set off, heading back the way they came. But as they rounded the mountain peak, they froze in their tracks. Because they saw the swallowing sky toad again. Chapter 28, Subduing the Demon Beast. When he saw the swallowing sky toad again, Ken Feng immediately smiled. He had previously thought that this swallowing sky toad had been killed by the Huang family cultivators. After all, the swallowing sky toad's cultivation was not high, it was merely at the late G refinement stage, and it was easy to lose its life being pursued by those Huang family cultivators. Unexpectedly, it had managed to escape. However, the current state of the swallowing sky toad was not good. It could be seen from the fact that each of its jumps now could only cover 1 or 2 jong, much slower than before. Haha, this is truly an effort-saving gain. Ken Feng's eyes brightened. He had originally given up hope, but unexpectedly, this little creature delivered itself to him. Since it was so fated, he naturally had to cherish it. "Hurry, chase it." He tugged Ken Yang, and the two of them swiftly chased after the swallowing sky toad. This time, they did not conceal their forms or restrain their aura, so they were quickly noticed by the swallowing sky toad. The swallowing sky toad was startled, thinking that the Huang family cultivators had caught up. It immediately jumped, trying to escape these two people. But earlier, it had been struck by a Huang family cultivator wielding a hammer and was severely injured. If those cultivators had not retreated on their own, it wouldn't have survived until now. With its speed greatly reduced after the injury, there was no way it could escape from Ken Feng and Ken Yang. Soon, they caught up with it. The swallowing sky toad was, after all, a demon beast. Seeing it couldn't escape, it immediately resolved to fight to the death. Its mouth opened wide, and its long tongue shot out like an arrow aimed at Ken Yang. It could feel that Ken Yang posed the greatest threat to it. As long as it killed him, the other small chi refinement stage cultivator would likely flee in fear. Ken Yang had previously witnessed the swallowing sky toad's tongue piercing through the chest of a Huang family cultivator, so he did not dare to be careless. With a flip of his hand, he took out a palm-sized shield. Under the control of his spiritual power, it transformed into a 2-foot-wide round shield emitting a cyan spirit light, which he held in front of him to block the swallowing sky toad's attack. However, even so, he was still pushed back 2 steps by this strike from the swallowing sky toad. Ken Yang was secretly shocked. This was the swallowing sky toad's attack while injured. If it were in peak condition, he definitely would not be its match. However, since it was already injured, the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. He infused more spiritual power into the round shield and threw it. The shield's edge flashed with sharpness as it spun towards the swallowing sky toad. He then drew a long sword and slashed in the air. 3 feet of flame saber chi roared towards the swallowing sky toad, forcing it to jump and dodge. The magic artifacts on Ken Yang were the standard issue from the inspection department. The round shield's edge was sharp enough for both defense and spinning attacks. The long sword, too, was extraordinary, capable of unleashing flame saber chi. This was the main reason he joined the inspection department. Joining not only came with a salary but also included such magical artifacts as rewards. The Ken family controlled the power of the Kun City Inspection Bureau. Otherwise, he might not have had a chance at such benefits. The swallowing sky toad was left dodging left and right under Ken Yang's dual attacks. When it couldn't dodge, it would raise a layer of misty white light for defense. Although it didn't want to fight Ken Yang head-on due to its injury, it couldn't dodge effectively due to its reduced speed, making it quite embarrassed by Ken Yang's attacks. When the swallowing sky toad endured another flame saber chi and was about to leap and escape, it suddenly saw a large net flying towards it. The net covered several jong in area. The threads on the net shimmered with spirit light, clearly not an ordinary item. If trapped by this net, it might be in danger. It tried to evade, but at that moment, it was already in midair with no place to leverage itself. Thus, its whole body seemed to willingly fall into the net's embrace. The swallowing sky toad tried to crawl out of the net's holes, but each thread of the binding spirit net emitted spirit light, shrinking instantly and firmly trapping it inside. Even its internal demon energy was confined, preventing it from releasing. So, despite its struggling, it could not escape the net. Haha. Ken Feng was overjoyed. He quickly extended his hand, and the binding spirit net shrunk instantly, falling into his hand. The swallowing sky toad wanted to open its mouth and shoot its tongue to pierce this cultivator's body, but the binding spirit net tightened, binding its whole body tightly, even preventing it from opening its mouth. It couldn't possibly shoot its tongue anymore. Ken Yang came over, looking curiously at Ken Feng, surprised that his cousin had already refined the binding spirit net so quickly. However, considering it was merely a middle-grade magic artifact and the marks left by other chi refinement cultivators were weak, purging those marks wasn't difficult. Ken Yang didn't think much about it and quickly focused on the swallowing sky toad. This spiritual toad is quite powerful. You haven't joined a sect yet, so don't hastily subdue it. It might backfire. He advised, if you really want to subdue it, you should have Uncle Seven suppress it for some time first. After joining a sect, you can then refine it into your spiritual beast. Ken Feng, eyes shining, was examining the swallowing sky toad. He smiled and replied, don't worry, Brother Yang, I understand. I won't act recklessly. With the demon refining pot, he wasn't afraid of this late-stage first-tier demon beast's backlash. Unless the demon beast was powerful enough to break free from the laws within the demon refining pot, it would not have the chance to retaliate. Ken Yang looked at the sky and urged, let's go back quickly. If we don't return soon, Uncle Seven might send someone to find us. Alright. Ken Feng nodded, turned, and placed the swallowing sky toad wrapped in the binding spirit net into his sleeve. After avoiding Ken Yang's gaze, he secretly communicated with the demon refining pot and sent the spiritual toad inside. He wasn't foolish enough to consider making the swallowing sky toad his life-bound demon beast. Such a demon beast was too difficult to advance. Making it his life-bound spiritual beast would definitely slow down his cultivation. He might remain stuck in the chi refinement stage, unable to achieve foundation establishment. Only by making it the leader of a grotto within the demon refining pot could he utilize the pot's ability to merge the bloodlines of similar demon beasts, helping the swallowing sky toad grow quickly. The demon refining pot, truly an ancient treasure, even in its broken state, could capture the swallowing sky toad with just a bit of absorption force. Moreover, it did so while the toad was still trapped within the binding spirit net. Before the demon refining pot, the binding spirit net's confinement was insignificant. Ken Feng extended his divine sense into the demon refining pot and instantly found the swallowing sky toad in the small space at the lowest level. The swallowing sky toad was clearly in a bewildered state. It had just been captured, its internal demon energy confined, and thought death was imminent. Suddenly, it was drawn into this space by an irresistible force. It could sense that its soul and body were now fused with this space. Henceforth, it would live and die here. Without the space controller's permission, it couldn't leave. With its limited intelligence, the swallowing sky toad didn't understand what was happening. However, it soon sensed a will extending towards it. This will seemed to control everything, including this space. Naturally, it also controlled the swallowing sky toad. When this will extended into its body, the swallowing sky toad didn't even feel the urge to resist, letting the other party explore all its secrets. Chapter 29 Unable to afford raising Ken Feng, through the demon refining pot, examined the swallowing sky toad and discovered that this demon beast indeed had a natural advantage, with a space in its belly. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. Space talent was exceptionally rare, and demon beasts naturally possessing such a talent were even scarcer. Even though the swallowing sky toad's current power was weak and its space talent had not yet shown its formidable side, as its strength grew, it would surely exhibit more power that could astonish people. He was not worried about how to cultivate this spiritual beast right now. It was not too late to figure it out after he joined a sect and learn more about demon beasts. But soon, his brows furrowed slightly. Because when his divine sense was placed on the swallowing sky toad through the demon refining pot, he could clearly feel that the swallowing sky toad was in a very poor state. It had significant injuries, even its internal organs showed signs of rupture. If it weren't for the swallowing sky toad's strong life force, it would likely soon be in mortal danger. The grotto heaven within the demon refining pot had been damaged in an ancient war, and that space no longer had spirit veins to produce spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, it could not cultivate, and the swallowing sky toad's injuries would inevitably heal very slowly. Ken Feng thought for a moment and eventually decided to use the spiritual energy previously refined from those monkey demons in the demon refining pot to help the swallowing sky toad heal. Although it was a pity to lose the spiritual energy, as long as the swallowing sky toad could recover to its original state, he would have a late-stage chi refinement helper. In times of danger, the swallowing sky toad's strength was much more reliable than his own spells. Thinking of this, Ken Feng did not hesitate anymore and directly controlled the demon refining pot to send the remaining pure spiritual chi to the swallowing sky toad. The swallowing sky toad sensed the kindness emanating from that will, and upon seeing the pure spiritual chi in front of it, a burst of joy surged from its spirit. It opened its mouth and, within moments, absorbed all this spiritual chi into its body. It even burped, its snow-white belly bulging, and then it comfortably closed its eyes to refine the pure spiritual chi in its abdomen to heal its injuries. After watching for a moment, Ken Feng knew that this spiritual chi was sufficient for the swallowing sky toad to recover from its injuries. He nodded in satisfaction and withdrew his divine sense from the demon refining pot. He pondered as he traveled. Undeniably, the demon refining pot was a treasure. Just the ability to subdue demon beasts was enough to make him ecstatic. However, the demon refining pot had been severely damaged, losing its grotto heaven and spirit veins, turning into a spiritless land and unsuitable for cultivation. Because of this, he could not subdue many spiritual beasts into the pot. Otherwise, without a way to nurture them, those demon beasts might resort to mutual devouring out of hunger, which would be counterproductive. It seemed he should consider how to transplant a spirit vein inside in the future. He dared not dream of a grotto heaven, as that was too far beyond his reach. With his current cultivation realm, he could not access any cave heaven-blessed land. However, he could consider spirit veins. Some forces, as they developed and expanded, would find their original mountain gates' spirit veins insufficient and would find ways to procure and transplant additional spirit veins to their gates. Some great forces could even trade for spirit veins. Although it was unlikely to be a top-level spirit vein, even the weakest spirit vein could continually produce spiritual energy in the demon refining pot, allowing Ken Feng to not worry about the cultivation of the demon beasts inside. Unfortunately, even a small to medium-sized spirit vein would cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and he could not afford it right now. Ken Feng shook his head, no longer thinking about things he could only contemplate in the distant future. For now, he had to figure out how to sustain the swallowing sky toad. Although the swallowing sky toad would not starve to death even if it did not eat for years, without food, it would also deplete and not make any progress in its strength. Forget it, after this matter is over, I will release it to find food on its own in the mountains. Ken Feng quickly made a decision. Otherwise, he truly could not afford to sustain such a super glutton. With the demon refining pot, he was not afraid of the swallowing sky toad running away, as he could summon it back with a single thought. While he was calculating various things in his mind, he vaguely heard voices ahead. Looking up, he saw they had returned to the place where they had surrounded the wolf demon with their clansmen. Why are you only just returning? Ken Long saw the two return safely and finally relaxed, looking them over and seeing their empty hands. He asked curiously, what, did the wolf demon get away? No, seventh uncle. Ken Yang said, Brother Feng and I caught up to the green wolf and had already subdued it. But while pursuing it, we didn't notice it escaped into the area the Huang family was responsible for, and coincidentally, Huang Yuling encountered it. That kid said that since it had entered their area, it was their prey. Brother Feng and I were outnumbered and couldn't compete with them, so we had to watch them take the wolf demon. What? How dare the Huang family's kid steal our Ken family's prey? Is he seeking death? Ken Yang's words immediately ignited the anger of the Ken family cultivators, who clamored to confront the Huang family for an explanation. All right. Ken Long shook his head helplessly. Even if we go, it's hard to argue, since Ken Yang did cross the border. Let it go this time, but if they cross the border in the future, you can do the same. Under Ken Long's soothing words, the group gradually calmed down. Mainly, without Ken Long, a foundation establishment cultivator leading them, going would be futile. All right, everyone's here, pack up and move out, there's still a large area to clear. Ken Long called out, preparing to lead the clansmen to continue the demon beast eradication. Because the Ken family dealt often with demon beasts and knew many ways to handle them, no one was severely injured during the wolf demon hunt, so there was no need to rest long. It was better to clear the demon beasts within a 200 to 300 miles radius and leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they were unlucky and encountered a powerful demon beast in the mountains, they could suffer casualties. Huang Tinyuan's face was cold as he looked at the body of his clansman on the ground. This was his cousin of the same generation, ranked 4th, with a decent cultivation of 8th level chi refinement. He had unexpectedly died here. Tell me, what happened? He looked coldly at the remaining people. Chapter 30 Poison Pill Family Head. Originally we had already killed that group of monkey demons, but suddenly, a spiritual toad not even the size of a fist appeared out of nowhere and devoured the monkey demons we had slain. At that time, 4th brother was somewhat careless. He rushed too close, and as a result, was ambushed by the toad and had his chest pierced. The cultivator at the peak of chi refinement spoke. He was named Huang Tingshan. He was from the same generation as the family head and was considered the eldest brother of their generation, but his aptitude was far inferior to Huang Tinyuan's. Now, at an old age, he was still in the chi refinement realm, with no hope of ever reaching foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Huang Tinyuan's face relaxed slightly, but he still looked somewhat exasperated. Fourth brother is already several decades old, how could he still act so recklessly? How am I supposed to explain this to fourth sister-in-law and that little nephew when I return? Family head, there is one more thing I need to report to you. Huang Tingshan continued, while we were chasing that spiritual toad, due to the severe injuries of Tinu and the others, sixth brother stayed behind to watch over them. Suddenly, a cultivator appeared, lured sixth brother away, and then another cultivator jumped out, not only incapacitating Tinu and the others but also robbing them of all their magic artifacts and spiritual objects, as well as the monkey demons we had painstakingly slain. As he said this, his tone became increasingly resentful. It was unclear whether he resented the opponents for injuring his clansmen, or for robbing them of their prey as well. Originally, this trip should have brought them some gains, but now, not only did they lose a clansman, but the remaining members were also injured to varying degrees, ending up with nothing in the end. Huang Tinyuan didn't pay attention to the resentment in his words. Instead, he looked grave, frowning deeply in thought. He was not only the only one of his generation in the Huang family to advance to foundation establishment, but also the most adept at scheming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved his current cultivation, nor would he have ascended to the family's leadership. After a moment of pondering, he finally asked, "Did you see anything on those two cultivators that could identify them?" I asked carefully, but nothing could be discerned. "What about the spiritual toad?" Huang Tinyuan asked again, "Was that spiritual toad a spiritual beast under someone's control?" Upon hearing this, Huang Tingshan was startled. The family head means, this was the Qin family's doing? Whether it was the Qin family or not depends on whether that demon beast was under someone's control. This. Huang Tingshan hesitated for a moment and then shook his head, saying, "It doesn't seem like it. We've seen the Qin family's methods of beast taming. That spiritual toad didn't look controlled, but rather was very wild. Besides, whether it's Qin Guanbao or Qin Long, if they were to act, they wouldn't just send an average demon beast, nor would they only harm fourth brother alone. With their capabilities, it wouldn't take long to kill us all, let alone rob such insignificant items from Tinu and the others." "Yes, that's what I thought too." Huang Tinyuan nodded. "In that case, the demon beast was likely an accident. But if it wasn't the Qin family, who else would do such a thing, secretly robbing our prey without killing anyone? This matter feels very strange." Huang Tingshan scratched his head, filled with confusion. "Brother, don't forget, besides the Qin family, there's still the Wang family in the west of Kun City." Huang Tinyuan felt helpless. His cousin was really not sharp, needing him to make such an obvious reminder. "You mean to say, this was done by the Wang family?" Huang Tingshan was surprised. They've always been cautious. When did they dare to offend our Huang family? It might not be that they want to offend us, but they could be trying to pin the blame on the Qin family, making us fight the Qin family while they reap the benefits. Huang Tinyuan pondered, saying, "Although the Wang family is cautious, it's not that they don't have expansionist ambitions. Especially since their younger generation has a couple of talented juniors. In 20 or 30 years, there might be 2 more foundation establishment cultivators in the Wang family. Kun City isn't very large. If the Wang family wants to develop, they can only carve out pieces from the Qin and Huang families." Upon hearing this, Huang Tingshan showed a ruthless expression. "Why don't we strike first to eliminate this potential threat? Do not act rashly." Huang Tinyuan shook his head. Although the fog-hidden sect's strength is far inferior to Taiyi Mountains, it's still a sect with a 1,000-year legacy and some foundation. Moreover, their sect is not too far from Kun City. If things go wrong, Taiyi Mountain might not storm the fog-hidden sect for our insignificant Huang family. Keep an eye on this matter in the dark, but don't let them take advantage, and remember not to bring it into the open. So we just swallow this loss and pretend this never happened?" Huang Tingshan was clearly dissatisfied. "It's not that we can't retaliate, it's just not the right time." Huang Tinyuan said, "The Great Elder has arduously obtained a batch of fine artifact refining materials and is currently in seclusion crafting a spirit sword. If successful, the Great Elder can truly advance to an artifact refiner capable of crafting spiritual artifacts. At this time, everything must prioritize the Great Elder. We must avoid creating disturbances that could disrupt his work." "Yes, I understand." Although still somewhat unwilling, Huang Tingshan dared not disobey the family head's orders and had to comply. After several days of clearing demon beasts in Kaifeng Mountain, the cultivators of the 3 families in Kun City gradually returned to their respective families. Besides the Huang family, who unfortunately lost a chi refinement late-stage cultivator, the other 2 families also had injured clansmen but no fatalities. On the night of their return home, Ken Feng recounted to his father the events of teaming up with Qin Yang to rob the Tu Huang family cultivators. This matter was hard to conceal, and they needed their father's help to deal with these items and exchange them for spirit stones and elixir pills. Ken Long was somewhat astonished upon hearing his son's words. He hadn't expected his son to be so bold. But he didn't blame him, rather, he was quite approving. After all, the cultivation world was fraught with dangers. If there was an opportunity to gain resources from opponents, there was no reason to let it pass. Ken Long looked at the items before him, casually tossing the heart-clearing jade and binding spirit net to Ken Feng, saying, "Don't sell this heart-clearing jade. Keep it on you daily, it will aid your cultivation. However, it's just a low-grade heart-clearing jade. After reaching foundation establishment, it won't be of much help, you can dispose of it then. As for the binding spirit net, although it's not high level, it's quite useful. Keep it for yourself, just don't flaunt it in front of the Huang family." Ken Feng nodded and put the two items away. Anyway, he was going to the beast taming sect soon. By then, he would have nothing to do with the Huang family, and he could use these artifacts freely. Ken Long then picked up the two storage bags. With his foundation establishment cultivator's true yuan, he quickly broke the prohibitions on the storage bags and poured out their contents. There were many scattered items, including demon beast materials, refined iron for artifact refining, 2 bottles of elixir pills, and dozens of spirit stones. Ken Long gave the spirit stones to his son, then collected the remaining materials and refined iron, saying, "I happen to be going to the commandery to deal with materials from the demon beasts. I'll take care of these for you as well. Everything else is fine, but remember not to take elixir pills carelessly." He sternly warned, especially those obtained from others, with unknown origins, they might contain poisonous pills. Taking them carelessly could cost you your life. Is it that serious? Ken Feng was astonished. Those two Huang family cultivators wouldn't carry poisonous pills, would they? You never know. Ken Long smirked. It's not like this hasn't happened before. A cultivator killed an opponent, took a lot of spirit pills, couldn't bear to discard them, and ate them. But what he didn't expect was his opponent had mixed a deadly poisonous elixir among the spirit pills, leading to his death due to greed. Haha, since then, many in the cultivation world have followed this practice, mixing a poisonous pill among their spirit pills. In case they are killed, they might still get their revenge through this method. Ken Feng was flabbergasted. I never thought such things could happen. There are many things you can't imagine. Once you enter the sect, always be cautious, don't let anyone scheme against you. Ken Long looked at his son and said, "You're quite smart, but the cultivation world is full of devious minds. Observe more, think more, don't act impulsively. After all, you only have one life. If you die, you lose everything.